Good morning and welcome to the 55th Head of the Charles presented by BNY Mellon. I'm Callum Borchers from CRI in Brighton alongside Paralympic silver medalist Danielle Hansen. Good morning, Danny.
Hi, how are you doing? It's really nice out here today. Getting psyched up for the first event to come around the corner for sure.
Now, Danny, you were in the last event of yesterday afternoon. How's the course looking this year?
It's real smooth. I remember a few years ago in 2016 when it was snowing today and we were rowing right through the snow. It looked really beautiful, but I prefer this warmer weather for sure.
We did have that big nor'easter on Thursday, a lot of wind damage blowing some debris into the water. Has that been all cleared out, or is there still some detritus out there for you guys to dodge while you're rowing?
They definitely do a beautiful job making sure the course is nice and clean and ready to go, and you can thank all the volunteers for that. I think the course is looking beautiful, cleared out, and the buoys are straight, so let's hope everyone has a nice line today.
So we got a full slate of races this morning. We've got para races to kick off the day, followed by a lot of youth races, Danny. Let's run through some of those para categories. Now, we had some yesterday. We had the legs, trunk, and arms, or PR3 as it's being called these days, yesterday afternoon. Give us the recap there. You had a lot of Paralympians with you in your boat, and you guys set a pretty fast time yesterday.
That's right. We had Karen Petrick from Rhode Island was coxing. I believe it was her eighth time coxing the Charles. She had a nice line. We had Allie Riley, Charlie Nordine, and John Tanguay was actually a substitute yesterday. But it was pretty fun. We had a good race.
Yeah, still a pretty fast boat. And then this morning we have some additional para races, beginning with the mixed inclusion double. Danny, this is sort of an interesting event. You have a wide range of entries here. You have some athletes, I think, ranging all the way from the PR1 up to the PR3 categories. And let's remind folks what those categories encompass now. The names have changed in recent years. The PR1 category is what we used to call the arms and shoulders category. So these are for athletes that are going to be completely strapped in from the chest on down. They're not using their trunks or legs at all. They're really just hauling from the arms and shoulders. For my money, Danny, it's some of the most impressive racing you see because it is just so taxing on the upper body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a few rib injuries that can come out of that, and that's why they're just training so much. Imagine doing 2,000 meters every time with just half or a third of the body, the muscles out there that you're normally used to using. So that's PR1, normally formerly known as AS or arms and shoulders rowing. We also have the double where a lot of these athletes that'll be coming out were trunk and arms, which used to be called TA, and now it's PR2. We have Paralympic athlete Isaac coming up here. There you go. In event 42, Isaac French. He was in the 2019 World Championships, and he also was in 2016. He actually took a year off to kick off college because he's still pretty young here.
Yeah, Isaac is one of the best athletes in the field. So the trunk and arms PR2 category is my old category. Isaac and I were partners in this event in 2015. This was the first year that Isaac competed, and you could tell, Danny, even at that point, I think he was maybe 15 years old, how good he was going to be. He's tall, he's lanky. Isaac's a double amputee, and he gets incredible reach with the upper body. So he's strapped in there. So these trunk and arms athletes, they are strapped across the thigh, so they can't drive at all with their legs. Even if they wear a prosthesis, they don't wear them in the boat typically, unless they want a little bit of pressure against the foot plate. Some athletes decide to go that route. And what's interesting about it is he's tall, he's got this big, long reach, and so the size of his strokes, Danny, I could barely keep up with him when I was in the boat because I had to row at such a fast rate, I felt like, to compete as a much shorter athlete. And here's Isaac getting these big, long, smooth strokes. And he and his partner, Madison Eberhard, they're 38 combined, Danny. I mean, they are still so young. This pair is just going to keep getting better and better.
Yeah, it's amazing because you can see the difference in hip flexibility between other athletes and these athletes. They're leaning forward, they're rocking back, they're getting the most out of the top half of their lever there with their core. And so it's really amazing to see them flying down the course using just their trunk and their arms.
One thing you'll notice, folks, as you're watching the PR1 and PR2 athletes, those arms and shoulders or those trunk and arms athletes, they are often rowing at a higher stroke rate than what you're used to seeing from the able-bodied athletes, and that's partly because they have a shorter stroke. Typically, they're not using the slide, so the seat, they're in a fixed seat. The seat is not going back and forth, and so in order to achieve the same or similar speed, they have to row more strokes per minute oftentimes, and it becomes extremely taxing on the cardiovascular system, especially over a long course. You mentioned, Danny, getting used to rowing 2,000 meters. It wasn't that long ago that the standard Paralympic race was only 1,000 meters. And then you get these folks out here, and this course is, what, about 4,200, something like that. So so 4,700. So this is a very long course for a lot of athletes, and especially for those para-athletes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You see, like running a marathon. I feel like I would say that's kind of like maybe like a half marathon over here. Like everything, the length of time that it takes, for someone to row with their full body. Like you said, we're using half our bodies here, so the stroke rate's going to be a lot higher, and yeah, it's going to be amazing to see it. Do you know if these athletes will be rowing strapped in today?
Yes, so the athletes who are in the PR1 and PR2 categories, they'll be strapped in as they usually are, which in the mixed inclusion category, Danny, can be an added challenge for their partners. So in the inclusion category, in some cases, we do have two para-athletes. In other cases, we have para-athletes paired with an able-bodied athlete. And I tell you what, for the able-bodied athletes, it's really an additional challenge because in some cases they may have to row at a higher stroke rate than they're used to, or maybe take a shorter stroke than they're used to. Some of them do elect to use the sliding seat because that's what they're used to, but trying to synchronize yourself is one of the added challenges. And how about that PR3 category? So we ran through the PR1 and PR2, and then this PR3 category, we'll have some athletes in that as well today. This is your category, Danny. Can you describe it for us?
Yeah, so a PR3 used to be known as legs, trunk, and arms rowing. So you can be using, you have the full ability to use your body, but you have a limiting factor in either your one of your legs or your arms. And so today, basically, you'll see athletes that are para but have the full use of their bodies, and this is definitely one of the. This is definitely one of the events that was at World Championships where we have people representing today. We have Jacqueline Smith and Molly Moore that are going to be in an event. Which number event is that? 42, I think, maybe.
One of those first events going off at 7:45. Yeah, they should be coming through Weld here shortly.
Yep. So it's going to be really cool to see some national teamers coming down the course. And kind of what you were talking about with some of the able-bodied athletes rowing with their legs strapped in and having to match that. I think that's going to be something that's going to be very interesting today because we do actually have some former Olympians in that category who will be only now rowing with their legs and or with their trunk and arms today. So that's going to be very, very cool to see. And I think we actually have the first boat about to come around the corner here. So let's see who that is. This event is event 41. It's the mixed inclusion double. The course record is actually 20 minutes and 21 seconds. So we'll see how that goes today. It's going to be pretty cool if we get a course record breaker here.
Joanna Beyer from CRI is one of the co-record holders in that event, and she is in this event again today, rowing alongside Alexander Dillon. Joanna Beyer is a world silver medalist just this past summer, representing her native Austria. And her partner here, Alex Dillon, is the coach of the BC men and boys row Boston crew, which is also based out of CRI. They have to be one of the favorites in this event, Danny, and they're bound number 5. But one of the things that's interesting about some of these mixed inclusion boats here, Danny, is that it can be hard to know how to seed them, right? Because in some cases, these are partners who've rowed very little together, or in some cases, perhaps have just been practicing this week together and are just now figuring out how fast they are. So this is going to be some good head racing, Danny, because if you're looking for passing, if you're looking for some folks to maybe come up from the middle of the pack, this could be an event where we see some of that.
Yeah, so we have this first crew coming around the corner at a 28, and the crew coming up behind them is matching them. I believe we have bow number 2 coming out across with Tessa Gobo and Josh Boissonneau. Tessa Gobo was in the 2016 U.S. Women's 8 in Rio that won gold. You see her here. They're using their full body here, rowing together. Josh was in the World Championships this year in Austria, and we have him whopping around the corner at a 28. We have this next boat is actually bow number 3 as well. They're also at a 28 strokes per minute. It's a really good rhythm to be keeping nice and consistent. They're staying right there. Now we have number 1, bow number 1 here with Josh Martini and Justin Boatner. These are the returning champions from last year. They are cruising around and they looking like they're coming right back up onto those people who walked past them earlier. Good, and right in front of Weld, about to go right under Anderson here is, I believe that says,
Joanna.
That's Joanna. That's our Joanna here. She rose right out of CRI with Alex Dillon. Alex Dillon, like the BU coach, right?
That's right. BC.
Yeah. BC
Yep.
BC coach. They're at a little bit of a lower stroke rate, but they're definitely getting that power per stroke. When you have a lower stroke rate, typically you can put more power and allow yourself to rest as you float toward that next stroke. And they're definitely utilizing that strategy there of power per stroke.
And you can see those top boats sort of separating themselves from the pack. You did see some passing right there. The number 3 bow that we just saw go through Anderson Bridge there is from Ithaca College, my alma mater. That's Jennifer Bryan and Pearl Outlaw. Pearl Outlaw participated in the 2018 and 2019 Para World Championships for the United States. Coming up next on Anderson Bridge is bow number 4. That's Three Rivers. Stephanie Sidlick and Aiden Porter. In the Head of the Charles event last year, Danny, this crew was 4th, so they are looking to either hold or even improve upon that this year.
These are my teammates here coming around the corner, Molly Moore and Jacqueline Smith. Jacqueline Smith is in the stroke seat looking nice and strong. Molly Moore really matching her, looking crazy good right now, flying around the corner. They're trying to, I know for sure, knowing them, they're both out for blood here, just going for it right under Anderson Bridge here. Let's go USA. Nice.
And you do see in this event, Danny, a lot of mixed oar combinations, which just shows you, again, these are often pairs that are groups. I shouldn't say pairs. They're doubles that are being put together, sometimes at the last minute. I mean, some of these are crews that have rowed together for a long time, but in a lot of cases, these are sort of new groupings that the people are getting together for this week. We see that a lot during the Head of the Charles, but I think we see it especially in these para events. Frankly, there just aren't that many athletes in the category sometimes, and you get paired with somebody from another part of the country and you get together. That's how it was with Isaac and me a few years ago. He's rowing out of New York, and I think we got to maybe do a few practices in that week before the event starts. It's one of the added challenges, right? I mean, you know, when you're training with your 4, you guys, especially during camp, I know this summer, you guys were in there every day. I mean, how much of an added challenge is it to be sort of paired sort of recently, close to an event, and get yourself into sync? How hard is that?
Yeah, well, I like to think about, when I think about para rowing, it's really beautiful because you have all these different people who with different abilities trying to get into a boat and be identical for however long the race is, and these people like jumping into a boat and matching up willy-nilly, if you will, is kind of something that we get pretty used to. It's just part of adapting, and I think that that's kind of why they're calling us adaptive rowers, right? So gotta learn how to adapt on the fly.
Yeah, adapt in a lot of different ways. And one thing you'll notice too, folks, as you watch these para events, you'll see a lot of familiar oar blades going by over and over. There's really a handful of clubs that have really sort of dug in and made this one of their calling cards. Our own CRI in Brighton is one of them. Capital Rowing out of Washington, D.C. DC Strokes is another one that we'll see some. You'll also see a bunch of Athletes Without Limits. But I will say, Danny, too, we do see more collegiate programs beginning to add that. We just saw at my alma mater at the college going through Anderson. We have Gordon College on here. So the sport is growing in the para category these days, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, for sure. And I think the sport is growing, but also people are getting more and more amped to come here to Head of the Charles. It's just getting more fun every year. And what's this bow number that we have coming under number 9, bow number 9 here with Samuel Meter and Luke Arnold. Both only 18 years old with some good-looking blade work here, looking like they're really matching up, and they definitely matched up their shirts today to go with that. So
They do. They look very well coordinated, and they look like they're well in sync on the stroke as well. They are returning this year after a 7th place finish a year ago, and again, some of the youngest competitors in the field today at just 18. Again, a combined 36, Danny. I mean, there's plenty of athletes in this field who would love to be 36 again.
Looks like we have bow number 11 coming through before number 10, so that means they've passed some people. We have here we have Johan Svensson and Ebba Einerson. Ebba started row in 2008, and she actually attended the World Championships in Plovdiv in 2018. So she was the PR1 category at the World Championships here, and her partner Johan. Nice. Ebba's only 19 years old. That's awesome. Coming through the bridge there.
Looks like 7. DC strokes coming next.
This crew coming around here, about to come through the bridge, is actually from Washington, D.C. Cole Carrington and Cedric Montrose. These people are, once again, 18 and 19 years old. Wow, last year they actually placed 6th in this event, so they're coming back with a vengeance here. Wow, check it out. They're at a little bit of a higher stroke rhythm here.
Yeah, it's 15.
15.
15.
Bow number 15 with Daniel Longo and Margaret Rachnik coming through the bridge here. They looking like pretty strong, really in sync. Beautiful blade work coming from them here. You can see their bodies are really rocking back and forth in sync together, which has allowed them to pass a few crews already this early in the race. Well, yeah, they're looking really strong here.
Bout number 10 coming up behind is the father-son combo, Jim and Matt McLaughlin from CRI. So at this stage of the race, Danny, you're about halfway through, and if you're in the bow and you're trying to sort of set a point, I know that a lot of the boats that you're in have a coxswain to help with that sort of thing, but what are you looking for as you're trying to get a good line coming through Anderson right here?
Yeah, so there's actually a race before Head of the Charles. It's like a Head of the Charles practice race called Head of the Kevin, and a lot of people actually come here early just so they can practice the course because the buoys are set the exact same way. So really what you want to do is there's no better answer than to say you really just got to know the river, Cal. And that's why we have people like Jevy Stone who are training here all year long. They have those sweet, tight lines that are really helping get across the finish line the fastest. Wow, yep, we got some people here. You really want to, over here, you really want to be as close to these green buoys, if you can see those green buoys that are closest to shore on the Cambridge side here. You really want to be hugging those. Looks like we have a little bit of disruption with, what bow number is that over there? We have... With Western Reserve here, about to go into the wrong side of traffic. They're just making a nice turn here just to adjust their point so they can get through the correct arch. Normally, typical traffic pattern is actually to hug shore side over here on Cambridge side of shore. You really want to move through that arch typically, but for Head of the Charles weekend, everyone really needs to get used to going through the middle arch here. There we go. Yep, they're actually moving through the oncoming traffic. So let's hope that safety boat can help with that one. We have three crews coming up here.
So that opened up what you saw go through the center arch there a moment ago was the DC Strokes pairing of Chantel Shakes and Max Constandi. So they took advantage and made a pass right there. Bound number 13 coming up next. This is Holyoke Rose, the tandem of Kevin Lonergan and Jim Brooks. Jim, at 73, is the elder statesman in the field. He's been competing in adaptive rowing for the past 10 years, fresh off a third-place finish in the 2019 Bayada Regatta. And now we have bound number 1. We have the first boat in the trunk and arms, the PR2 category coming through. This is Isaac French and his partner, Maddie. And you see them making a good turn right there. This is Isaac in the bow now steering, Danny. And, again, this is a good example of the growth. When Isaac and I did this race together a few years ago, I was in the bow. I'm more familiar with the course. This is my home river. Isaac coming in from New York. And you see how smoothly he has learned and how quickly they just got through that bridge.
Yeah, and you can see sometimes Head of the Charles is can be unpredictable, and Isaac, looking cool as a cucumber, just steered right through a little bit of a mess there, a little bit of a pile up of boats, and just looking like the pro that he is. So that was impressive for sure. Him and Maddie looking like a great pair together. They're really moving together, really in sync. You could tell they've been practicing, I think.
Yeah, and this, again, is a much longer course than they're accustomed to racing, but this is a nice stretch, I think. And one of the things that I find interesting about the Head of the Charles, Danny, too, is that, you know, you're in the head season, you're coming off of summer where a lot of folks have been doing sprints, and sometimes the folks who excel in these head races are different from the folks who may have dominated in the sprint season. You know, some people are just built for these longer endurance-type events. I mean, is that something that you've found in the sport over time? You've got folks that, they really excel come the fall when the head season starts, even if they weren't maybe the fastest on the sprint courses.
Yeah, for sure. It's a whole different beast here, rowing a head race. Number one, mentally, it's different because you're having your boat be turning around and steering and all that is a whole nother mental game for sure. You can't just follow a buoy line going straight. You also have they call these head races coxswain races because really it's all about the steering. It's gonna shave off the most time for you. Good. We have some people coming through here. Looking good. Nice. That's awesome. That's rad. This is exactly the point where I believe my lung burn always starts to kick in. Going right through Anderson, this is where you feel really good coming through Weeks. You come right through Anderson, and you can really start feeling your breath, feeling that burn. So definitely that's what we're watching here every time someone's about to go through this. I feel like I can read their mind, Cal. They're just like, they start to feel what's going on.
You get the lungs burning, the lactic acid is starting to build up. You're really working it. We just saw the second bow in the mixed TA double go through Anderson Bridge. That's Sarah Weiner and Jen Fitzroy from CRI. Jen was second at the U.S. Pair Rowing Trials this year and the Canadian Henley in this event as well. We also just saw bound number 17 in the mixed inclusion category. That's the Holyoke Rose tandem of Stephanie Moore and Ella Buddington. Ella's been rowing for 3 years and racing for one already, even though she's just 17, Danny. And she's planning to row in college next year, and they're looking like they're off to a good start. While we have a break in the action here, let's take a moment to thank some of our sponsors, including 5 Hour Energy, which is proud to support the Head of the Charles Regatta. Feeling tired? It is early, folks. And if you need to recharge, stop by the 5 Hour Energy tent this weekend and try a great-tasting 5 Hour tea. It has ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you back to 100%.
That sounds good to me, Cal. I feel like I should have picked one of those up on the way over here.
Well, and you know what could be better? Than perhaps sipping your 5 Hour green tea in an Aston Martin. I can think of nothing better. And Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance, and of course James Bond. Visit their studio at the Adige Row venue next to Brook Brothers.
There's some fine-looking cars there, Cal, for sure. I walked by them a couple times yesterday. I know you can sit in there and put the keys in, but you can't drive off.
No, you can't, which was of great disappointment to my 3-year-old son when we were here on Friday. We were strolling around, and young Liam was really taken with the blue Aston Martin in particular. It's got the Head of the Charles logo right on the door. It's really a fabulous-looking vehicle, and I had to disappoint the poor 3-year-old and tell him that that just wasn't going to be it for Christmas this year.
Just, you can always use the excuse you can't really fit one of those under the tree, so it just can't happen.
Also, Bertucci's. Bertucci's Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta welcomes you to the 55th Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit the Bertucci's tents located right here near us at the Weld exhibition and Adige Road near the finish line for freshly baked brick oven pizzas, in-store coupons, and a chance to win a $200 Bertucci's gift card. To place your next catering order or to schedule your next reservation, visit Bertucci's.com. Danny, I live about 3 minutes from a Bertucci's in Holliston, and I am used to the brick oven smell. It is the most convenient, quick meal pickup on the way home from work, and we are frequent customers of the Holliston Bertucci's.
Yeah, who can't use a big pizza after a long race like this? I'm pretty sure all these athletes have really earned their calories today, so. Throw in a couple more pizzas on that order than you normally would have. Have you tried those Cliff Bar, those new Cliff Bar? I think they're called the Cubes. They're new. They're come out this year. Right?
I have not. Are they actually cube shaped?
They're a bunch of cubes. They're date based instead of tapioca based, and they're really good. I had one yesterday for pre-workout. Cliff Bar is actually one of the sponsors of Head of the Charles Regatta, and they're here every year handing out stuff to the athletes and everyone else walking around.
I will have to try those because I do love the Cliff Bars, but I have not had the cubes, Danny. So that's a good new one to try, and you can get free samples at the Cliff Bar Pavilion. They've got their own stuff. They've also got coffee. So, again, early, Danny, you can get your Cliff and your coffee on this morning if you haven't had a proper breakfast. And we'd also like to thank Brooks Brothers for helping to keep us toasty warm, Danny. All the volunteers you see today, they're decked out in their red Brooks Brothers light puffy jackets, keeping us nice and cozy warm. And Brooks Brothers is proud to celebrate its 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. And you can visit them at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition all weekend. And, of course, on their Newbury Street store right here in Boston, where you can shop the limited edition Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection. It's good-looking stuff, Danny. We look very stylish. I mean, you and I always do, but kicked up a notch today because of the Brooks Brothers.
Yeah, and if you walk by their booth over by Elliott Bridge over there, you can see they always custom wrap a single in a different way every year, and so they work with the wrap designer, and they make this single look, like you say, the most stylish thing that you could possibly imagine. I'm unsure if anyone ever rose that single, because I'm sure it's heavy with a huge wrap on it, but it's gorgeous looking, and it's on display out there. So if you want to go check it out, I encourage that.
I did notice that it looked like it might be a tad slow in the water. However, all the more to show off the beauty of the boat, right? I mean, you spend more time on the water, and everybody can really soak it in.
Yeah, the boat is either moving in an artful way across the water, or it is art itself. That's what I'd say, for sure.
We'd also like to thank BNY Mellon, which is our presenting sponsor for the 7th year. BNY Mellon is a global leader in investment management and investment services, delivering informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. Thank you to BNY Mellon. So, Danny, as we see right now, there's sort of a lull in the racing coming through. We see a lot of crews sort of warming up getting up to the finish line. And we see the temperature warming up a little bit as well. I think one of the things that we didn't talk about early on was the conditions. Now, it's a beautiful fall day. It's going to be probably mid-50s by the time the afternoon racers are going. But early this morning, it was in the 30s, maybe touching into the 40s as those first boats were going off, Danny. And that's sort of an added challenge sometimes for the para-athletes. We see a lot of different abilities in those races, and I can certainly say for myself, so as a trunk and arms athlete with cerebral palsy, the cold conditions really do add to the challenge, because those sort of tight spastic muscles get all the more tighter and more spastic when the temperature is that cold. So for those athletes who have CP or multiple sclerosis or spina bifida, some of those para athletes in the morning, that was an added challenge to get warmed up and ready to go. And it looked to me, Danny, like they were dealing with that really very well. I didn't see anybody looking like they were really struggling coming through early on. It looked like they were really ready to go.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people come here knowing and ready, mentally ready for, physically ready to bear the cold for sure. And I myself have Erb's palsy and some poor circulation moving through my left arm, and so that is definitely a struggle for me as well. But I think that being athletes and having done this for a while, always being prepared is just something that we are all the time. And the fact that it's not snowing this year, I think, is actually an improvement in the weather, and it's going to be helpful, I think. So.
How do the athletes plan, Danny, for the conditions over the course of a race? Because you're going to your body's going to warm up as you race over the course of almost a 5K row. Do you prefer to go a little bit colder at the beginning? In other words, shed a layer and maybe be chilly and then warm up as you go? Or would you rather be nice and snug at the start, maybe have those long sleeves on, and then deal with sweating a little bit down the stretch?
I definitely prefer to have a layer, maybe just light layers on the way over there. And then even in the snow, Cal, even in the snow, I was just uni on top, you know what I'm saying? So I'm used to those bare arms. I think that's okay. We have event number 43, men's youth singles, coming down here. We have bow number 3 leading the charge, and 2 right behind him. We have one right behind him. We have Evan McRae from St. Catharines, Ontario over here. We have a Canadian leading the way here. Super exciting. Then we have bow number 1 right in front of him. So bow number 3 has passed number 1 and number 2. Bow number 1, Jack Dorney, who's only 18 years old. He was actually the winner of the 54th Head of the Charles last year in this event. That's awesome. He's a silver medalist from the European Rowing Junior Championships in Essen, Germany, in the Cox 4 in 2019. So that's very impressive for sure.
Yeah, that's shaping up to be quite a finish. So, again, we're about the midway point here. Jack Dorney, the reigning champion, is getting a run for his money there, as Isaiah Harrison in the number 2 bow was really making some strong gains. So far, the bow positions are holding true to form in this event. We've got the number 4 bow coming through. That's Kyle Howe from Redwood Scullers in Redwood City, California. And right behind him, you've got Michael Kiselev from Orleans, Massachusetts. He was 10th in the lightweight double at the 2018 U.S. Nationals. We have had another pass here in this event, Danny. So bow number 7 here, that is Nicholas Aronow from Oak Neck in Bayville, New York, has made the pass and is now in 6th place.
You can see these stroke rates here are going to be a little bit higher. First few rowers just pass under. We're right around a 32 strokes per minute, which is awesome for a head race. In the smaller boats, it actually is a little bit more difficult to sustain a higher stroke rate, and so it's pretty cool to see these youth men coming down at anything above a 30. I think is going to be really helpful as well if you can keep that sustained. We have 4 coming up right in a row here. This is going to be some action. I smell some action that's about to come around the Elliott turn here, so that's going to be pretty cool. Definitely they're going to be a little bit clustered up right around Elliott turn. This is looking really cool. You can see all these different colors of boats coming as well. typically the yellow boats are MPOCers, and they're definitely known for that. And anything other than a yellow boat can really be be anything. But if you see one of those, definitely know that's MPOCer. We have almost Clash coming through the bridge right there. Wow. Definitely some maneuvering coming around there. All these different blade colors, all these different boat colors. It's exciting to see them all clustered together as well. This is definitely where the head race gets its most action. Getting excited. Beautiful form coming up on, I believe, is that bow number 12? Yeah, beautiful form coming up. Bow number 12 with William Durbin from Oak Neck Rowing Academy in Bayville, New York. His catches are looking nice and clean. Yes, there you go. He's running a little shorter slide just so he can get through that turn as quickly as possible, which means he's not rowing full strokes right here. He was actually taking some little half strokes just so he can get a bit of a quicker turn and maneuver around that person who's trying to pass there. Nice. So there's such a thing as yielding here. Have you ever had a lot of experience with that, Cal?
Yes, and it's a very tricky spot to do it because there is room for two boats to pass side by side, but not a lot of room to spare, Danny. And so we saw some of that earlier with these youth singles. And what's impressive to me, Danny, I mean, these are the youth boats, so these are 18 and under, and so perhaps less racing experience than some of their older counterparts. And I thought that they handled some of that clustering really, really professionally. They got through very, very smoothly. Some of what you just saw go through the Anderson Bridge there was I've lost it now. It's Kenzo Atsuka. It was bound number 14 you saw from Greenwich, Connecticut. He's a lightweight, but he's in the open category, so trying to hold his own against some bigger, heavier rowers. Bound number 16 that you see going under the bridge right now is Nicholas Gilligan from Long Island rowing. And then right behind him is bound number 17. That's Zach Hall from Virginia RA in Charlottesville, Virginia. So far right now, Danny, we have had some passing in this event. A lot of the bound numbers are holding true to form, which means that the seedings were just about right. You see Charles Turner here in bound number 18 coming through from Catholic High School in Virginia Beach. And just as I was saying that the numbers are holding just about true to form, we do have someone who is making a move. This is bound number 22. Dylan Green is making gains coming up here on bound number 19, which is Davis Kelly from Burton Beach Rowing in, is it Vashon, Washington? You're the Washington girl around here. Do we have that right?
Yeah, Vashon, actually. And you can see his form is really beautiful. You can see if you're checking out, if you want to see why they're going fast, you can always look at their bow marker right where their number is. The more smooth that is moving, typically the faster their time is going to be, because there's less disruption in the boat. If you can see that moving at a more of a consistent speed, not bopping up and down, then you know that's a pretty smooth rower. They really know what they're doing for sure. And Dylan looked really good, nice and strong core, nice positioning there right at the catch. Looking good for sure. So a lot of these rowers really cranking on this turn to make sure that they do not run into the bridge. Nice, yeah. So I can see a little bit of last minute panic in some of these rowers' eyes here as they turn around. Being the only one in your boat, you are the only one that's responsible for the steering. You don't have another pair of eyes that's looking out for you for sure. So sometimes you can see these rowers, they turn around and then make a quick move, quick adjustment to make sure that they don't actually run into this bridge. Because I tell you what, Cal, the bridge would win, I think. Yeah.
The bridge wins every time, but you do see them making some good maneuvers at the end, and it is a lot to keep track of. I mean, a lot of these youth rowers may be accustomed to rowing in 4s and 8s, perhaps on their high school crews or club crews, and here they don't have anyone to help guide them through the bridge. You did see some more people making moves right there. That was bound number 25, Peter Nasto from Bergen County in Ridgefield Park, New Jersey, made a move and some pass. He's been rowing since 2015 when he was just 11 years old, Danny, so he got off to an early start. And now we see some other folks coming up here and making moves. This is bound number 29, Henry Wash from Conshohogan, Pennsylvania. And right behind him is bound number 30, Diego Vega de Rover from Miami Rowing Club. He was the state and regional champion and a youth national champion in 2019, and you see why as he has made some passes right now. Bound number 26 is coming up behind Diego now.
Yeah, we already have our frozen fingers up here for sure. Yeah, we have bound number 32 looking like they've passed a few people here, which is super exciting. So keep a lookout for them on around the Cambridge turn. That's Brett Bossy or Brett Bose from Oak Neck Rowing Academy in Bayville, New York. You can see all these Bayville New Yorkers are really looking pretty strong, passing some people. They definitely practice passing. Practice probably the past few weeks, right? They're doing really well. David McMillan, bound number 28, just went under the bridge. He's a junior at Barrington High School in Rhode Island. He's been rowing 8s and 4s since the 9th grade, and actually just took up schooling this year. Wow, that's amazing. You had a pretty good line there too. There you go.
Yeah, that's a good example of what we were talking about, Danny. The folks who maybe they're accustomed to rowing in these bigger boats, and now they're taking up sculling and trying something different. And it really is a whole other animal. This is something I know that you attempted last year as well, getting out of the big boat and going to the single shell. It's a different game, isn't it? It's a real challenge.
Yeah, definitely. And the steering, I think you just have to make sure you have consistent pressure on both hands, moving those blades through the water. Otherwise, you're turning on accident. You don't want to do that. We actually had bound number 34, John Griffin from Pocock in Seattle, Washington. He actually just went through, and that's where I learned how to row. So I know that his this smooth waters were probably a little bit of an upgrade for him. We got nice water over there in Washington, but a little rougher, I think.
Bound number 37 coming up on the bridge is Joe Angevine from Ravenna in Charlottesville, Virginia. He's been rowing at Albemarle High School and the Ravenna Rowing Club since his freshman year of high school. Behind him is bound number 39. That's Landon Thompson from Albany, New York. And then coming up right behind him is Nathaniel Worth from the Brooks School crew in North Andover, Massachusetts. That's bound number 40. He was third at the Northeast Regionals, qualifying for Youth Nationals, and he competed in the 2019 Youth National Championship in Florida in the single, and he was second in the B final there.
You can see all the crews coming through for the next event up there, all these fours. And I think one of the funniest things is warming up with all of your competitors warming up alongside you. And if you're in the front over there, well, in the warm-up lane, you really control the warm-up of all the other teams. If you want to stop or start whenever you want, they can't really go unless you go. So.
I think what you're saying is there's a little bit of gamesmanship involved, Danny, in the warm-ups. But no, really, there is one of the things about the sport, of course, is that there is a lot of sort of etiquette and sportsmanship that we do see out there, and it's sort of by necessity. You all have to share the same river. There's not a whole lot of room. Everybody's got to follow the traffic pattern, and that is one of the things that makes this event go smoothly every year. As we see, this looks like bound number 41 here in the men's youth singles. That's Gustavo Romero from Seattle Scullers. In 2018, last year, he was a U.S. Rowing Northwest Youth Regional Men's Novice silver medalist in the men's single. Those bright green oars coming up through the Anderson Bridge. Just 16 years old, Danny.
Only 16 years old, I was about to say. For sure. And you can see, as we're talking about people in the warm-up lane, people are pausing as the races goes by, and that's normal racing etiquette. If you're in the warm-up lane and a race is passing, typically you throw in a few pauses there so as not to distract the rower, and also gives us warming up some time to yell, some time to cheer a little bit over there. It's always really fun. It's actually, I believe there's 11,000 rowers that are rowing in Head of the Charles this year, which is super exciting. 61 events. I think around 900 boats, which is awesome. Head of the Charles bringing in 225,000 people into the Boston area for this weekend that wouldn't normally be here before. That's unreal to me.
Yeah, some of the numbers are just staggering, how many people can actually fit into our city and around. And it's not the only event going in town either. I was moderating a panel at the Boston Book Festival yesterday as well, Danny, which we also have going on in Copley Square. So, and then today the book festival is moving to Dudley Square. So if you'd like to get your combination, well, you know, the old joke, right, is a gentleman and a sculler as opposed to a scholar, but you can be both today, right? You can get your sculling and your scholarship at the book festival. A lot of activity going on in Boston, and really now that we've taken the edge off the morning chill, Danny, it's turning into really just a pristine fall weekend with nice conditions out there. I think that if you were a rower who's traveled from someplace far-flung to get here, and folks do come from not just all over the country, but all over the world in some cases to row in this event, you really couldn't ask for better conditions and sort of a better experience at the head of the Charles. There are years when it's pretty brutal out there, but this is about as good as it gets.
Yeah, sometimes you'll hear headwind or tailwind, meaning the wind pushing up against one side or the other of your boat here. And we actually only have 4 miles per hour wind out here today. It's a pretty crispy 43 degrees, but I think it's warming up. That sun is up, that glare is off the water. So these next events are definitely not going to have the sun in their eyes like the last ones. That's definitely hard to handle sometimes. When you're in the earlier events, the sun is glaring right in your eyeballs all the way through the course. So these next ones are going to have a little bit less to handle on that end for sure. A little easier.
It's a little break in the action as we see some crews warming up, and the men's youth singles, we believe, have all passed through. And let's take another moment to thank some of our sponsors, including Concept 2. Danny, the winter season will be upon us before we know it, and all this fun time out in the beautiful scenery of the river will be behind us, and we will have to get back on those ergs. And when folks do, they will probably be on a Concept 2. But which Concept 2 oar is right for you? So if you're on the water, or perhaps in one of the tanks, which oar is the one for you? You can learn more about the best match for your crew by visiting the Concept 2 tent, which is located next to Hudson Boat Works. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier, of course, of the Head of the Charles Regatta.
Right. Who is this? You can hear a few more people just joined us on the shores over here. The yelling has definitely, cheering and yelling and yipping and yeehawing has definitely increased in the past 15 minutes, I think, with people showing up who didn't want to wake up as early, I think. They're definitely showing up here though. They're cheering nice and loud as who is this that's coming around the corner here? Number one. Yes, here we have from event 44, which is actually the men's club singles. We have bow number 1 coming right under Anderson Bridge here. Brian Watach, 28 years old. He's a former Kent School Boat Club coach who turned Charles River into a punching bag. What is that? I believe.
I think he's calling himself a Charles River punching bag, which I gather means the Charles River really beats you up. And I can relate, Danny. There are days out there when it does feel like the river is beating you up. Behind him, we've got bound number 2, Paul Buchanan from Seattle, Washington, all the way out from the other coast. This is Paul's second time at the head of the Charles in the single, and it's the third time here in only his third year of rowing. So good for Paul, Danny. He's picked it up in his 30s as a fellow man in his 30s. I really admire that. Bound number 2 right behind him is Sam McVitie, also from Seattle. So your coast, Danny, is well represented out here today.
Yeah, I'm really digging that. Yeah, they came a long way to come out here. I'm hopeful that they were able to maybe adjust this time zone before having to wake up this early in the morning, which would be like, 4 a.m. over there on the West Coast? Looks like bound number 6 has passed a few people. That's Sean Blake from Tideway Scullers from London. Actually just got back from London rowing over there. He's 29 years old. He has definitely an impressive resume here. He's represented Scotland and Wales with wins for the light men's double and the 8.
And I have to mention bound number 7 going through Anderson right here, Danny. This is Nick Karwoski from Hydro Rowing in Cambridge, and one of the best bios that I've seen for the event so far today. Nick calls himself the older, taller, and more handsome brother of Alex Karwoski.
Alex Karwoski is actually his younger brother who is in the men's 8. So you can see Nick Karwoski's out here flexing on him in his single, moving through Anderson Bridge, top speed. Thank you, Hydro Rowing, for Nick Karwoski here for sure. He's actually one of my coworkers, so I'll have to talk to him about that bio a little bit later. Some interesting socks coming through Anderson Bridge here from Parker Groby from UNAF, 20 years old, and decided definitely that he was going to show us the name of his last name pronunciation is Groby, just like his bumblebee socks that just went through the bridge for sure.
Bound number 10 coming up behind him is Edward Beckett from Tideway Scullers, also all the way from London. He won the 2018 Pairs Head on the Tideway in London. He's also won golds at the British University's Regatta. We got sort of a cluster coming here now again, Danny. This is some good head racing. We've got 12, 13, and 15 all coming up close together. This is Buzz Fisher in bound number 12 from Wilmington, Delaware. Richard Rhodes from Atlanta, Georgia is bound number 13. And Andrew Voorhees from Narragansett in Providence, Rhode Island is bound number 15. So those gentlemen, Danny, all navigated that tunnel squeeze very well. And it looks like there's going to be a pretty good dash among all of them trying to get to the finish. And number 16 right here is George Munger. He is unaffiliated, rowing here. And he says he's out here rowing a single because Brendan Mulvey told him to. So sounds like a somewhat reluctant rower in George Munger, but he is nevertheless faring pretty well, holding his own out there.
That's a pretty tight line for somebody who just came out here because someone else told him to. I'm pretty sure he must have practiced that line a few times. So don't act like you're not excited, George. I think you're looking pretty good out there for sure. Definitely another cluster coming up. You can see that this person in front here, bound number 18. I cannot see as well as Cal. Okay. He's going to have to keep a nice tight line in order to keep the lead here with bound number 14 and 20 hot on the tails. Are you kidding me? Bound number 20 has moved all the way up here and is about to come through. It looks like he's making his way through the crowd. He's making his way downtown for sure in this single. Looking really fast, and everyone is yielding here just so that he can come through. When you're coming through that fast, it's more like instinct to get out of the way than remembering that that's the rules. You know what I'm saying?
That bound number 20 making the moves is Kyle Fram from Columbia University, using that young collegiate energy coming up. He was making his move on bound number 18. That's Andrew Mark from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. He's a former Fordham University lightweight rower. Bound number 22 is approaching the bridge right now. That is Sam Ford from Union right here in Boston. This is his first time in the head of the Charles. Bound number 17 is Zane Wang, just 19 years old. He's been rowing since high school. He's also got some international experience under his belt. You see him coming through the bridge. And bound number 24 making gains right there is Kevin Cronin from Potomac, in Washington, another one of the rowing hubs that's well represented today. And here we got another good cluster, Danny. We've got a lot of folks coming together very close to this bridge. Philip Lechner from Emory in Atlanta, Georgia, is bound number 26. He was third at Club Nationals last year in the intermediate single. He's also the captain of the Emory men's varsity crew, just 21 years old. Moritz Romer there is bound number 27, who has started making some moves from Scharnebeck. It's a mouthful, Danny, but whatever. He's really having he's having a good race, and he started rowing since he was just 11 years old. So at 24 now, he's been rowing for most of his life. In last year in 2018, he won the German short championship, which is just 350 meters. Danny, that is a very fast sprint. I've done 500s up at the Canadian Henley, but a 350. What do you even do for that? Yeah, you rode about a 40 stroke rate. What are you doing?
Yeah, well, you're kicking it off with your start. You're going your high 20, and then you're sprinting. So I'd say you're really never coming down for that race. That's definitely a very different type of race than this one. And if he won the 350 sprint, and also doing very well in this head race, I'd say he's pretty athletic for sure.
Bound number 28 coming up on the bridge is Forrest Tuttle. At 49 years old, one of the elder statesmen in this event, he previously rowed in the lightweight 8 at the Georgia Tech Rowing Club. And bound number 25 there was Zachary McGee from Clemson, South Carolina. Good football down there, Danny, but they also row in Clemson, South Carolina. He's a 3-year varsity men's rower with the Clemson Rowing Association and a mechanical engineering majors. So hits the books as well as the ergs.
Nice, yep. We should be having, as we see this event 44 coming to a close, you'll see a few more coming around the corner, but we have event 45, which is the women's youth singles, which are coming up next. The bar continues to rise for this event. We have, as bound number 1, that will be coming down soon, Ann Herring, has been leading the field. She has probably one of the most impressive resumes in this event. She represents the Founders Rowing of Dallas, Texas, and she'll have to watch out for bound number 2, who's Ava Durgan, who's only 15 years old. That's amazing. Ava Durgan, at 15, she was the winner of the 2019 U17 National Championships in the women's singles. So this is going to be definitely an awesome race to watch for sure. Bunch of youngsters here in the beginning here. We got 16 years old and 15 years old representing bound number 1 and bound number 2. You don't get those bound numbers randomly. Those are predictions. So that's amazing. If at 15 years old predicted to come in the top 2 at the head of the Charles in the youth single, that's going to be amazing.
Yeah, some of these youth events, Danny, will have the college recruiters salivating this morning. I mean, you see that kind of talent at 15, 16, 17 years old. What do you remember about that phase? Because aside from representing the United States internationally in competition, you were also a rower at the University of Washington, one of the elite Division I programs in this country. What was that sort of recruiting process leading up to it? I mean, do you think that some of these athletes are feeling that additional pressure at a big event, a big showcase like today, where perhaps they can attract the attention of a lot of college coaches who are here as well?
I like to say I skipped the hard part there because I actually did not row in high school, and I was recruited to University of Washington, but I was recruited from other sports. So all they had to know is if you're athletic or not, and then they definitely just taught me how to row. So I like to think that I went in with no bad habits, but I also had no good habits. So I can imagine though that some of the sweat that's dropping down their forehead is not just from rowing hard here today. I think that definitely this is going to be a little bit of pressure here, especially in this fall racing. This is where you get into contact, I believe. It's where the recruiters are really starting to look and get into contact with you so that you can be there in a year or so. Actually, they start recruiting a while out.
Well, and you've done some coaching too, Danny, right? So you've been on the other side of it too. I mean, do you use an event like this in some ways to evaluate rowers and not only see how fast they are, but how they fare under pressure, sort of all those intangible things that perhaps you can only get on race day and that don't necessarily show up on the erg scores?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, I think in team boats, singles, especially. This is a very self-motivated boat. You don't have to win for anyone else but yourself. You don't have teammates that are counting on you. It's really how motivated can you be, and definitely an event like this is going to show that, because you have 4,700 meters to crack. And if you don't crack at 4,700 meters, then you're definitely not going to crack during 2K, don't you think?
I think so, and also, there's the metaphorical cracking under pressure. You also could literally crack the boat on one of these bridges. So there's a lot to pay attention to out there. So we do have some space in between events right now, so let's thank a few more of our sponsors. Delta Airlines is the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta and a presenting sponsor of the Reunion Village venue. Also, Easy Dock, which is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Easy Dock is welcoming every crew and team to this year's event and invites you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see the low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. How handy.
How handy. And, yeah, I've seen those definitely all the way around Head of the Charles, all over the shores and everything. So a lot of places to stop if you need another drink of water or something. Also, Geico. It looks like everyone's having a great time over the Geico booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Go ahead and stop by and see for yourself. Geico, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. I think I had that. I've had that memorized since I was young, though. Hearing that over and over again for sure. 15 minutes.
It's the Gecko.
Yes, 15 minutes, which is about as long as it takes to complete the Head of the Charles course, actually. So you can have car insurance before you finished the race.
And probably a lot less painful. I mean, really, just signing up for the insurance, you won't have any of the lactic acid built up. It'll be much more pleasant. Also, the Gentle Giant Moving Company, which is the official moving partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. It is the secret force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year, and Gentle Giant is currently hiring. So stop by the booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. I mean, Danny, the sheer volume of equipment required to get this event up and running every year is incredible. You need some big, strong movers to get that going in. Sometimes maybe they hire rowers, right? I mean, they talk about folks who have they lift with the legs, right?
Yeah, I believe that's part of the reason why they like coming ahead of the Charles, because if they're hiring, this is the perfect place to recruit, right? Nice. Here we go. Like we said, we have event 45 kicking off over here. And who is in the front at Weld? It is bow number 1 leading the way, Ann Herring. We have, she's a junior at Hockaday School. She placed 10th overall in the women's youth quad at the 2019 Youth National Championships. Also in 2019, she was a Central Region champion in the women's youth quad. She was invited to and attended the U.S. Rowing Junior National Team High Performance Camp and raced at Club Nationals, came in first in the women's U19 8, the U19 quad, and second in the intermediate quad. So she's really killing it. She has an impressive resume, and she is definitely just cruising through the course here. You can see her bow ball is nice and steady as she makes her way through Anderson. Bow number 2, we talked about her earlier, Ava Durgan, only 15 years old, was the winner of the 2019 U17 National Championships in the women's singles. So in this boat, she's really used to cruising around in this boat. This is definitely feeling like home for her, nice and comfortable in the single, and she is making her way through Anderson right now, hugging tight to those buoys. She just had one of her oars overlap with the buoys. That's how tight she is to that line. I don't think she wants to waste any meters here. We have a nice fight going through with 3 and 5 right now, about to come under the Anderson Bridge here. Bow number 3 is Kate Hannenberg. She's holding on to her spot here as May Mark in bow number 5, 17 years old, is making her way through, trying to get bow number 3 to have to yield there. That's going to be something that's fun to see over there closer to Cambridge for sure.
Bound number 6 about to enter the bridge right now is Sarah Zanzuri from the Miami Rowing Club in Miami, Florida. And then hot on her heels are bound numbers 7 and 8. So we've got a bit of a cluster going through that bridge right there. Number 7 is Grace Knudsen from the Founders Rowing Club in Dallas, Texas. And Aiden Wren-Waltz is bound number 8 from Potomac in Washington, D.C. So a tight race going through the bridge there, Danny. And I tell you what, this event is not disappointing. I mean, this is shaping up to be exactly the type of close finish that we expected. Those top 2 boats, as predicted at the beginning right there, Ann Herring and Ava Dargan, it appears that they're going to have a really tight finish all the way to the end. Bound number 9 coming up on the bridge right now is Caroline High. She's from Rutherford, New Jersey. And again, with some of these lower bound numbers appear to be making moves right here. This is 10 and 13 coming up side by side on the bridge right here. Bound number 10 is Malia Weaver from the Lincoln School in Providence, Rhode Island. And Margaret Straub, just 17 years old, is bound number 13 from Pocock, once again, in Seattle. Bound number 11, right behind them, that's Riley Katstra from Ravenna in Charlottesville, Virginia. So, Danny, again, you see a lot of close head racing here as we get close to the bridge. What are you doing here as you're coming up? I mean, are you just sort of trusting your line if you know the course? How much looking back do you have to do? I mean, that may dictate your speed if you don't have to turn around too much, right?
Yeah, turning around does actually disrupt the flow and the speed of the boat. It does slow you down a little bit because any rocking back and forth is not going to be adding positively to your speed. You really want just a forward and backward motion. You want your balance to be as steady as possible. And as these rowers are moving through this bridge, they do have to turn around to make sure that their line coming out of the bridge is going to be as fast as possible. So this is definitely where you see the speed slow down just a tiny bit because of most of the turning, but it's ultimately going to add to the speed if they can stay on line and have the tightest line cutting off the most meters. I'm really excited, Cal, because we actually have a 14-year-old in this race today, bound number 28 from Albany, New York. That's going to be awesome. I actually don't know if there's anyone younger at the head of the Charles right now who's racing. I don't know the answer to that. That's going to be awesome. These youth singles, extremely impressive to be this young and rowing this well for sure. We are going to need a definite change in course here before these next 2 bound numbers. And you saw that there, right there, checking down to make sure that they don't run into each other. And they're going to have to really communicate, which is not something that you typically have to do in a single when you're used to rowing by yourself. And the tossle has been figured out, but what are these bound numbers here? 18 and 20 coming together. I believe it just got a little personal, Cal. You can see the adrenaline kick in when you have a near miss like that. You see that adrenaline kick in. Stroke rates tend to scoot up a bit, so that you can kind of get out of that situation there.
And it's tough because you're so competitive. You don't want to yield if you don't have to. But when you get tight to the bridge like that, it gets pretty dicey right here. And again, we have a cluster right here. This is 24, 22, and 19 all coming up on the bridge. So that's Ella Berry in bound number 24 from Oak Neck Rowing. Bound number 22 is Julie Valoy from Hockaday in Dallas, Texas. And right behind them, I believe, was bound number 18, Gabrielle Amato. Bound number 21 also coming up on the Anderson Bridge right now. That's Delia Rochford from Collingswood, New Jersey. Bound number 23 right behind them, Annika Erlacher from Germantown Friends School in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And here we have some of the lower seeds making some moves right here. Bound number 29, having an excellent race right now, is Haley Mead from the Redwood Scullers in Redwood City, California. She was second this year at the YNC in Sarasota, and she's a member of the junior national team women's quad for 2019, and you see that sculling prowess on display right now.
Yeah, that's definitely being showcased right now. Her resume through just her body positioning, moving through the stroke. It's very A to B, Cal. So she's just moving from one point to another, not a lot of shaking in between, not a lot of hesitation. She knows exactly where to put that blade in order to put her bow going across the finish line first, for sure. Wow, yeah, we have Kiera Moss, bound number 26, only 15 years old. She is actually a leading enthusiast in the single among a growing group of scullers from Elizabeth Seton High School out of Bladensburg, Maryland. Yeah, she's working on her line here, getting through this bridge, making sure she's double checking to see where she's going to come out here on the course with in comparison with the buoys on the other side of this bridge for sure.
Very good lines by these young rowers going through right now. You see bound number 28 going through the bridge right now. That is Samantha Staubach, who Danny was talking about a moment ago. She's the youngest in the field, just 14 years old, from the Albany Rowing Club. She won gold this year at the Independence Day Regatta in the women's under-17 single. Also a gold medalist at the U.S. Rowing Northeast Youth Championship. So already padding an exemplary resume at just 14 years old and holding her own in this field of more experienced rowers right now. Bound number 30 coming through the bridge right now is Inga Smith, 17 years old, from Long Lake Rowing in Long Lake, Minnesota.
I believe that wraps up event 45 here, as we have event 46 coming in, which is the women's club singles. One of our other hydro rowers, which I'm excited about, my coworker Sarah Moon, is going to be coming in here. She actually just coming off an injury here. Pretty exciting stuff. She's really trained for this. It's going to be really exciting to see her come around. She'll be bound number 13 here. Yeah, she was actually hit by a car in early July and is coming back from that right now. On her way to rowing practice, Cal. On her way to rowing practice. Dedication. Yeah, she's only been out on the water consistently since early September, and so we're gonna see she's definitely a fighter, and it's gonna be really exciting to see her smoke them out over here, breaking the glass of the water there. You've lived here for a while. Is it ever this warm this late in the year? I don't know what's going on. It's like really warming up. Have to take off some jackets soon.
Yeah, it has been unseasonably warm some days here in October, and the thing that I think is hard for the rowers to manage today in some cases is just the range, right? Because you wake up, it was 31 degrees when I stepped out of the house this morning, and it's going to warm up. It's going to roughly double that, I think, by the time the rest of the rowers are going off this afternoon, by the time you're back out on the water. And so it's going to be just a day when you really have to layer, I think. And, of course, the tricky thing is, unless you're a Cox, maybe, you really can't shed any layers mid-race, Danny. So you sort of have to just decide and commit to this is going to be my outfit for the race, and either be a little bit chilly at the beginning or a little bit too hot at the end. While we're waiting for that women's club singles event to start, we'd like to thank 5 Hour Energy, which is proud to sponsor the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you're feeling tired and need a pick-me-up this morning, stop by the 5 Hour Energy tent this weekend and try a great tasting new 5 Hour tea. It's got ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you back to 100%. Also, Aston Martin, which is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio next to Brooks Brothers. So, Danny, I think one other thing you can't really discount, too, now as the morning goes on, the sun is rising a little bit, and some of that early glare that we saw this morning that was posing a challenge, I think, for rowers as they were coming through Weeks and heading to Anderson in front of us, that has largely subsided. We do see some glare still in the warm-up area, but it's going to be easier, I think, now for these rowers to just get a good line of sight.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. And keeping your point is definitely a thing because you want to have a point that you're visually checking out, keeping in line that's in front of you so you don't have to constantly be turning around. We definitely have a fast race coming up. This is looking really exciting. I can tell you right now that over by Cambridge, this is going to be pretty crazy coming around Elliott Turn, coming around that last one. We have bow number 1 from MIT, Portia Gateskill, who's only 19 years old. This is her last year. She was actually in the single for Narragansett Boat Club and actually came in 3rd. So she's in bow number 1 right now. She's actually a freshman at MIT on the women's open weight team. All right, so yeah, we do have some closing action in the top 4 here with bow numbers 1 through 4. It looks like number 4 is getting real mean, coming right up on bow number 3. We have bow number 2, who's right after bow number 1 here, is Mary Coletta. She's 34 years old. Her love for the Charles has sparked with her first race ahead of the Charles as a collegiate rower for Marquette University. She's really excited to be racing her single this year for 612 endurance. We have bow number 3 here in the yellow boat coming through. 31 years old, Ilana Zeif. She says she loves snacks and go Stripes. That's awesome. From Riverside here. Great. And then we have Cambridge, Sabrina Borer, 24 years old from Cambridge. This is actually her 8th head of the Charles. She rode on head of the Charles in high school for Cambridge Boat Club and CRI and she was seat number 4 in the varsity 8 at Dartmouth. She coached at Dartmouth this past year and now is coaching at Radcliffe. So right here in this boathouse. Both of her parents are rowers, Tom Borer and CB Sandsborer. A lot of people from Craftsbury, too. Bow number 5 went by here, coming by, about to come under this bridge here. Erica Sloan, 25 years old. She's a graduate of Middlebury College and a current fleet manager at the Craftsbury Outdoor Center. A lot of Craftsbury representation here today, Cal.
Yeah, Craftsbury really a sculling factory. Some of the best coming out of there. Bound number 7 making a move right now, passing some competition. That's Kendall Sinowski from SoCal Scullers in Newport Beach, California. Grew up in Baltimore, but rode for USC in college and has stayed out in the sunshine. Bound number 6 right behind her is Julia Rigotti from Dresher, Pennsylvania. She's a Marist alum, and this is her 9th trip down the Charles at the head of the Charles. Only 24 years old, Danny. Already 9 head of the Charles under her belt. Mildred Mercado was bound number 9 that you just saw going through Anderson Bridge. She's from Mississauga, Ontario, and Dawn rowing. And then we got a tight race coming right now with bows number 8 and 10. This will be a tight one coming through the bridge right now. That is Eloise Lambden from the American School, and bound number 10 is Kelly Albanier, unaffiliated in bound number 10.
And Sarah Buss, bound number 13, is actually who we were talking about earlier. She is looking nice and mean. She's definitely practiced this line. She's moving through Anderson Bridge like a speedy freight train coming out, looking like she has something to get done, and she's getting it done. She started as a hydro athlete last fall and has been having a blast. Like I said earlier, she's recovering from injury, out for 5 months due to disc problems, and then right when she came back was actually hit by a car. So she's looking real good today. Has only been out on the water since early September. We also have, I believe that's bound number 15?
No, it's 11 and 12, so your girl passed 2.
Yes, so Sarah has passed 2 people as we have 11 and 12 coming up now. 11, bound number 11 is Elizabeth Houston from Riverside, so she's used to the Cambridge, or the head of the Charles turns here. She's 23 years old and actually won the 2016 Senior Elite 8 at the U.S. Rowing National Championships and the U23 8 at this 2016 Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, so she has an impressive resume as well. Bound number 12 is Holly Brunner, 29 years old from Pocock. Whoop, whoop, another Seattle representation there. She was ninth in the championship double in 2017, so she's now switched events, is trying her luck out in the women's single here for the club.
And a fellow Washington Husky, Danny. She's a PhD student in engineering at the University of Washington. So somehow manages to squeeze in some rowing in the midst of a very rigorous academic program. Bound number 15 coming up on the bridge right now is Rebecca Gronsdahl. She's unaffiliated. She's a UC Santa Barbara alum. She says she's traded 1 oar for 2. She's never raced a single before, but here she goes, looking pretty good. Right behind her is another unaffiliated rower. That's Courtney Reich, a Canadian, and she began rowing at the University of Limerick in Ireland, and she has continued to row since returning to Canada last year. Bound number 17 was Amy Kearns, just ducking under the bridge right there from the Merrimack Rowing Club up in Lowell. 18 coming right behind her is Grace Gardner. She is from St. Paul, Minnesota. She rowed for the past 2 years at MIT and previously won a 4th place medal in the youth double here at the head of the Charles. So has some rowing experience in the sculling right here at this very event, Danny, but setting out on her own in the single right now. Bout number 14 is another 6'12" endurance athlete, Armonia Balch. She's 25 years old. She's a new 6'12" endurance member. She previously rowed for the Minneapolis Rowing Club. Bout number 19, coming up on the bridge right now, is Patty Jones from Merry Meeting Rowing in Brunswick, Maine. She grew up right around here rowing at the Cambridge Boat Club, and she is currently a biology professor at Bowdoin College, trying to come back from having a baby this year at 34 years old. Way to go, Patty. And that might be it, Danny, for the women's club singles. So really some good head racing we saw there. We saw a lot of passing. We saw a lot of tight turns coming through the bridge right there. And really, I think one of the things that I enjoy about watching these club races, Danny, is you just get such a range of experiences, right? I mean, we had some students in there, some students in their early 20s who were still sort of in their prime rowing careers. You have some more experienced rowers, some rowers who've taken some time off and are coming back to the sport. I mean, that's one of the great things, as you were talking earlier about the 11,000 some odd competitors that we have at this event. There are just so many rowing journeys that get everybody to the same place for 2 days in the fall every year here in Boston.
Yeah, and it's kind of in the nature of the event. The club single events, the club events actually tend to be filled with more people who are ready to make a name for themselves. So you see a lot more feistiness, a lot more aggression, just naturally in these events. People who are really ready to they know what they got and they're ready to put that on display for sure.
So the next event that launched a couple of minutes ago, is probably about 5 minutes before coming through our neighborhood here at Weld, is the Women's Youth Fours. The top-seeded boat in bound number 1 in this event is Row America from Rye, New York. Another crew to watch, and this one will be Greenwich Crew from Connecticut. Another local entry will be the Nobles boat from Dedham, Mass. Holy Names from Seattle, and the West Side Rowing Club of Buffalo, New York. Those are the top 5 seeds in this event, Danny. And again, you just see the geographical range right there. From coast to coast, you've got all these youth clubs coming in. And, you know, part of the experience here too, Danny, I think for folks is just managing the road trip, right? I mean, so if you're coaching, and I'm drawing again now on your coaching experience, when you take your team on the road for an event like this, how much of the coaching challenge is the rowing itself versus just kind of managing the schedule, making sure everybody gets a good night's sleep? You want to have a little bit of fun in the city, but not get too tired that you can't compete well. I mean, what are the coaches thinking about as they manage their crews this weekend?
They're definitely prioritizing the race here and making sure everyone gets enough to eat, enough sleep, and feeling really good. I feel like definitely, especially with some younger crews, the mental game is the toughest. Sometimes this is some people's first race. Sometimes you have some more experienced girls in your crew, but definitely in these youth events, you can manage the nerves. I think is definitely one of the first things to do, and then I think one of the best ways to do that is just by having a little bit of fun in between practice and letting people take it easy a little bit, more easy on themselves, and definitely I think that's the best way to prepare for a big race is just kind of chilling out a little bit, Cal. Something that I would do.
You try to keep the stress low. I saw one of the athletes earlier mentioned in a bio that he was competing here with his therapy dog, who had a very cool name, Cannon, the therapy dog. So whatever you do to stay chill at this event is what you need to be doing. And you mentioned, Danny, making sure that you stay fueled, make sure your athletes have enough calories to sustain their trip down the course. So how about grabbing a Cliff bar? Cliff is the a proud sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta this year. It's nutrition, sustained in energy. It fuels athletes mile after mile as they row down the course. And you can visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion for samples, coffee, and more. Also, Hudson Boat Works. Hudson is the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. It's located directly beside the main expo tent. Come see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing.
We also like to thank Hunter Boots. Visit the Hunter powered by Zappos experience at the Anager Row this weekend to experience the best of fall, including spice snacks, car sing-alongs, I like that, and Hunter's original and refined collections. Nice. Love those car sing-alongs. That sounds like fun.
It's like who is it James who does the car karaoke, right? Yeah, that's what we're talking about right there. And while you're snacking and getting all of your boots and your shoes, also you can pick up some Head of the Charles swag from JL Racing, which is in the JL Racing tent. It's only available for a limited time, so head over to the JL tent before it sells out this year. JL is the official sponsor of the U.S. national team, committed to expanding access to and supporting the sport of rowing. Come talk to the team today at our special custom tent to see what JL Racing can do for you this season.
Yeah, I have a lot of JL. They've been a good sponsor for the national team for a while, so stuff is working, keeping you warm. Especially the more JL clothes you can put on during this race at the beginning, the better.
We'd also like to thank another personal favorite, LaCroix sparkling water. This is where you save the calories, Danny, right? The soda, loads you up with the sugar. You don't need it. You just get some nice, tasty sparkling water from LaCroix, which is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. You can head down to the Adager Row Rowing Fitness and Expo tent and try one of the many, again, 0-calorie flavored waters. Also, Nielsen Kellerman, which is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. Visit NK's Head of the Charles booth to experience the latest offerings, including the NK Link logbook team, Coxbox GPS, and Coxbox Core, and the rest of Nielsen Kellerman's connected ecosystem of products and services. NK is wishing all the crews racing this weekend good luck. Our thanks also to Pete's Coffee. Pete's Iced Espresso is proud to be an official patron of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Pete's Iced Espresso's signature dark roast Colombian espresso is blended with carefully sourced, quality ingredients, delivering the perfect coffee-forward pick-me-up. Grab your free sample at the Pete's Iced Espresso tent, located right near us at the Weld exhibition. Danny, I haven't had an iced espresso before. I sometimes just get a little espresso pick-me-up shot in the afternoon. I love those tiny little cups. I feel very fancy. Pinkies extended. Maybe an Americano if you really want to indulge, but I have not had the iced espresso. Have you tried this?
I have not tried it. I definitely will, though, because anything with caffeine is naturally attractive to me, especially with the sun coming up now. Finally, an ice drink does not sound so bad, right? For sure.
And here's another one that I know that the rowers love. Rowers are peanut butter fiends, Danny. And Teddy Peanut Butter is the Head of the Charles official peanut butter sponsor, is once again a supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes of all sorts.
I remember I tried to travel with some of that in my bag, and they just would not let it across security for at the airport. And I was definitely disappointed because I do need my peanut butter.
Which sounds made up to me. I don't see how the peanut butter could be a security concern. I think that perhaps the customs officer just wanted some peanut butter. Yeah.
Sweet. We have event 47 with women's youth fours. Definitely a lot of different area crews coming around here. We have crews from San Francisco. We have crews from Wisconsin, Massachusetts, California, Seattle, New York, and of course Boston. This is going to be amazing to watch here. We got a fun group coming out of here for sure. And the first crew we have coming down is bow number 1, which is Row America Rye from Rye, New York. In the stroke seat, we have Isabel Gallucci. We have Katie McDermott behind here, Catherine Luliano, and Sophia Coppola. Ashley Giannetti, I believe, is who is coxing here. All 16 and 17 years old in that boat. Looking great. Leading the charge for this event. Now behind them is bow number 2 from Greenwich Crew, which is in Coscob, Connecticut. We have some pretty new faces here at the Charles sometimes too, which is exciting.
Really strong starts for those top 2 crews, right? So you see Row America and Greenwich really putting some distance between themselves and the rest of the pack, and now we have a large cluster of boats coming down the river. So, Danny, this is where it's going to get exciting. We've got 4 young crews, right? These are the youth fours, all coming down, and they are going to have to make a difficult turn as they come through Anderson Bridge right here, and you know, the Coxes are going to have a tough call here too, right? I mean, do you just go for it? Do you try to make a pass? Do you yield? This is where it gets interesting.
A lot of what I like to say, communication among boats will be happening as you try to squeeze more than one through the archway here. We have bow number 4, which is past bow number 3 already, from Holy Name, Seattle. Really, really good reputation of connection from that crew over there. I was talking about them the other day. Looking amazing out there, really connecting to the water. And then bow number 6 right after them from Boxborough in Harvard here. Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough here. Wow, a lot of crews coming through, a lot of crews. Okay, then we have bow number 3 from Nobles in Dedham, Massachusetts, and then bow number 5 from Buffalo, New York, from West Side Rowing Club. We have Emily DeGlopper, 17 years old, stroking that boat. The West Side Rowing Club from Buffalo, New York. That's what that was here. All right, we have bow number 9 coming through the archway, squeezing right in before bow number 8. Bow number 9 is the NorCal crew from Redwood City, California. These NorCal women are actually 3rd at U17s, and right behind them from our very own Windsor Boat Club, Windsor in Boston, Massachusetts here, we have bow number 8, who has Kaylee Kwan, Anya Hanishat, Alexandra Lee and Sophia Copeman, coxed by Scarlett Perry. All of them are 17 and 16 years old. Windsor rows out of the boathouse directly upstream of Elliott Bridge. So if you're on Elliott Bridge, you're definitely able to see them and their boathouse over there. They're going to be rowing by. That's going to be a lot of motivation. It's coming from their own boat club as they turn the corner to squeeze to that finish line. We have 2 boats right now coming through the archway at once. That's pretty exciting, especially with these longer oars in these sweep boats. These oars are actually a lot longer than those sculling boats. So when you have 2 boats that are close together moving through that archway, it's going to take up a lot more room than just 2 singles.
Yeah, that was bow number 11, Northfield Mount Herman, making a move. They were going up right there with bow number 7, the Friends of Brookline. So you see the way that Northfield made a pass. They have gotten by, I think, 4 different boats to get up there, and long legacy of rowing at Northfield Mount Herman. This is a club that's been rowing at the head of the Charles since the early 70s. Behind them now, bows number 12 and 13. 12 is Camp Randall from Madison, Wisconsin, and bow number 13 coming up behind them is the San Diego Rowing Club from, of course, San Diego, California. Long trips for these crews from the West Coast, Danny, but they're looking very good as they come through the bridge. And now we have another cluster coming up here. This is 14 and 15, right side by side. Bow number 14 is the Resilient Rowing Club from Burke, Virginia. Pulling up neck and neck with them is bow number 15, Triangle Rowing from Raleigh, North Carolina. So you see bow number 15 now sort of nudging ahead there in the orange oars. Again, that's Triangle Rowing from Raleigh, North Carolina, making moves, Danny. And I tell you, not far behind them either is bow number 16 from St. Catharines, Ontario, home of the Canadian Henley Regatta. There's another club that looks awfully strong this morning.
Yeah, and you'll see these crews are actually having their rate, their stroke rate, how many strokes they're taking per minute is a little bit higher in these boats because they don't have to turn around, take time to turn around to look at their point, because we have coxswains that are actually steering these boats, and the rowers can just do their thing right around a 35 strokes per minute, a lot of these crews. So a little bit higher bump in that stroke rhythm. Who do we have? We have 19, bow number 19 and 18 just went through. Bow number 19 from Three Rivers, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, looking great. Their coxswains actually returning from last year's top 20 Charles crew. They have 2 athletes from youth nationals last year in that boat as well, including 1 champion. We also have bow number 18 that just went under the bridge from Greenwich, Connecticut, from Greenwich Academy. Greenwich Academy rows on the Mianus River in Greenwich, Connecticut. Go Gators, they said. They're the Gators, I guess, right? Hopefully they have no gators in their rivers.
That's 20.
Okay, thank you, yeah. Bow number 20 about to sneak through out of the way of any of these clusters here through the bridge. We have them from City Island in Bronx, New York. In that boat, they're hoping to requalify this boat class for next year, so that's their goal. I believe they have to come in the top 20 in order to requalify, right? They have to come in the top half in order to requalify their boat.
This is 24 and 23.
24 and 23 coming through. Is that 23 in front? 24. 24 is in front, meaning they made a few passes here. Texas, from Texas Rowing Center in Austin. Good, yeah. Their coxswain, yeah, really beautiful. Their coxswain is 18, and the rest of the crew is 17 and 16. Amazing how well these rowers are doing with just rowing for, just not as long, and they're just looking really good, making sure they're nice and synced up as they're coming right through this bridge. It's also really important to make sure they are paying attention to every word the coxswain says, because like I said earlier, this is a coxswain's race. We have another cluster coming up as bow number 25 moves through the bridge. They're from Duxbury Bay Maritime School in Duxbury, Massachusetts. This is actually their girls' varsity crew moving through the bridge right now. We have another cluster coming up. It's getting really exciting. This is a cluster of 7 boats. That is not something that you're ever going to see in any other race besides a head race here, and especially ahead of the Charles. This is where some action, you can hear it coming from the crowd for sure. It's getting really exciting. A lot of passion. Nice. People moving through. You have bow number 29 walking on bow number 26 here. Phillips Exeter, bow number 29, really showed up this year. They have this is actually their club crew lineup here. Really exciting to see them as they are making people yield for sure.
Also looking to make a pass there in bow number 28 is the Ann Arbor Huron Club. In bow number 28, they were just chasing down bow number 27. That's Pacific from San Francisco, California. And now we got some boats in the 30s making passes. This is 31 and 32 getting tight as they come through the tunnel. This is Connecticut from Norwalk, Connecticut, in bow number 31. Wilson High School from Washington, D.C. is bow number 32. And right behind them was bound number 30, I believe. That's the Kent School in Kent, Connecticut. Followed closely now by bound number 34. This is the Twin Cities Youth Rowing Club from Minnesota. It's the largest youth competitive rowing club in Minnesota. And they have made a pass on bound number 33, which is the New Canaan crew from Norwalk, Connecticut. Young crew here from New Canaan. All but one is just 15 years old. They do have one 17-year-old in the crew, but this is a crew that has a lot of room to grow in years to come.
A little break in the water here in the distance as we have 5 more crews coming up. 6 if you count. There's another one coming right through Weeks here. This is bound number 35 from Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club in Springfield, Massachusetts. And then we have behind them 37 and 36 fighting it out, duking it out there. Bound number 37 is from PCRA New Rochelle, New York. And then bound number 36 is actually from Marion Mercy Academy in Pennsylvania, Marion Station. This crew is comprised of 3 sophomores who won the Philadelphia City Championship, finished runner-up at Stotesbury, and earned a bronze medal at Scholastic Nationals in Marion Mercy's freshman 8 last spring. So we got some people fighting it out here. They're about to squeeze 2 boats across, going through the middle arch of Anderson here. This is getting pretty exciting with this action. Good. We might see bow 36. Yes, they are taking it. They are taking it. They decided right now they're going to move through that archway by themselves. Let's go. Wow, look at that. Just taking inches there. This is a game of inches for sure. We have 38 and 40. 40's looking really strong. They've already passed bow number 39. They're from Ithaca, New York, Cascadilla. They wrote in their bio that Cascadilla rhymes with Godzilla. That's very good. Very good. They're also looking like pure monsters as they're moving up the course here. Love it. Good. We have bow number 39 coming up after them from Manhasset High School, Port Washington, New York. Manhasset, a small school actually from Long Island, finally returning to the Charles here, making their name. 41 and 43, bow numbers 41 and 43 here. 41 in front here from Sarasota Scullers in Florida. It's the oldest rowing club in Sarasota, actually established in 1991, and then 43 from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The MRC girls sent Youth Florida Nationals in the spring, qualifying at the Midwest Championships by placing 2nd. Congratulations to them as they look great moving down the Charles. 42 just made their way through the arch just behind the chaos, but I'm sure they're looking to get right into the middle of things again from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Wait, is that 43, right? Yeah, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There you go. Nice. Sorry, they're from Long Beach, California. There you go. Bows number 46 and 44 are coming together a little close here as they make their way through Anderson. 46 is Emma Willard from Troy, New York. They're the 2019 New York High School Championship silver medalists. In 2019 SRA National Championship semifinalists. Congratulations to them. Good. And then 44, bout number 44 from Rockford over here. Rockford rowing is now in its 24th year. Congratulations. The Rams won the women's junior 8 at the Midwest Scholastic last spring and qualified 3 boats for the SRA championships. That's the high school championships. Got a lot of different oar designs here. Every oar design represents where the club is. That's why you can recognize where someone's rowing from based off of what their blades look like. Is that bow number 42? Bow number 45 and 47, Boston Latin, our very own over here, and bow number 45. That school is actually founded in 1635. It's the first public school in the country. And bow number 47 from Wilmington Youth.
And 50 just went through.
Bow number 50 just sneaked through as well from TBC Racing in Arlington, Virginia. And we definitely have some action coming through here. 48 and 49. 48 and 49. Bow numbers 48 and 49 moving through. Amazing. They're looking real good. Bow number 48 from the Groton School in Massachusetts. And 49 from Connecticut Gunnery. Gunnery girls rowing team is thrilled to be competing this year for sure.
52. Bow number 52 going through the bridge right now is City Honors from Buffalo, New York, and 51 close on their heels is the Detroit Boat Club from Lathrop Village, Michigan. 53 coming up right now is the Pangbourne Club. This crew won the first 4 events of the season and has been selected to compete at the head of the Charles to fully prepare for the event. We've also got boat number 54 chasing them. That's Hingham High School, another local entry in this event. Behind them is bow number 55, so the middle pack here sort of hanging roughly true to seating. This is Havergal from Toronto, Ontario. It's an all-girls school looking to make a return to the head of the Charles this fall. And Danny, one thing that spectators might notice as they go through here is some different decisions about how to set up your oars, right? So you see most of the boats staggering starboard and port, but a couple of them elect to go with a different order in the middle where you've got 2 oars off to the same side. What goes into that decision? Is it just your personnel? How do coaches and coxes decide how they want to set up their boat like that?
So that's called a bucket rig, and that is definitely coach's decision based off of the crew. You have sometimes you have a bunch of different reasons for doing that here, as we see bow number 56. Bow number 56 also has their boat bucket rigged. To me, I'd say that's more of a torque decision. So you're really taking into account how much torque you want to have in the back of the boat and which way you need, where you need the pressure the most. So if you have a pretty strong starboard side here, then you can. I think that the bow seat, the starboard bow seat, if they can handle 2 people in front of them directly, having being on the port side, then that's going to be really helpful as well. And especially for all these starboard turns, these big turns that are really powered by starboards, you really want to have a starboard in the bow here. It's going to be really helpful for the turn of the boat. It's going to really help the coxswain steer down the course correctly. We've had a few boats coming through. 57 and bow number 57 and 58. This is a huge event, by the way, with over 60 boats. We had 66 boats, maybe. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. 82 boats in this event. Bow number 57, 58 just went through from Friends of Brookline, Massachusetts, and also King School in Stamford, Connecticut. Concord just went through bow number 60, Concord crew. They're rowing out of Concord, New Hampshire. It's a competitive junior program from there. And bow number 63 looking like they passed a few people here from Jacksonville, Episcopal, Florida. They're third at Florida State. They came in third at Florida State Championship in 2019, and they were the first. This is their first entry in the head of the Charles since 2012. So they're really making a comeback, passing people. We have bow number 61 that's making their way through the Anderson Bridge right now from Westerville, Ohio. Stroked by Mary Catherine Lynch, only 17 years old. Westerville's women's team consists of mainly seniors who have been working very hard to get to this regatta as they've earned their seats here moving through Anderson. We have 62, bow number 62 from Tabor in Marion, Massachusetts, stroked by Daisy Cook, 18 years old. They're out here just rowing for those sea wolves for sure. Looking real strong here. And they're matching visors. That's ought to help. 69 out here cooking. They also have a bucket rig on the starboard side here. There are 2 girls in the middle, both rowing on starboard side. They're from North Bay in Petaluma, California. It's actually where I was born, so go California. This represents the third trip to Boston for their small team from Petaluma. Super exciting to be moving across the country to represent your school. So that's really, really awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for coming all the way over here. And as I'm talking about coming all the way over here from California, we have someone from across the pond here, bout number 66, moving through the bridge from Kingschester, England. Nice. We have their championship level rowing club from the UK. They're only entering one Cox 4, and it's the top 4 girls from their club. So, way to go. We have a cluster of group of boats coming through. This is going to be very interesting to see as they're moving across. They did have to yield with their bow card is off, which probably there's a boat out here without a bow card, which probably means that someone from another crew had their oar hit that bow card off, meaning they probably did get into a little bit of a tussle before we were able to see that. So that's going to be difficult for them as they move through without a bow card. Yeah, bow numbers 71 and 72 are side by side as they move through. Like we said before, these oars are longer, so moving through 2 boats through the archway is a very difficult type of finesse for these coxswains to deal with steering wise. Bow number 71 and 72. Bow number 71 is Sacred Heart from Greenwich, Connecticut. And then bow number 72 is Ridley from St. Catharines, Ontario. Canadians versus USA over there as they move through the arch. '73 Beaumont crew from Cleveland Heights, Ohio is coming as well. Stroked by Kayla Tierce, only 15 years old. Beaumont School reintroduced their crew last year for the 2018 and 19 school year, and this is actually their second year ahead of the Charles. We have 7 boats. This looks like this is going to be really interesting. 3 to 4 boats are looking like they're attempting to enter the archway side by side. Who's going to squeeze through first? We have 79 really moving their way from Pocock. There you go. From Seattle, Washington, making the decision right now that they're not going to put their blades in harm's way by moving across. They say, nope, we are moving through by ourselves here.
76 and 5 right behind them.
76 and 75 right behind them. 76 from Central Ohio in Dublin, Ohio, and 75 from Cape Cod Youth Rowing. Pocock is looking really strong. This is actually their 2019 entry from Pocock in Seattle for the women's youth 4. Yep, looking good. 77 and 78 moving through the bridge right now. Not too far from the cluster of boats from all the action. It's definitely going to look like a little different moving through Cambridge as they come around that big turn. Here comes 80 coming through right here from Treasure Coast in Palm City, Florida. Stroked by Brandon Sanitz. Nice. This is looking good. Might be coxed by Brandon Sanitz, actually. '85. I said 82 earlier. There are 85 events here, or 85 boats in this event.
This is 83 right here.
This is 83 here. Gwynedd Mercy Academy High School from Gwynedd Valley, Pennsylvania. They just completed their inaugural season with several wins in the Horvath Flick Race Series in Philadelphia, as well as a second place finish in the Philadelphia City Championship. They competed in Stotesbury Cup Regatta as well. That's pretty nearby, having 4 boats there qualifying for the high school SRA National Championships. As we're wrapping up this event, this is not a dull moment here. We have more people competing in the end, looking just as aggressive as bows number 1 through 10 here. There's aggression across the field here. Bow number 81 from First Coast in Jacksonville, Florida, stroked by Bridget Schwartz, and bow number 82 from Dublin, New Hampshire, Dublin School. Dublin School only has 165 students, and we got 5 of them in that boat right there. That's awesome. 85, the last bow card has made their way to through the bridge here, not in last place, so that's pretty awesome. From Los Gatos, California. Woo! This is the first time in a few years that these girls have raced before ahead of the Charles, and they're super excited to be here, and they are racing well indeed. Bow number 84 coming through from Cooper TC in Collingswood, New Jersey. Stroked by Emma Thurman. We have Madison Stack, Annie Coal, Carolina Zamos, and Kaylee Carlson in that boat as well. Average age of 16 years old in that boat. Looking great. Making their way through the archway with a nice clean line. There you go. That looks like a wrap for that event, actually, doesn't it?
But what an unbelievable number of entries, Danny, in that women's youth. You've got the Coxed 4 right there, and you've got just, I think, what do we have, 85 boats entered in that event, which I think just shows you the growth of the sport. We had a number of crews right there that were either in their inaugural season or perhaps there had been a long lull in the program and reintroducing it. So, again, you see right in front of us a great illustration of the growth of the sport at the high school level, high school and club level, with a lot of teens getting in early. And it's interesting when you see that and contrast it with what you were describing as your own experience of not rowing in high school and getting recruited to crew because you were a good athlete in other sports. That still happens, of course, especially in the Division III colleges and whatnot. But I think increasingly we see more and more of these high school programs with rowers who they're learning the sport at younger ages, and by the time they're getting to college, Danny, they're already sometimes experienced and savvy rowers.
Yeah, and that's pretty exciting. This event was actually a little bit larger than some of the other ones in terms of entries because as this this is the largest regatta in the world. And so having all these different high schools decide that they were going to go ahead and prioritize the Cox 4 made this one of the larger entries, one of the larger events in the entire regatta, which is super exciting. 85 boats. That's unreal. There are 61 events here, and this one event out of those 61 held 85 entries. Amazing. Definitely makes it a bit more cutthroat. The next event we have coming up is going to be, it's going to have 35 entries here. They're actually the Directors Challenge Women's Quad. It's always a fun event to watch. We're going to have a mix of crews racing for speed and racing for experience. Not to mention a host of costumes, which is going to be really entertaining as you see people. Like I said before, this is about halfway through the race here. You're going to see people sweating through some costumes here, which is going to be pretty entertaining. I mean, just in time for Halloween, really perfect.
Yeah, 'tis the season for the costumes. I mean, earlier we were admiring some very handsomely checkered socks in the men's club singles, Danny. I think that's going to be nothing compared to what we see coming through here. It's the costume. Sometimes you get some spray painted hair. It's which can get very streaky, when you're sweating out there. So you have to be careful, right? I mean, you don't want to run the makeup and the hairspray into your eyes while you're rowing. So that could be the X factor. You never know when the crews get blinded out there. It can become a problem.
Maybe we might see a little bit of defense out here for the first time ever in the history of rowing, as people may have, hijacked each other's costumes. I don't know. How do you play defense here when you're rowing, really?
So as we get ready for the Directors Challenge Women's Quads, we also see a lot of these 8s warming up, Danny. So the big boats are getting ready to come down pretty soon. I expect to see some real speed today, Danny. I mean, the conditions are really good. The 8s, of course, always move quickly through these waters. But we're going to have some really good bridge action coming up right here, right? And as we saw, a few boats having to check, some of the smaller boats having to check and yield and whatnot. How much harder is it to do that, to make those last adjustments on the fly when you're in the 8, right? I mean, you're carrying so much speed that it's going to be hard to adjust that late, right?
Yeah, not only is that a question of how hard it is to actually stop a boat that big, but really what is the reaction time of the rowers when they hear coxswain and tell them to check it down? When you're in the middle of a race like this, your vision gets a little hazy. You get a little bit of tunnel tunnel vision. And if you automatically are pulling as hard as you can and you're told to stop, that reaction time can be delayed just quite a bit, but just purely by fatigue. So this is going to be really interesting as well. And as we talked about earlier, you see the smaller boats are not as wide as these big boats, and the sculling blades are a little, the oars are a little bit shorter here. So now we have these 8s that are warming up here. We're going to be really excited to see how those coxswains manage to fit themselves alongside another crew, not to mention maybe 2 or 3 through these archways here. It's going to be a lot of finesse in the steering. Everything's tedious. They're adjusting their course every stroke of the way across this 4,600, 4,700 meter race. It's going to be pretty awesome. Yeah, these boats are a little bit wider here, and their rigs are a little bit further out. Their oars are a little bit longer. That means there's a little bit less room for mistakes as you're moving your way through the bridges.
So as we await the next Director's Challenge event, we'd like to thank Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, which is proud to be the official healthcare services provider of the Head of the Charles Regatta. When you get Harvard Pilgrim, you get more than a health plan. You get a partner for your journey to better health. Bring your partner with you to the Happy Zone. You see what they did there, Danny? Happy, that's HAPI for Harvard Pilgrim. Over to the Harvard Pilgrim pop-up tent by the Weld Boathouse right here. Get healthy, get happy, and get there with Harvard Pilgrim.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that thought they put into that name there.
Also, the Sierra Nevada Brewing Company is proud to return as the official beer of the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your favorite brewer's favorite beer. So try one today at the Sierra Nevada Beer Garden at Reunion Village, or the newest beer garden, the Falls Bar. Did you know that they have a bar this year?
I did. I saw that.
At the Finnish area launch site. Stop by for delicious brews and sweeping views. Purest ingredients, finest quality, Sierra Nevada. This is really more for the spectators than for the rowers, Danny. I would maybe have your Sierra Nevada after you've finished competing, right?
It's a bit more of a relaxation pastime, I'd say. It's a beautiful area they have there, beautiful space, lots of hay bales, lots of places to sit down, a lot of pumpkins, really a fall vibe, and that I was really digging over there yesterday. It's really nice.
Yeah, the bar setup over there was really nice, I agree. And it's a nice reward, I think, a lot of times for these, certainly the athletes who are of age, let's be clear, but the athletes who are of age who may have been sort of abstaining for a long time as they're training here, Danny. A lot of these competitive rowers are they're very strict about their diets. They may be, slurping down the Teddy peanut butter, but laying off the brews. And then this is a nice way to sort of celebrate at the end of a long weekend of hard racing. And, I think that's one of the things that's really come a long way, too, in recent years, Danny, and maybe you can speak to that. It's just the nutrition aspect of the sport, right? I mean, these rowers, they've always worked hard, but I think that increasingly in recent years, we see a lot of attention to the diet. You're really counting those macros, making sure everybody's getting fueled properly. I mean, what have you observed as someone who's really at the top of the sport right now on the nutrition side?
I mean, even just U.S. rowing themselves have really paid a lot closer attention to nutrition. We have our sport nutritionist Liz Fusco, who takes a lot of good care of us at the World Championships, and making sure that she's not only helping us at the higher levels, but making sure that before people even get there, they already have an awareness of the type of nutrition they need to in order to be going faster. So. Definitely, I think that adds to the speed of the sport in general, is just the fact that nutrition is being enhanced and paid more attention to, I think. Especially, I'd especially say the nutrition in recovery, and not just preparation for like the pre-workout or anything like that, but I'd say recovery nutrition has had a lot more attention paid to it, more taken care of more in detail than it was before as well.
What's your go-to recovery meal there, Danny? Is it the Teddy's peanut butter that we were talking about earlier? Is it something else? I mean, what's kind of the routine when you've put in a hard workout and you're trying to get your body rested and ready for the next go around? What do you reach for?
Yeah, Teddy's peanut butter would be perfect because I'm definitely looking for some protein for sure. Always making sure you're replenishing those electrolytes and hydrating a lot. I drink too much water sometimes, Cal, so making sure you always have some electrolyte powder, something you could throw in there to make sure that hydration is staying in your body and feeling good and making sure you're getting that protein. I'd say protein, carbs, electrolytes, hydration. That's definitely my go-to for recovery. Tart cherry juice is a good one too. It'll make your face make weird faces, just puckering up and stuff. But it's definitely pretty sour. But it's really good for those muscles.
I have not tried the tart cherry juice, but that sounds like one worth trying. I was always diluted a little bit. Okay, maybe a little LaCroix. You could maybe get a little bit fizzy. Feel like you have a little bit of bubbly. I was an egg man because you get these early morning workouts. You just want something light, maybe a little oatmeal beforehand, but then afterward, I love a good breakfast, Danny. So you get those eggs right after practice.
That's what I'm talking about. Peanut butter is protein. Eggs have protein. If you're getting that protein in after that workout, then you're definitely saving yourself some trouble in the workouts coming up. So that recovery is definitely hugely important. As we have the next event coming around the corner here, which is exciting. Let's see what we got. Yep, like we said before, this is our Director's Challenge Women's Quads. As we have bow number... Is that bow number one? Yep. Yeah, bow number one moving through from UNAF. ARCO training teammates reunite. Oh, they're unaffiliated. Wow. Good one, Danny. Okay. ARCO training teammates reunite to compete together. These women trained together at the ARCO Training Center in San Diego from 1997 to 2000. So there's some good pals in there in that boat. Bow number 3 coming up in second place, really setting fire to the course here. They're on the move. They're looking great. They're from College Club Seattle. Ugh, can't get enough of these Washingtonians here. They're from Potomac and Washington, D.C. and Sarasota crew, so it's a mixed. They actually were the winners of last year's Director's Challenge Quad, so they're looking pretty fast. Then we have bow number 2 is moving through right behind them from Cambridge, Minneapolis Rowing Club, and the Potomac. We have there some friends who met rowing and finding out that they like to travel, bike, and ski together as well. They obviously like to row a lot too because they are really in it to win it here as they just move through Anderson.
Bow number 5 making the pass. They're calling themselves Lucky Charms from Providence, Rhode Island. This is their 7th time in this event. And they have just slipped past bow number 4, which is the Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwalk, Connecticut, also representing the Upper Valley Rowing Club from Hanover, New Hampshire. Tight coming through the bridge right there, Danny.
Their shirt colors do definitely look like Lucky Charms as well as they go by in the green, purple, blue, and pink brightly colored shirts. I think that's their costume for sure. Yeah, a little marshmallow, little Lucky Charms marshmallows. Winning will be sweet. You got that from...
Especially the milk, right? The leftover milk from Lucky Charms.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. Bow number 6 from White Marsh Boat Club from Pennsylvania. This is the boat's second time racing together ahead of the Charles Regatta. They're looking nice and clean. You can definitely tell they've rowed together before as they move around in sync. You can see the bowman turning around to make sure that she has the best line coming under that bridge for sure. Bow number 7 moving through as well. In the blue boat and the red blades, you can't miss it. Bow number 7 from Blood Street Skulls in Old Lyme, Connecticut. We got Dee Dee Birch stroking that boat. And they've raced and rowed together on and off for over 30 years. They say they're looking forward to 30 years more. Amazing. That's some close bond. And one of the coolest things about rowing is the trust that is those trust bonds that form from that in sync unity that you have to take stroke by stroke. The more strokes you take together, they say that psychologically, the more trust is formed. So over 30 years of rowing together, they must trust each other a lot.
CRI.
CRI, that's where I do row out of there. Bow number 8 over here, stroked by Ann Redman. They have quite the row back after the finish line. They're the first. CRI is they're looking really good here. Waking up early in the morning to get those practices in. They live on this river, so I'm sure this bow woman here knows what she's doing as she moves through with the best line right through Anderson Bridge here. And then we have bow number 9 after them in a brightly colored Empacher. Everyone in this boat has different blades. That's super exciting. From Baltimore, Maryland, and Union in Boston, Massachusetts. Their lineup is made up of women who sometimes color their hair, and also women who always deny the color of their hair, they say. They love to row together on rare occasion and when they're in the same location. In this event, they finished in 2018 first among the boats with an average age of 60 and 12th overall. Oh, no, here we have a collision with 10 and 15. Is that 10 that had to yield there? 10 had to yield there. 15's passing them. They're really going to have to adjust their point before getting into the taste of concrete of this bridge here. There you go. As they straighten out, they're moving back through, picking up that stroke rate once again. I'm sure they have a little bit of an adrenaline rush as well that's going ahead and going to give them a little bit of a boost as they move right through the bridge. Yeah, 15 was part of the collision there from Byack. 17 just went through from Twin Donut, Menlo Park. That's what they say, Twin Donut, Menlo Park, California. They say their life lessons are learned at sunrise. Some more early bird gets the worm there. We have 14 from CRI also just went through the bridge there, trying to hold on to their spot as they're getting people are creeping up right on their tail.
19 from College Club Seattle that caught them.
And that was bow number 19 from College Club Seattle that caught them there. Bow number 18 from Texas with those Texas blades from Texas Rowing Center in Austin. There you go. The Felicia has bowed the course a handful of times, and has coxed the course numerous times. So that's gonna be pretty cool for her that she's able to do this again.
And she appears to be sporting some very stylish green hair.
Yes, we do have green hair in the bow there. Check that out.
20. This is unaffiliated.
Bow number 20 is unaffiliated. They're a masters coaching group. They race in senior masters 8 on Saturday, and they represent Mendota, Boulder, Smith College, and Kansas. They say they're from the USA, and it looks like they're from all parts.
23 is creeping up on them.
Yep. 23 from Marin in Green Bay, California. It's hard to say. They say they're 4 friends and Marin Masters teammates. They love racing the Charles. All 4 have medaled multiple times in the Director's 8, and they're happy to get the entry. They are excited, and they are fast. That's for sure.
Bow number 16 heading through the bridge right now. This is a mixed crew from North Palm Beach, Row America Rye, and Treasure Coast. The crew includes Linda Merkgold, Dana Sands, Elise Napak, and Leslie Freed. And Leslie and Linda have raced together for more than a decade at the head of the Charles in singles, doubles, and quads. And they've medaled at nationals and worlds. So an experienced crew there, Danny, coming through. Bound number 24 making some moves. This is from Cambridge Boat Club. These are 4 CBC friends rowing together, moving nicely as they come up on the bridge here. This is they are being chased by bound number 21, another mixed crew. This is BIAC from Redwood City, California, and Spokane River from Spokane, Washington. Another CRI crew in bound number 22 is coming up on them. This is the women's comp team from CRI. And bound number 29 really making gains on the field and moving up. They were sort of seated at the back of the pack and have been moving on up. It's another CRI crew again, so two CRI crews really close together. That 29 from CRI is Amanda Rogers, Alicia Bender, Annie Phillips, and Genevieve Holmes. These are four former members of the CRI competitive women's team, and they have turned to scullers. They're being chased down by bound number 25. That's the Saugatuck Club from Westport, Connecticut. And 27, close behind them, yet another CRI club. This is Karen Bellinger, Kathleen Dre Lyons, Judy Canwall, and Krista Chauncey Allen. Bound number 28 behind them is from Sarasota in Osprey, Florida. This is a crew that includes two Masters World Rowing Champions. The crew is comprised of Janine Walter, Cheryl Burke, Diane Desmarie, and Marla Yeagers. And then 34 making moves, so way from the back of the pack, but no longer at the back of the pack. This is a mixed crew from Dallas, Texas, and Sarasota, Florida. Dallas and Sarasota have come together with a team that won a gold medal together at the Sarasota Masters Worlds, and you can see why. That's bound number 34 in front of 26 right now, which just shows you how they've been making moves. That number 26 boat is the Duxbury Bay Maritime School, featuring Gail Walsh, Christina Koo, Susan Gately, and Kathleen McNamara. Bound number 30 behind them, that's an unaffiliated crew, a mixed crew involving Ann Broderick, Deirdre Perlini, Melissa Tolson, and Elizabeth Schanauer. These all are racers with masters coaching, and they want to have the opportunity to race together in a quad. And bound number 32, right behind them, is another CRI crew, Lisa Doucette, Melanie Allen, Patricia Robinson, and Martha Mance. They describe themselves as fashionable women from the CRI comp sweep team, trying to go up the river with two oars each. So trying their hand at sculling here. These are rowers in a lot of cases who are more accustomed to rowing in the quad, in the four, I should say. Now they're in the quad. They've got some contraption on their heads, Danny. I'm not sure what that costume is. It could be is it antlers? It's some kind of costume. We've also got some very bright pink coming through in bound number 35. This is the Upper Valley Rowing Club from Hanover, New Hampshire. Liz Marshall, Maria Lascaris, Elizabeth Glenshaw, and Deborah Hannum. Bound number 31 chasing them down. Another group from Marin in Greenbrae, California. This is a club program from the San Francisco Bay Area featuring Laura Vandeveer, Jean Boddicker, Laura Tauber, and Mary Alice Nolan. Bound number 33, another CRI crew from up the river in Brighton. Karen Landy, Jennifer Hochschild, Marjorie Elliott, and Niharika Mehta. They say, Danny, that the older they get, the faster they hope they become. I like that. I can hope that as I get older, I get faster too, but I'm not sure it's working out for me that way. I tell you, sometimes I look at those erg times and think, how did I ever possibly do that years ago? Let me tell you, it's not matching what it used to be in the 20s. So another really full field there, Danny, with 35 boats in that Director's Challenge Squad, and a lot of mixed crews, which again speaks to something we talked about earlier, Danny, which is this idea of rowers coming together sometimes this week who don't row together all season long. And this is one of the adjustments that they have to make. And in those boats they were going through, and they didn't have the benefit of the coxswain either to sort of help steer them and guide them. So when you've got sort of a mixed crew like that, I guess what I'm wondering is, do you find that it's helpful to have a lot of experienced rowers who are kind of set in their ways? There's that experience that's good with being out on the river, but on the other hand, I could imagine being a little bit less experienced might make you perhaps more malleable and might be easier to kind of learn to row with some new partners. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what type of experience you have. If you have a lot of experience jumping in to different boats and being able to switch up that rhythm and really match anyone who's in front of you, then you're going to definitely excel here. And I would say that the stroke seat are the ones that can just really hold on to whatever rhythm their go-to rhythm, because they're just setting it, and hopefully everyone behind them is able to kind of latch onto that rhythm, hang on, and match really well. One of the best things about a head race, and why it's so much more normal and common to jump into a new boat during a head race, is because you actually have, especially if you're rowing out of CRI today, you have a lot more time to warm up than you normally would for a 2K race. So you got, like, maybe if you're rowing out of CRI today, you're warming up for about 6,000 to 8,000 meters there. So that's a lot of time to figure out how to match up. I think not typically where you have 2 weeks or 2 years to row together, figure it out. But 6,000 meters, I think you can make something happen with that type of mileage, right?
I think so. So the next event will be the Women's Youth Coxed Quad. This is another packed field, Danny, matching the 85 competitors that we had in one event earlier. So loaded up here. And up at the top, Danny, we've got a lot of international boats. So the first four boat numbers all went to non-U.S. boats. We've got Dawn Rowing from Ontario is going to be sporting bow number 1. St. Catherine's, also from Ontario, will be number 2. And then the Danish club, Dansk Studenters Row Club. Love the spelling on that. Row Club is R-O-K-L-U-B. And then Argonaut from Toronto, Ontario. So the Americans will have some chasing to do. And a sneaky entry in this one, Danny, is bound number 43, so way down there in the middle of the pack. But this is the Colorado Junior Rowing Club out of Boulder. Some athletes who posted some impressive times earlier on, so we'll be looking for them perhaps to make some moves farther up into the field. But this is going to be another really crowded one, Danny, with 85 votes. We saw how packed the last event that had this many entries in. And it gets really interesting here between Weeks and Anderson Bridges. You've got a little bit of a straightaway right here in front of the Harvard Weld Boathouse to make some moves, but it's really going to be tight coming through. The difference here, I think, is that you do have coxswains in this case that might help guide them through the bridge a little bit easier. But those coxswains are going to have to make some tough decisions. Do you yield, or do you really try and step on the gas?
This is a really interesting event because Cox Quads is a very unique type of boat. You very rarely do you see a Cox Quad anywhere. They're not raced anywhere except for Head of the Charles. I've never seen them raced anywhere besides Head of the Charles. So it's a pretty fun event. Glad that we can throw this one into the mix. It's just because it's unique does not mean that it's slow. A quad is definitely one of the fastest boats that you can race. Add a coxswain in there, and you also have some excellent steering. This is going to be pretty fun to see for sure.
This is probably a good moment, too, to just go over a couple of the basics, too, for folks who aren't as familiar with the language. We've been talking about fours versus quads, pairs versus doubles. It can sound like you're just using interchangeable terms, but they're not, right? So the pairs and the fours, everybody's got just one oar as opposed to the scullers that have 2 oars each. So when we're talking about the quad that we're going to see coming down, you got 8 oars altogether here. You've got all 4 rowers are holding on to 2, and they're sculling. And they really are different skill sets, Danny, and perhaps you can speak to that as someone who's done some of both. A good rower who's accustomed to holding just the one oar may not automatically translate into a good sculler. Explain how that transition goes.
Yeah, so there's sweeping versus sculling, and sweeping means each individual athlete has only one oar each, whereas sculling is each individual athlete holds 2 oars, 1 in each hand each. So we have 5 people in this boat coming up in the Cox Quad. One of them is steering, so it's the coxswain. And we have 4 rowers who are sculling. That means there are 4 times 2, 8 oars in the boat, like you were talking about earlier. So that's the difference between a quad and a 4. That's also the difference between a double and a pair. We'll see doubles at Head of the Charles, but you'll never see a pair race at Head of the Charles. There's been rumors that people have decided to just enter a pair into a doubles race and just show up in a pair. But I don't think that's actually ever happened. Pair races would be crazy in a head race for sure. You got one person on each side. That's not really going to work over the course of 5,000 meters with these huge turns. You got one person working way harder than the other, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult, which is why Head of the Charles sticks to doubles and not pairs out here. Here we have event 49 coming through, passing by Weld, the women's youth Cox quad. Bow number 1 holding on to the lead from Canada, Dawn Rowing, Mississippi, Ontario. We got Adrian Birch, 14 years old, stroking this boat. 14 years old stroking this boat. St. Catherine's in bow number 2. You can hear people cheering for them here. With Riley Young, 17, stroking the boat. We got Rebecca Dockeray in the bow. Top 3 is holding on to their order, but the margins have shifted a little bit. It looks like bow number 2 is catching up to the time of bow number 1. You can see that margin is a little bit closer than from bow number 2 to 3 there. So that's how you can see they're really closing the gap inch by inch. But you know what? When it comes down to it, doesn't matter if your bow crosses first if your time was faster out here in the head race. Bow number 3 from Dansk Studenters Row Club in Copenhagen, Denmark. We got someone, we got Christine Hansen in the bow. There's no relation to me. I just believe we're both Danish. Their crew came in 3rd last year in this event. That's awesome. So they are hopefully, there's really nowhere to go but up here if they're in the top 3 right now. They're looking like they're really holding on to that 3rd position. Hopefully they can make their way up as they come around Elliott up there by Cambridge Boat Club. We have bow number 4 behind them. There's a little bit of a cluster of boats coming up. Bow number 4 leading the charge here from Argonaut Toronto in Ontario. They're from Argonaut Rowing Club. The average age in this boat is 16 years old as they power through Anderson. Bow number 5 close behind them from Redwood Scullers in Redwood City, California. They placed 6th at the 2018 Head of the Charles. So they are up there as number 5, bumped up. Hopefully they can hold on to that, and it looks like they are as they move and open that margin from them, between them and the crew behind them, as we have a cluster of 3 boats. 8, bow number 8 from White Marsh Boat Club in Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, are deciding right now that they're going to take this group on as they move through the in first. They're moving through, but you have, as you see, this is where it comes. This is the difference between a head race and a buoyed straight course here. Bow number 6 actually has the tighter line. They have the inside of the curve, so they are actually leading the way now. You see there, as they come through the bridge, their bow was just ahead because they were a little bit closer to the shore here on Cambridge side, just as the timing was perfect for them because the curve was just on their side. That's where they happen to be, and this is where the river turns. You got to be ready for where that river turns. So that'll be a nice battle over there before the finish line. We have bows number 9 and 10 in another cluster here. 10 is really moving, closing that margin on the bow as their catches are coming in nice and clean. They're really rocking that body back and forth in time together. You can see as they are coming up on Anderson, they have a decision to make. Will they keep pushing bow number 9, which is from San Diego? Long Beach is bow number 10. Will Long Beach keep pushing San Diego as they come halfway through the course? You're going to see them definitely next to each other as they make that decision coming around the corner here to Cambridge. Bow number 12 looks like they passed a few people. They're from Accra and Nyack, New York. 13-year-old Amelia Clark, I believe she is stroking that boat. 13 years old. That's the youngest entry we've seen so far. That's the youngest individual. We have bows number 11, 13, and 15 who are duking it out. Who is going to make it first? We have 11 in the lead here, and they do have the faster line as they move through Anderson Bridge here. They're looking good. They're looking good. They're from They are from Saratoga Springs, New York. Bow number 13 from Long Lake Rowing Crew, and bow number 15 from Texas Rowing Center. All these different places coming together in one place, meeting together under that bridge, all the way across the U.S. Who else do we have here? We have bow number 16 from Notre Dame Rowing Club in Welland, Ontario, moving through the crowd, hoping to take some names as they move through there. Number 14 from Pennsylvania, Germantown Friends. And 17 from Atlanta Juniors has passed a few people as they pick up that margin and move all the way through the crowd. There we have bow number 18 coming through. They are not quitting. Holy names from Seattle, Washington. You can just see the connection. Look at the bend on the oars there as they connect to the water, move their blades through, and that shaft made of carbon fiber there is just bending just a little bit. Holy Names is really known for being young and capable at connecting to that water really effectively there, so you can really check out the bend in that blade. Amazing. 20 has pulled through in front of 19. This is some exciting racing from these Cox quads here. These rowers, different from a non-Cox quad here, they can just focus on their rowing as the coxswain takes a hold of the line and just motivates these rowers to push even harder, especially through these clusters. We have, oh boy, we have so many people here. We have 20, is that 22, 20? 19 and 21 and 22 over there. 19 from South Jersey Rowing Club, 21 from Haddonfield Crew, 22 from Narragansett, Providence, Rhode Island. The Narragansett Boat Club actually is America's oldest boat club. They're super excited to be here at the Charles today. Woo-hoo-hoo! We got 26 coming up on 25. Are they going to be able to catch them by the time we go through the bridge here? 25 from Shenandoah, New York. From Alpha's 26 is from Niskayuna in New York. The members of this crew actually won the National High School Championships in the quad in 2017, and they are definitely showcasing that resume right here as they move through. However, the coxswain of 25 definitely took the faster line so they could stay ahead just for a little bit longer, make it a little bit more difficult for 26 to pass them. This is Row Boston 24. A Row Boston Girls Crew represent a Boston club that has developed student athletes from the Boston area since the 1980s. All the girls competing in this crew actually attend the Boston Public High School and train year-round on the Charles River. So this is definitely their home course, and it's really exciting to see them be a part of this race right here. That's actually stroked by Pearl Moyes, who's only 14 years old. We have another cluster.
27 making a move here. It's the American school. Do you want to say that? Or? Sure. Bout number 27 making a move here. This is the American school from London. It's the girls' first time at the regatta, and what a debut they have right now as they make the move on bout number 23 from Ransom Everglades in Coconut Grove, Florida. Right behind them, you've got bout number 28. That's the Brentwood Club from Mill Bay, British Columbia, followed by bout number 31, PCRA from New Rochelle, New York. Another big cluster coming through here, Danny, and as you were talking about, you've got these crews really just hauling on their oars because they do have the coxswain unusual in the quad, and you can see just how much speed it allows them to carry through the bridge. Burton Beach Rowing in bow number 32 now is approaching the Anderson Bridge, followed closely by bow number 30 they've been able to pass. That's Borlass from Marlow Bucks. Bow number 34 coming up on the bridge is a group from Norwalk, Connecticut. They've been able to pass the Redwood Scullers in bow number 33 all the way out here from Redwood City, California. A young crew. It's the women's freshman team from Redwood City, California. Bow number 29 behind them is the Detroit Boat Club from Lathrop Village, Michigan. Another young crew with a couple of 15-year-olds in the boat. And now we've got 5 boats coming down, all pretty tightly packed right here. And the coxswains are going to have some big decisions to make as they approach the bridge, particularly with this second group of 3. So the first 2 have sort of pulled up ahead. This is the New Canaan crew from Norwalk, Connecticut, in bow number 39. So you see how they've been able to move on up, and they look terrific, really perfectly in sync. Very little check on the boat, looking very strong as they come up through the Anderson Bridge. Right behind them is bow number 35 from Saratoga Springs, Florida. Another young boat with a lot of 15 and 16-year-olds. Bow number 38 is right behind them. This is Leander from Hamilton, Ontario. 36 and 37 close behind them. 36 is City Island from the Bronx, and 37 is Founders Rowing from Dallas, Texas. 36 and 37 really right side by side. So City Island and Founders going into Anderson Bridge, neck and neck. Coxswain's doing a nice job of keeping each in a lane. There is enough room for 2 boats to squeeze through, but not a lot of room to spare, and they handled it beautifully there, Danny. And here we see bow number 42, another CRI boat from Brighton, Massachusetts. This is the girls' comp quad, looking strong there as they come on through the bridge. A cluster of 3 boats coming up now behind the CRI boat. In front is the HB crew from Hollis, New Hampshire. They appear to have a clear path as they come through the Anderson Bridge. A little bit tighter, though, between the orange and green caps. You've got bow number 41, which is the Peachtree City Rowing Club from Peachtree City, Georgia. And bow number 43 is that Colorado Junior Club we were talking about earlier that's posted some very impressive times. They've got a freshman quad gold and an under 17 silver in the singles. So some impressive folks in that boat there, Danny.
Yeah, this is actually a classic head race scenario here, where you have one crew on the outside of the turn that actually you can see is they're split. They're going by a little faster, but they're having to cover more ground because the crew on the inside of the turn, although they might not be moving as fast, they were actually had less meters to cover. Better line. So good on that coxswain, taking the inside turn to hold on to that first place part here at the beginning, going through that bridge. Yeah, there's actually only 43 entries here in this event. So I believe that covers it for that one. The next event will be event 49, which is the Women's Youth 8s. Super exciting here. We have a course record of 16 minutes and 24 seconds held by Saugatuck Rowing Club. There's actually 85 entries in this one, which is unreal.
And that Saugatuck Club that holds the course record, again, it's 16:24. They are the 5-time reigning champions, Danny, and they're looking to add a remarkable 6th win to their streak. They set that course record in 2017 and own the record for the most consecutive wins in this event. So that is quite the run of dominance, Danny. It also is a lot of pressure because, you know, at the youth level, there's a lot of turnover, so there aren't going to be girls in this boat who were on that first championship team, and you get into that next boat, and you don't want to be the one to break the streak, right? I mean, there's a lot of legacy benefits that go with that, and there's some added pressure that comes with it too. How do you think that they're feeling at the start line this morning?
I'd say that's a mark of a pretty good training plan, pretty good coach. You have different girls filtering through, but if you have one thing, and that's one thing that's the same, and it's the goal to continue the streak. And I'd say that sometimes all you need is really a common goal in order to hold on to that tradition. And the fact that they've been able to hold on to their streak for 5 years is remarkable indeed. Adding a 6th win would be something for sure. I don't know if that happens, especially in an event with 85 entries, being number 1 for 5 years in a row. Can they do it for a 6th time? Can they do it?
Well, the club trying to knock them off will be the club that probably gave them the best run last year. It's worth noting that even though they've had this run of dominance, 5 straight wins, last year's win did not come easily, Daniel. The Greenwich Club lost out by just 2 seconds a year ago. And Greenwich, once again, is the number 2 bow in this event. So we're looking for a real heavyweight bout here, I think, between bows number 1 and 2. Greenwich, though, seems to be coming in sort of light and breezy, Danny, based on their bio. They are relaxed because they say that they like to scat, wee, bop, bop, badoo, doo-doo.
I think that's
was that close? Was that close to what they're?
Like.
Yeah.
What they had in mind.
Yeah. I'm not much of a jazz singer, but they have the right attitude coming in, which is nice. You like to see them. They're loose. They're ready to go, and
just like jazz.
Yeah, a little loose. Let it swing a little bit. Also, we'll be looking for good times today out of the Connecticut Club from Norwalk, Connecticut. That's bow number 3. Connecticut's team captains Julia Abertzisi and Heidi Jacobson represented Team USA at the 2019 World Rowing Championship in the 4 and the pair. And Bridget Galloway represented Team USA in the 2019 Can-Am Mex Regatta, winning gold in the quad. So a lot of decorated rowers in that club from Connecticut. Bow number 4 in this event will be Green Lake from Seattle, and the 5th boat will be PNRA from Mercer. They train on a pretty good lake down there, Danny, at Lake Mercer. That's where the national team trains. You spent a lot of time down there. It's just a different experience, though, right? I mean, we talked about the sort of transition from the sprint racing season in the summer into the head racing in the fall. What's that compare and contrast like between, let's say, a course at Lake Mercer with the buoys versus what the athletes are seeing today at the head of the Charles?
Yeah, when you're preparing for a longer race like this, definitely having nice water, taking more strokes on flatter water, allowing you to better feel the reaction of the boat to whatever you're doing is going to be an advantage for you. And Lake Mercer has a some pretty nice, consistently nice flat water out there. And so if you're taking more strokes on flat water, it's gonna be an advantage for sure, especially if the course you're rowing on race day is flat like the Charles is today. So, I mean, if it was windy and blustery and wavy, there might be a bit of a difficulty here. But if you're taking more strokes on better water for these head races, that's definitely going to be an advantage.
Still pristine water this morning on the Charles. As we await the women's youth eights, we'd like to thank Delta Airlines for being the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta and a presenting sponsor of the Reunion Village venue. Also, Easy Dock, which is proud to be the official dock supplier and an official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Easy Dock would like to welcome every crew to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see the low-profile dock, which exceeds U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. That's nice. Easy entry into the water. That's what you're looking for. You know, there's enough potential for injuries, Danny, just in the middle of the rowing. You don't want to be getting hurt just getting the boat in the water.
There's nothing worse than a dock that's too high as you're trying to get into your boat, especially if you're in a single. If you're in an 8, the riggers are a little bit higher up above the water, and so getting into a higher into the boat from off a higher dock is manageable. But if you're in a single, making sure that you can get onto the water from a low dock is hugely important, especially, Cal, if it's one of your first times getting into the boat. You don't want to flip in and have a bad taste of rowing in your mouth after the first time getting in the dock. So thanks, Easy Dock, for that.
No, our Charles River is cleaner than it used to be, but you still don't want to get a mouthful of it, especially this time of year. I mean, you don't ever want to flip and end up in the water, but it's better in August than it is right now in the middle of October. That water would be pretty chilly. Our thanks also to Geico for being a sponsor of this year's Head of the Charles Regatta. We're here at the Weld Boathouse, and it looks like people are having a great time at the Geico booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Stop by and see for yourself. Geico, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And also thanks to the Gentle Giant Moving Company. Gentle Giant is the secret force behind the regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring, so stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more.
Have you seen their little race that's going on there? You actually, if you can, I think it's 5 times. If you can run up these stairs and slide down the slide 5 times the fastest out of everyone. I believe you win something. Like I remember last year was some New Balance shoes. I don't know what the prize is this year, but I definitely attempted it once and tasted a bit of the ground there, Cal.
Well, it's sort of like, the movers games in a way, right? You've got to be able to do the stairs with some speed and whatnot. Maybe they should think about doing this as an exhibition sport. Yeah, I remember they used to have like the outdoor games on ESPN2. You'd have log rolling and wood cutting, or you'd have the firemen's competitions and whatnot. I think the movers challenge, Danny, could catch on. You have maybe like an obstacle course up and down the stairs. You could have maybe could you lift the baby grand piano without damaging it? I mean, there's a lot of potential here, I think.
That's good. Yeah, I do think they actually use this race secretly for themselves. Whoever has the top 3 times, I think that they're definitely trying to hire them for sure. Want some fast movers out here.
Thanks also to Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be a premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. For 50 years, they've been helping people across New England get healthier and happier. Head over to the Weld Boathouse right here to show your happy dance and join in the fun at the Happy Zone. That's HAPI for Harvard Pilgrim. Get healthy, get happy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim. Hudson Boat Works is the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main expo tent, see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. Danny, this is one of the events where you just see every big name in rowing here. They're all showing off the latest stuff. For you as a rower, I mean, how do you enjoy that part of the event? You've got your racing, you got to concentrate on that, but it's also a time to maybe test out some new equipment, some new apparel, and see what might give you that edge for the next little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I do row. My single is a Hudson, and I've gone to world championships in Hudson boats a lot of the time, and they got some good stuff here. I do enjoy seeing what's new. So what type of new designs? I feel like people are doing a really great job this year. All the vendors, especially with the apparel. I love good Head of the Charles apparel, and so seeing those new designs around here is super fun and exciting. We have the beginning of Event 49, which is the Women's Youth 8s. We were talking about Saugatuck Rowing as bound number 1 is indeed in first place here, and they're looking good. But bound number 2 from Greenwich Crew, we talked about them earlier, is definitely hunting them down. Loose, scatting, boot up, doop doop doo. They are moving right on through this this bridge here, Anderson. So here we go with Saugatuck. They're looking like they're absolutely hauling on it, but with some grace here. As you can see, their catches are going right into the water, keeping them ahead. That is all of their watts, all of their pressure they're putting into the footboard, pushing right through, connecting to the water right off the front, nicely moving through as we have the Greenwich Crew coming right on. You can see Greenwich Crew looking nice and relaxed. All their shoulders, you can see that bow seat especially is looking super relaxed as she's moving through, just placing that blade perfectly into the water. She's hauling on it when it comes through. That is quite the margin, Cal, from bow number 2 to bow number 3 here. Bow number 3 is actually from Connecticut in Norwalk. We have Allison Triano, 17 years old, who's stroking this boat. Their Connecticut team, as we talked about, we have 3 members of the U.S. team here from under 19 World Championships in this boat. They do have a bucket rig, which means 2 people rowing on port side in seats number 6 and 7. Very unusual to see a bucket rig that far up into the beginning of the boat there. So we'll see how that works out for them. That's going to be pretty cool. Wow. And we have bow number 4 here from Green Lake, Seattle, Washington. They've been a boat club since 1948, so a lot of years there, a lot of experience. They do come out to Head of the Charles every once in a while. That's awesome. We have another bucket rig here in bow number 5 from PNRA Mercer in New Jersey. Good stroke by Sunny Hugh. Beautiful job here. And bow number 6. They're staying in order. But 8 here, yes, 8 here is making a move past bow number 7 here. Bow number 8 is from Holy Names. We've heard their name a few times here. They do have some great connection, especially a lot of experience rowing in 8s here. This coxswain's going to have to get a little bit of a tighter turn, though, in order to stay ahead of bow number 7 from Mount St. Joseph. I believe she just maneuvered her way through this turn to keep her crew nice and safe, but also keeping their line really speedy for the next one. We have bow numbers. Wow. The Saugatuck's second crew. Yeah, that's true. Bows number 9 and 10 moving through. Bows number 10 is from Marin. They have a lot of U.S. blades in there, which is pretty cool to see. Bow number 9 from Saugatuck, their second. Oh, and 11, bow number 11 from Sarasota and Osprey, Florida. Moving through. We have another 3 boats coming up, and after them, we have quite the cluster. We have a difference in turns here. As they're coming through Weeks, that's a sharp turn to be moving from Weeks Bridge over there all the way through. And we have CRI, bow number 13, the Comp Girls 1V from CRI, coached by Sky Elliott. Really amazing. They got some good blade work here, looking nice and tough. We have bow number 12, Rose City. These are definitely staying true to their bow numbers here. Bow number 14 from OKC River Sport in Oklahoma, stroked by Margaret Doyle. You can tell Oklahoma by their orange blades there and the light blue and white unis. Really clean rowing, very solid rhythm coming through that Anderson Bridge right now. You can hear the click of the oar locks, really like a low thud, as you can hear them moving in unison, staying in that nice rhythm. We have bows number 15 and 16 really duking it out. Like we say before, bow number 15 taking the outside of the line, but the bow number 16 is inside, coming closer to the inside of the turn. So it's going to be quite the chaos as they enter into the bridge. They can hear each other's rhythm moving through and the echo of the bridge there. Bow number 19 has really moved up here on the course from Row America Rye, stroked by Kara Cunningham. Super exciting to see a crew that is capable of passing that many on their way toward the finish line. We have another crew, bow number 17 here right behind them from Pacific in San Francisco, California. They row just out of Pacific Rowing Club there. And bow number 18 from Atlantic Junior in Roswell, Georgia here. 2 rowers are returning in this boat from the 2018 crew that finished 18th. A little bit of a higher stroke rate here in these larger boats here. We have bow number 20 and bow number 21. Bow number 20 coming up from Upper Arlington, Columbus, Ohio, stroked by June Postelakis. And then bow number 21, not too far behind, from Wayland Weston in Massachusetts, right here. I'm sure they were able to practice on the Charles a bit beforehand. Getting exciting. Definitely bows number 20 and 21. We're going to want to watch them as they're coming around that turn to Elliott, because they do look like that margin is closing pretty quickly here. As we see, bow number 22 here is New Trier, Winnetka, Illinois. This all-senior crew has 5 returning rowers in the boat. Most will be rowing at their top collegiate programs next year. Congratulations to them. We have another bucket rig here. You see seats number 4 and 5 are actually both port side. That's a strategy that is used by the coach in order to increase the speed through rigging. 25 and 23 looking like they are going to be entering the Anderson Bridge Arch at the same time. 23 from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and 25 from Marion Mercy Academy. And 25 from Marion takes the lead as they have the inside of the turn. That's the nature of the head race, guys. Right out here is if you have the inside of the turn going same speed, you are going to go ahead and hit the lead there. All right, 24, bow number 24 from Montclair, New Jersey is coming through, as well as bow number 26 from SAC Gold River, California. These girls in there are silver medalists at Southwest Youth and 9th place at Youth Nationals. Congratulations. Bow number 27 is ticking along here from Old Dominion, Alexandria, Virginia. Stroked by Carolyn Miles, who's only 16 years old. Coming through with a very nice rhythm here, sharp rhythm. You can hear it from the shore. That unity of the thud there right at the finish tells you they're all really in time with each other. Boom. All right, and we have bow number 29 moving through the race here from Dallas United Crew in Dallas, Texas. Their crew actually trains on White Rock Lake in Dallas, Texas. 2 members of their crew are related to Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. I hope that they brought them here to cheer from the sidelines for their boat today. Bow number 30 has made their way through bow number 28 here. Bow number 30 is from Westerville, Ohio. Westerville dropped a few spots last year and are looking to work their way back up in the rankings this year. As bow number 28 from Greenwich Academy is trailing behind there, trying to fight their way back through. They were on the Mianus River in Greenwich, Connecticut. Greenwich Academy there. 33 with the striped chevron blades are from Saratoga Springs, New York. Those are some sweet looking blades there. Has moved through 31 from Loyola Academy in Illinois, Skokie, Illinois. Loyola Academy came in second at Midwest last year, and they are fighting their way back as they move through this arch here. We have cruise number 35 trailed very shortly. 36 has really closed off the margin here between their bow ball and the bow ball of 35. 35 is from Los Gatos, California. They're happy to be back. Last year they placed 35th in this event in the 8. And 34 is from Port Rowing, Washington, which is a group of underclassmen with an average age of 15 in that boat.
Bow number 37 now approaching the Anderson Bridge is Boston Latin. Looked like we did have a bridge clip underneath there, so if you're Boston Latin there in 37, you're going to have to see if you have a clear path coming through the bridge. Bow number 38 right behind them, another local crew, Phillips Exeter from Exeter, New Hampshire. And another cluster coming under the Weeks Bridge as they make their way toward Anderson now. Bow number 40 is the Everett Rowing Association from Everett, Washington. This is their varsity women's team. Right behind them is bow number 41. This is the White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. They've been able to move up and nose in front of Nashville in bow number 39, which qualified this boat from last year's. And bow number 43 is a CRI boat, another one. This is the Comp Girls second varsity team from CRI, and they are having a day at bow number 43 as they make their way up at least 4 spots, making gains on bow number 39. Behind them, one of the boats they've passed is Bromfield Acton Boxborough from Harvard, Mass. So getting crowded now as they come up on the Anderson Bridge, and those boats have really put a little bit of a distance between themselves and the next cluster of 3 boats that has come under the Weeks Bridge. Bow number 45 leads this next cluster right here. 45 is the Arlington Belmont crew. They are just in front of bow number 44 from Niskayuna, New York. Members of that crew from Niskayuna made the finals in the freshman and junior quads at the SRAA Nationals and were New York State champions this year.
Hello? Yes, I am. Hi, Jonathan. Nice to meet you. I'm going to totally razz you.
Bow number 46 right behind them is the Notre Dame Academy Rowing Club from Toledo, Ohio. It's an all-girls prep school located in Toledo, Ohio.
And you didn't show up? No.
I had no idea.
I apologize. I've done the solo announcing before. It's exhausting.
You see Notre Dame really making gains right there on Niskayuna, and it's going to be tight as they get to Anderson Bridge. We'll see if anybody yields or whether they continue to try to make the pass, Danny. Looks like Notre Dame is staying aggressive, and they've got the inside line, so they're in a good position as they get under the Anderson Bridge. Bout number 48 now coming up is the Pinecrest Club from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. They had a top 10 finish this spring at the Scholastic Nationals in the top varsity event, and a top 5 finish in the second varsity, which was the best in their school's history. Behind them is bound number 49. That's Rowe, New Jersey, from Mount Arlington, New Jersey. And they've been able to move up ahead of bound number 47, which are the Chargers from Liverpool, New York. Also making gains in this next cluster is bound number 52. This is the Greater Lawrence Rowing Club from Lawrence, Massachusetts, and they've nudged ahead of Oakland Catholic from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Greater Lawrence looking smooth as they approach the Anderson Bridge, and they've got like a nice clear path. But the boat right now that's made the biggest move in front of us is the Newport crew from Newport Beach, California. This is their Varsity 8, and you can see why. At bound number 56, moving up a half dozen spots and continuing to make gains. They are side by side with Oakland Catholic from Pittsburgh, and it looks as though Newport is going to stay aggressive and continue to make the pass. They've got the inside line as they come up on the Anderson Bridge, so great position for them. Bound number 53, with some room to navigate, is Windsor from Boston, Mass. This is their home course, so they're familiar with all of these turns. Bound number 55 is the Twin Cities Youth Rowing Club from Edina, Minnesota. This is their varsity program, which won all of their summer regattas. So they're coming off of an undefeated summer season, Danny, and looking good now as they get through the Anderson Bridge. They're ahead of bound number 51, which is Central Ohio from Dublin, Ohio. This was a crew formerly known as the Dublin Crew. It's beginning its first season under a new name. Behind them now in bound number 54 is St. Anthony's from South Huntington, New York. They haven't participated in the Heather Charles since 2014, making their return this year and looking good as they do, but they're hotly pursued by Putney High from London. So this is a group from across the pond in bound number 57 looking to make the pass, but they've got a crowded field as they get close to the bridge. Right behind them is Bedford from Bedford, New Hampshire in bound number 58. And they have a lot of company as they come up on the Anderson Bridge. The Ottawa Club from Ottawa, Ontario, one of the oldest and largest clubs in Canada. And they are trying to squeeze everybody through the Anderson Bridge right now. Bow 59 is Lower Merion from Ardmore, Pennsylvania. This is a composite crew from Stotesbury and SRAA Championship rowers. Bound number 63, which has made the pass, is the San Diego Rowing Club. This is their varsity women's 8 from San Diego. They've nudged ahead of bound number 61, which is Rockford from Rockford, Michigan. Now in its 24th year, the Rams won the women's junior 8 at the Midwest Scholastics in the spring and qualified 3 boats for the SRAA Championships, representing themselves very well this morning at the head of the Charles. Now approaching Anderson is bound number 65. This is the Detroit Boat Club from Lathrop Village, Michigan. They've got plenty of room, but not the case for this group of 5 coming right behind them. We're going to have some good head racing action between Weeks and Anderson right here. 62 leads this next pack. That's McGuntacook from Camden, Maine, a young crew from Camden, Maine. But you know who's making moves right here is the NorCal crew from Redwood City, California, in bound number 68. They're in the middle, but somebody may get squeezed out here, Danny. I don't think they can get 3 boats through the bridge at the same time. Bound number 64 is Branksome. keep your eye on NorCal there in 68. They've made a lot of moves, but are they going to be able to get through the bridge as they get close up here, Danny? You see NorCal getting squeezed out, and they do have to yield here. Big slowdown as we get in the middle of the bridge, so it was an aggressive move right there, Danny, as they tried to keep gaining, and there's another boat coming up here in bound number 67 trying to pass everybody on the inside. That's St. Catharines from Ontario, and we've got a bit of a stall here, Danny, on one side of the bridge. How did they get untangled here?
Yeah, so one of the worst place to crash or get stuck is definitely in one of these archways, and the worst part about that is not that it's definitely that's happening, but one of the worst parts here is the visual on what's actually going on is near impossible to see for the oncoming coxswains, as they have 8 rowers in front of them blocking partially their field of vision, and as they go through the bridge, they don't know what they're necessarily getting into. So that makes half of what's going on really a mystery, and that's why the reaction time needs to be quite quick as they're moving through. They don't know what's exactly holding them up, and it looks like it's cleared out as this next group of 5 boats that are coming by. Bound number 71 is about to go through here. City Island from Bronx, New York. They're super excited to get this boat requalified for 2020, as we have bound number 72 from Ocean City High School, followed by bound number 69 I thought, from Haddonfield Crew. Yep, from New Jersey. They seem to have gone through quite cleanly here, as we have the other two, which are from bound number 70 from Hudson River, Poughkeepsie, New York, and 74 from GMS Rowing in Connecticut. Their average age is 16 years old as they move through that Anderson Bridge there. Amazing. These young rowers have a lot to handle out here in this aggressive field of eights here. Coxed. All 8s are coxed. Well, they should be. Sorry, which one? Here we have 73, kind of out of the action, but still looking aggressive and clean. They look a little more relaxed, probably because of how far away they are from how much of a margin they've managed to get between boats here. So 73, bound number 73 from City Honors, Buffalo, New York. We also have bound number 75 from Duxbury Bay Maritime School in Massachusetts, stroked by Caroline Smith, 16 years old. This is their girls varsity crew moving through Anderson Bridge here. Still looking really relaxed. Having a nice rhythm here. That bow seat really getting that catch in nice and quickly. We have bows number 76 and 78 moving through. 76 from East Lyme, RA, and 78 from East Bay Rowing Incorporated. Followed very closely by 79. They are really making a move from West Side Rowing Club in Buffalo, New York. That is stroked by Victoria Runkle. Super exciting to see all these tight margins. That's where these clusters are coming from. We have another cluster of 3 boats, and shortly after, another 3 that are coming together. 77 is in this next cluster of boats from Narragansett, Rhode Island. Narragansett Boat Club is America's oldest boat club and is excited to be racing at the Charles today. The average age in this boat is 16 years old. 80 and 82, like we see before. It looks like 82 is moving on bound number 80. Bound number 82 is Mount St. Joseph. Bound number 80 from Cambridge Ridge Latin. Basically, we're seeing Cambridge Ridge Latin has the better line, but 82 has a bit more power in the boat. As they're moving through, this is going to cause a little bit of some loud echoes in through this archway here. As they move through, you can just imagine them hearing the click of the other's oarlocks, the boom of the other's oarlocks as they move through that archway. We have another close race here between 81 and 83. Shrewsbury High School in 81 and Camp Randall in 83 from Wisconsin. Moving through the archway together again. These boats are moving in pairs. It's like they were told to do so. 84. We have Annapolis Junior rowing in bow number 84 here from Maryland. You can tell by their high-vis unis that they're ready to go, Cal. They're looking pretty fast. And nearing the end of the event here. This has been this has been one of the most exciting ones of the morning. This is bout number 85. City of Oxford from Upper Thames, Oxford. Coxed by Emily Twin, 17 years old. In 2019, this crew raced at Quinton Head on the Tideway in London. They won the women's eights at Bedford Head and the women's eights at Evesham Regatta. They would have raced at the women's head, but high winds caused the event to be canceled. So they're probably really happy that they have some flat water today. That way they can race. They'll be competing at the National Schools Henley Women's and the British Junior Championship Regatta. So this crew is headed for more waters after this one, that's for sure. What an event. That was crazy. You cannot. Something weird about rowing is there is some defense that can be played, but definitely at a cost here during these head races. There's so many bridges on the Charles Regatta that if someone does crash, if you do want to slow someone down that's behind you, you can just sit there in the archway and keep them from moving. But it's just going to affect your own. It's going to affect your own time. But I'd say that's the only way of defense that we can have here.
Yeah, it was really quite a sequence there, right, where you had bound number 68, that NorCal crew, taking so much speed, Danny. They had passed a half dozen boats on their way through, but they were sort of stuck in the middle of two boats, and you knew you weren't going to get three through that bridge at the same time right there. Who's supposed to yield in that position right there for viewers who are watching? You got a faster boat in 68, but they don't have the best line, and they were trailing. Should one of the boats in front of them sort of get out of the way right there? It seemed like the Coxes didn't quite know what to do, and that's where we had that sort of pileup in the middle of the bridge. Yeah,
it all comes down to the official, what the official thinks happened. From our perspective here, it did look like the crew in the middle there was faster, and the crews on the outside on either side should have yielded to the faster crew. Typically, we'll see what the officials have to say about that. But basically, if you have the better line, then the inside line could have stayed there and waited a little bit more, I think, to yield. But definitely that outside crew that was not the fastest should not have cut in like that. Made a little bit of a sandwich out of bound number 68 there. Thanks so much for having us out here, guys. Today we had a blast checking out the racing this morning. I'm Danny Hansen, and I had a great time today. It's a first time being able to be up here on the Weld Boathouse, and it was as exciting as expected from the head of the Charles here.
Great sitting with you, Danny. I'm Callum Borchers. Enjoy the rest of the days of racing. Oh, of course. Yeah. They're not ours. So.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought we were going to be announcing for the monitor and the whole thing. So I left my binoculars at home.
Definitely bad information.
I also downloaded an app for stroke rate, so you can just like tap. Cool.
Awesome, guys.
That was so fun. Thank you so much. I feel like I learned a lot. No, I mean, I
current, last 5, last 10. So just change based on how many times you tap it.
Yeah, mine, these are terrible, but they're better than nothing.
Yeah. That I was wearing before I picked up this. So,
Alright, so I always cross off the pages.
just using something.
That's a great idea. Actually, my voice turned out great yesterday on it.
Yeah.
You didn't need that.
Okay, perfect.
It was really, my voice did really well.
All right. I will trust it.
I was shocked at how well it turned out.
I was the coach for 4.5 years. So I'm just flipping through to see, like, pay attention to. Yeah, they should be down pretty soon. Although it's a mixed event, so who knows. All right, good afternoon, folks. My name is Jonathan. I am going to be one of the announcers announcing here for you in this midday shift. I am joined here by
My name is Maja North. Nice to meet everybody.
And we'll be chatting it up here and giving you some information and entertainment over the next couple hours here. Our next event coming down the course any minute now is the Director's Challenge Mixed Doubles. So that is typically mixed gender event, and it is a challenge event, so it's not one of the primary competition events. We can see the first crew coming through Weeks Bridge. That is the foot bridge, the brick foot bridge to the left if you're on the Cambridge side of the river. It is bow number 2, so they have overtaken bow number 1. Bow number 2 is one of our international crews. It's a man and a lightweight woman from the Danish national team. I am not good with this kind of pronunciation, so I will leave that to Maja.
This would be the Dansk Studenters Rowing Club out of Copenhagen, out of Otter. This is Julianne Allender and Rasmussen Sveri Nelson.
That is much better than I ever could have hoped. Sveri is a 2-time gold medalist in the single FISA Rowing World Cup last year. This year. And Julianne is a 4-time Olympian in the lightweight double. So it is no real surprise there that they have set themselves apart with a significant lead over any of the competition. We do have, I'm assuming, bow number 1 and 2 coming out of Weeks Bridge now. Okay, so out in front in the red jerseys is bow number 3. That is Semple. Semple from Glasgow, Scotland, another one of our international crews. They have overtaken bow number 1 in the blue and white, Narragansett from Providence, Rhode Island.
The Semple crew is Andrew Holmes and Elizabeth Holmes, and Narragansett is Alden Bumstead and Edward Gee. For the Semple crew on boat number 3, there's a yellow boat right in front of us with the red uniforms, is Elizabeth and Andrew, both rowed in college for Harvard. Elizabeth captained and stroked the Harvard Radcliffe Varsity Lightweight 8, and Andrew was the stroke and captain of the Harvard Men's Heavyweight 8. First time racing mixed doubles together.
And again, we have a little bit of separation here between these two crews and the next few. It appears we have 3 other crews coming out from Weeks right now. Out in front in the black hull is bow number 8, so they have overtaken several other crews. That is a Riverside boat with Sean Wolf and Christine Cavallo. And then they are trailed by bow number 5 and bow number 6, respectively. That is Cambridge Boat Club with John Randall and Lisa Pierce, and Greenwich crew from Coscob, Connecticut with Kate DeLucia and Patrick Kaufer. And then they are trailed by the crew that just exited the bridge right now, which is bow number 4. That is another Cambridge Boat Club crew made of Margarita Zeza and Carlo Zeza. They have won this event previously, and Margarita actually holds 2 course records in the singles event here on the Head of the Charles. And then we have 2 other crews. We have 2 crews making a wide turn, bow number 7 and bow number 9. The high visibility yellow-green shirts, that is Greenwich crew with Marie McCormick and Michael Tabay. And then on the Boston side of the river, real close, their blades are almost touching there, in the white with red stripe is bow number 9, Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club with Jonathan Moss and Joelle Hetler. They are very, I think we just had a slight collision there with the port oar of the high visibility crew and the starboard oar of the stroke seat of the Pioneer Valley crew. Then we have in blue, bow number 2, Staten L from Portland, Oregon, followed by bow number 10 in yellow. Bow number 10 is Mob Jack from Matthews, Virginia, Sarah and Matt Muffelman. And then On the Cambridge side here, near us, is bow number 16. They're an unaffiliated group there with Elizabeth Pratt and Jonathan Winter, and they are currently overtaking in the yellow and black unis bow number 13, Bow Brevard from Florida. And then we have 11 in blue here, who's outside of the buoys, real close to the dock. Bow number 11 is from Upper Marion. That's Charlton Goodnow and Marcia Zisling. They're re-entering the course now as I speak.
Behind them is 15 and 14. 15 is wearing like a royal blue unisuits, and then 14 is in navy color, and 14 is atomic rowing. So 15 is Schnook, and 14 is atomic rowing out of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Oh, going on quite an angle through the bridge here. Approaching the dock now in the white boat with yellow unisuits is 18, and this would be Cambridge, Naomi Lang and Blair Crawford. Some of these crews take quite a wide turn as they're going through the Weeks Bridge, and then they have to funnel through to once they get to Anderson, and it can be quite angled. The next boat approaching the docks would be in light blue, and this is number 17, Upper Valley Rowing out of Hanover, New Hampshire. Catherine Rooney and Timothy Rooney, their father and daughter.
Most people can't see the bow numbers or know blades or anything.
So I start with color and then I go to... In the yellow hats is number 19, and that's Baltimore, out of Baltimore, Maryland. Barbara Dunn and Chris Croupiers. A lot of us know Barbara Dunn. So fast at the start, she's called Barbara Dunn, champ swimmer. Chris K, now ergs for fun.
Blue 23, green 22.
The light blue right here is number 23, and that's Lake Union out of Seattle, Washington. That'd be Anthony Faulds and Carly Tallman. The green and white will be number 22, and that's Minneapolis Rowing Club out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jill Cooper and Barry Gustafson. The green and white unis are number 26, and that is Wicking out of Berlin. Sarah Brzezinski and Karsten Brzezinski. Karsten rowed for the German national team, winning a gold medal in the U-23 lightweight 4 in 1993. He also rowed for Northeastern University. Following this big pack approaching is number 27. This is R.A. Greenwich out of Greenwich, Connecticut. Stephanie Allwood and Luke Auger. In the white boat, is it white boat?
Yeah, white boat,
Red and yellow.
Red, yellow, and purple.
Okay, red, yellow, and purple blades. Is number 20, and that's Cambridge out of, and the Gentle Giant, Mariana McCormick and Richard Whalen. Approaching the dock right now in the red boat is number 25, and that's San Diego Rowing Club.
Then we have 29 and 30.
And then 29 is in the center right here, and 29 is Alexandria out of Alexandria, Virginia, and OKC River Sport. On the Boston side in the white boat is number 30, and that's Quinsigamond, Megan Highland, and Harry Sungareth. In front of the dock right now is number 21. This is Pettipog out of Essex, Connecticut. On the Boston side, on the red, is 28, and this is Delta D's, James Norris and Sandy Govin. And the white boat with the red unis is number 24, and that is St. Catharines out of St. Catharines, Ontario. Vanessa Moores and Brian Thorne. The white hall with the white and blue shirts is number 32. This is Cambridge side, and this is Rocky Mountain out of Aurora, Colorado. The black hall on the Boston side is number 35. This is Station L out of Portland, Oregon. Lars Ripley and Dorothy Atwood. All right, number 36 is Greenwich Crew, Susanna Mills and Jason Woody. We have somebody who's really wide over on the Cambridge side in front of the Weld.
I can't make that out yet. The tree is messing up the focus.
There's a big gap here now. That was a big pack that came through at the same time. It's kind of fun to watch them go through the bridge. That's one of my favorite areas to watch.
It's always exciting, especially on this course, where you have to have an approach angle and an exit angle from the bridge that are different. So it appears that the crews are coming in diagonally to get the best line coming out of the bridge on the other side. So many of the crews coming through the Weeks Bridge to our left here want to come in on the right side of the bridge and exit the left, and then here they want to enter on the left and exit to the right. So they're doing this big zigzag through the course.
So now we have 4 boats coming, and the boat that's approaching the docks now is so far outside of the buoy lines. That is 31, and that's Quinsigamond Rowing Club out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. Fred Burke and Paula Bellin. A short name for Lake Quinsigamond, or Quinsigamond is Quinsig. They'll call that for short. So number 38 in the black hall with the blue shirts is Wichita out of Wichita, Kansas. Carrie Van Sickle and William Van Sickle. And the yellow Empacher with what color jerseys? Red maroon jerseys is number 40. It's Swan Creek Rowing Club. And Lambertville, New Jersey. The red hull is number 34, and they're right on their tail. And 34 is SDBC out of Shanghai, China. The white boat Boston side is number 39, Vesper out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This will be Sally Scott and Thomas Simon. The white hull with the bright orange blades is number 37, and that's Vesper out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Summers Nelson, Hutchings, and William Nelson. William Nelson was in the 1978 U.S. national team, lightweight men's 4. He rowed for Vesper from 77 through 79 and Purdue from 75 to 79. Summers Nelson Hutchings was the 2009 U.S. national team silver medalist. She was World's U23 in the Czech Republic. In 2010, she was the NCAA team champion of the University of Virginia, and she was silver medalist in the 8 in the 2010 U.S. national team. She also was World's U23 in Belarus. And that looks like that's a wrap to this event. This was the Director's Challenge Mixed Double that started at 10:57. Our next race will be Event 50.
So the next event coming up has a scheduled start time of 11:19. So by my watch here, they should be starting the first boat in about 15 seconds. So that means we will have a good 3 to 5 minutes, depending on the crews, before we even get any glimpse that they might be coming up to us. This event is event number 50, the men's youth doubles. Again, start time of 11:19. The course record was set in 2017 with a time of 16 minutes and 52 seconds. That is real quick for a youth event. Coming out in bow number 1, we have GMS Rowing coming up from Connecticut. And just since we do have a minute here, I'd like to talk a little bit more and contextualize what I was saying before when we had a little lull, is that if you're not overly familiar with the Head of the Charles course, immediately before where we are situated here, there's a straightaway. It's called the Powerhouse Stretch. It's dead straight. It's about 1,500 meters. And there's 3 bridges you have to cross underneath. So crews get up to a very high speed going down this stretch, and then they have to navigate through these 2 bridges, one to our left and one to our right, that make a large S turn. And these bridges are situated in a way where your coxswain is obviously important in every race, but a great coxswain can win or lose a race for you by navigating these bridges, because one bridge you want to enter through the leftmost section and enter the rightmost, and the other bridge you have to do the opposite. So you have to have the experience to know how to guide the hull to enter through the bridge to have the correct line to line up on the second bridge. With the next event, the men's youth doubles, the reigning champion, GMS Rowing, they're going to be facing a lot of pressure from other crews. GMS is known for its sculling program, has the top 2 bow numbers. It's both bow number 1 and bow number 2, indicating that they placed in the top 2 positions last year. The little note we have here notes that the Saugatuck program and CBC, Cambridge Boat Club, from just down the river here, at bow number 3 and bow number 4 are going to provide significant competition for GMS Rowing. Also, especially for a sculling program, having a home field advantage can be very beneficial here on the tricky Charles River. We also have New Canaan and Newport, who are going to be coming in at bow number 7 and bow number 13. They will also be strong competition for these other 3 crews. Again, those being Saugatuck, Cambridge, and GMS Rowing. So another little interesting point that we have here with our course being situated between 2 difficult to navigate bridges is that the way head style races are structured, it's like a time trial. You have one team go, then there's a short break, and then another team goes, and then another short break, and then another team goes. Meaning that if the third team is faster than the other 2 teams, you end up having a concentration of boats approaching the course simultaneously. Best case scenario, these 2 bridges can fit 2 crews across. Many times you'll see 3 or more crews trying to enter the bridges simultaneously. So this is where the tension and drama of the race can get very exciting, particularly Weeks to my left, the footbridge. Anderson Bridge to my right, which has just as many people as Weeks, but also has automotive traffic. And then the next bridge, which is further down the river and is covered by our partner broadcast, is the Elliott Bridge, which is notorious because it is a blind turn. The coxswains and crews cannot actually see the bridge when they have to start turning. And of course, that bridge can only fit 3 boats across. So if you have 4 boats trying to go through a 3-boat arch, it becomes very tense and very dramatic as they jockey for space. Checking my time here, it has been about 5 minutes since the first crew has been sent down the river for event number 50. So we will likely be seeing them any minute now. We do have some official sponsors we'd like to thank. I'm going to go ahead and start with Brooks Brothers, since they have provided all the volunteers with these wonderful bright red insulation jackets. Brooks Brothers is proud to celebrate their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Visit us at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition all weekend, as well as our Newbury Street store here in Boston to shop the limited edition Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection. I have to say, I have personally purchased many of their Head of the Charles pieces of clothing, ties, quarter zips, a polo, and I get complimented on it all the time. We also have some other sponsors here that I'm going to take a moment to thank, since we do have a little bit of downtime. Concept 2. Concept 2, every rower here, every coach, everyone who's even tangentially related to rowing is going to know Concept 2. Concept 2 would like to ask which Concept 2 oar is right for you. Learn more about the best match for your crew. Visit the Concept 2 tent located next to the Hudson Boat Works. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. If I remember correctly, the Hudson Boat Works is downriver, close to the finish line.
And everybody knows that tent because they fix your oars. I first learned to row on an erg in the wintertime, and I fell in love with it. On an erg.
They'll fix more than just oars. They'll fix oar locks. They will actually fix rudders because they have tools. They'll just give them to you and let you borrow them.
They're wonderful. I love them. They're great people. I have a no whining policy about erging. And it translates into my life in other areas like the weather. There's no whining about the weather. Well, we do have a couple more minutes here, so I'm going to thank another one of our sponsors that I was ogling over their product earlier today. Aston Martin. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at the Adager Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. And now the car they have there is baby blue little sports car next to a convertible equivalent. It is a beautiful car. I do see the crews coming down the course now, so we'll give it a minute here so that we can identify the crews for you. It does appear that we have, I believe, 3 crews approaching us now. So we have 4 crews here coming up front in the blue hull with blue oars. That's bow number 1, as we said before. GMS Rowing, they have a very strong, well-represented sculling program here on the Charles, and they won the event last year. So that is bow number 1. So then it followed Boston side is bow number 2.
Oh, and then we have a little bit of upset here because it appears bow number 2 has slipped behind bow number 3. Bow number 3 on the Boston side in black. That is Saugatuck from Connecticut, who has overtaken GMS Rowing from Connecticut. So I wonder if there's a little bit of inter-team rivalry in terms of the sculling performance going on here. And then behind them is bow number 4, local favorite, Cambridge Boat Club from just downriver here. That is Timothy Labunko and Connor Simcoe. I apologize if I am mispronouncing the names here. I am doing my best. We have 5 other crews approaching us shortly. And if we turn our attention to the bridge, we can see that the crews were side by side. There's room for 2 crews to enter and exit the bridge safely. But when you start getting a 3rd crew into the mix, or if there's a situation where one of the crews may have an incorrect line, it can get very tight. So if I turn my attention to the right,
the boats coming up, we definitely might see that kind of situation happening. Right now, boat 6 has a clear ahead of all these other boats. And this is the California Yacht Club out of Los Angeles, California. Riley Young and William Kendall.
blue boat in front is 10.
The blue boat in front is number 10, and they are being edged out and passed by the M. Parker with 7. And so 7 is New Canaan crew out of Norwalk, Connecticut. And number 10 right here is Oak Neck Rowing Academy.
And we have 8 in white overtaking.
So number 8 in the white is overtaking number 5 in the orange jerseys. And number 8 is Hayden Township out of Westmont, New Jersey. And number 5 is Albany Rowing Club.
Looks like it's going to be pretty clear on the
And
bridge.
it looks like it's going to be pretty clear going through the bridge, except for 5 is going very wide. This will be interesting watching them go through the bridge. They can skirt the bridge abutments.
White out in front with 11.
In front of us now is number 11. They are a white boat with white jerseys. This is Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club out of Springfield, Massachusetts, and they're ahead of 9 who are also in white. And that's Ransom Everglades crew out of Coconut Grove, Florida. On the Boston side, in the all black and the green blades is number 12, and that's Seattle Scullers out of Seattle, Washington. The yellow Empacher with the red hats is boat number 13, and that's Newport out of Newport Beach, California. So we have crews that are doing pretty wide Boston side turns here. All right, in this next group that's approaching with quite a bit of space right here, the dark boat with yellow blades is number 16. Is it yellow and blue blades? Yes.
Bow side, blue on the stern side.
So they are yellow on the bow side and blue on the stern side.
That's an interesting choice. I don't think I've seen that before.
And that is number 16, and that's Resilient Rowing Club out of Burke, Virginia. Now, the boat approaching the docks right here is number 14, and that is St. Joseph High School out of New Jersey, out of Mudichin, New Jersey. And right behind them is number 19, which is Don Rowing out of Mississauga, Ontario. The white boat with the maroon red jerseys is number 17, and that's Haverford School out of Haverford, Pennsylvania. And passing us right now with green oars and a hunter green boat is number 15, and that is Seattle Scullers out of Seattle, Washington. In front of us right now, boy, these boats are coming through, just packed together. We have number 18 passing us, and then 22 close behind them. 18 is Charlotte Rowing Club, and 22 is Niagara Falls, Ontario. The white boat with red and white striped jerseys is number 20, and that is Burton Beach Rowing out of Vashon, Washington.
Cambridge side is 25.
Right in front of us right now is 25.
Middle is
25 is NRS out of Vinland, Ontario, and then 21 is Minneapolis Rowing Club out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they're in a white boat with green and white jerseys. On the far Boston side in the white boat with white jerseys is 24, and 24 is Rockland out of Nyack, New York. 23 behind them, they've been passed, is Great Miami Crew out of Hamilton, Ohio.
27 coming in front of the dock. With black.
Coming in front of the dock right now in the white boat is 27. And 27 is Miami Rowing Club out of Miami, Florida. The two boats approaching right now is the Emphocker Yellow is number 28, and that is Munchener out of Munich. And then number 30 right behind them in white is number 30, and that's West Cambridge Rowing out of Watertown, Massachusetts. Approaching the dock right now, the dark boat is number 34, Row House out of Miami, Florida. We have a huge pack approaching right now.
So from the Boston side, we have bow number 31 out in front. Bow number 31 is Bergen Catholic from New Jersey. In the middle of the pack, that's their tip to tip with the one that's on Cambridge side. We have 29 to 26. So 26 is on the Cambridge side here. 26 is Greenwich, Connecticut. And then in the middle, who hopefully will not get squeezed out on the bridge here, is 29. 29 is Lincoln Park Boat Club from Chicago, Illinois. This is going to be very exciting to the bridge right here because we have conflicting lines, and they're blade over blade. I think we're going to have we have contact right there by the bridge, and we have at least 4 other boats right on their tail, so hopefully they clear this soon. They're followed by 33 with the red blades. That is Haddon Rowing Club from New Jersey. In the yellow Emphocker, that's 35. They're Nareed from New Jersey. 36 in the dark hull is Litchfield Hills from Connecticut. And then 32 Colorado Junior Rowing from Boulder, Colorado in the red boat, rowing with the red and white CRI blades. Right behind them with the white blades, and it appears to be a dark blue boat, is 38. That is Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas. I've actually been down there before. They have a phenomenal rowing facility there. And we have a little bit of a break here. Approaching the dock right now is bow number 41. Bow number 41 is Long Lake Rowing Club from Long Lake, Minnesota. That's a long trip to come all the way out here to the Charles River. They should have no problem, though, securing a nice, clean line through the Anderson Bridge. As I was saying before, many of the crews like to enter the bridge on the Boston side and then exit on the Cambridge side of the bridge. This allows them to have a good line on the next turn, which is a slow, long arcing turn that comes up to the Elliott Bridge. In front of us now is in the white boat with the red and white blades is bow number 42. That's Y Quad Cities from Illinois. And they have overtaken bow number 37 with it appears to be blue and white blades and a dark boat. It's either navy or black. Bow number 37, as they approach the bridge here, is Cape Cod Youth Rowing from Centerville, Massachusetts. And right behind them, crossing the Weld dock, is bow number 40. That's Shaker from Loudonville, New York. And in front of us right now is 46, white oars with a white hull. Bow number 46 is Pangbourne from Great Britain. They've come a long way for sure. And right behind them in the yellow and blue blades, yellow unis and yellow boat, is 47, St. Mark's from Dallas, Texas. Oh, we have 2 different crews outside of the buoys here. Just entering into the course again is bow number 39, cutting across the course. That is Soyset Rowing Club from Bayville, New York. And then 43 was also outside the buoys. He just re-entered. That's Peachtree City Rowing from Georgia, and they are bow to stern with bow number 45 in between Peachtree and Soyset. Bow number 45. That is Brooks School from North Andover, another local Massachusetts crew. And tailing the pack here is bow number 44, King School from Stamford, Connecticut. And if we turn our attention to the bridge again, it's going to be close. Those are really close lines to the bridge. They just barely, we do have contact with the bridge. You can hear it from here. It sounds kind of like nails on a chalkboard. It's a very unpleasant sound. But it looked like they were able to keep their balance and drift through the bridge. Sometimes you do see if a crew hits the bridge with enough force that it will actually flip their boat, or in worst case scenario, actually injure the rowers.
You could see they went in hesitantly
Yep.
into the bridge there. You could see they went in hesitantly, just seeing if they were going to hit or not, so it slowed them down.
Yeah, and just as a little reminder, that was one of the crews who took the turn out of Weeks very wide. They actually ended up exiting off the course, over the buoys, and then re-entered into the course with a sharp angle. So I think a combination of them just trying to compensate for that oversteer resulted in them not having the best line or confidence in entering the bridge, and that's what happened with how they struck the bridge. Maja, have you rowed the course before?
I have not rowed the course before, but I have refereed on it. My first year here was refereeing. I was training as an umpire, I should say, because at Head of the Charles were called umpires.
I have never competed in a scull on the Head of the Charles before, but I have competed as a sweep rower before, and it is a astoundingly difficult course. I am very impressed by anyone who can scull this course, because when you're sweep rowing, you have the benefit of a coxswain, someone who is actually looking at the bridges. When you're a sculler, you just have to have faith in yourself and your teammate and the occasional glance over the shoulder.
The bow seat has a lot of responsibility and looking over the shoulder for that.
And I do believe that is the end of the pack for this event. Coming up next is event number 51.
This is the women's youth doubles. It starts at 11:35 a.m., so it started 6 minutes ago. The course record is set by D. Evans and C. Sherris at 17 minutes 47.577 seconds in 2017, just 2 years ago. There are 46 competitors in this event. The Y-Quad Cities has been a powerhouse in this event and has owned the top spot since 2014. And you do not have to go back to 2013 to find a result where they did not have a double in the top two. With bow 1 and 2, they will look to push the pace from the front of the pack and hold on to those top two spots in 2019. As with the other youth sculling fields, the double continues to get deeper as youth sculling continues to grow, with multiple national medalists and junior national team athletes scattered throughout this field.
As some of our keen viewers and listeners may have noticed, both this event and our previous event had records set in 2017. Now, I don't remember exactly, but if I remember to my best recollection, the conditions in 2017 were actually quite similar to today's, but with a slightly stronger headwind on the first half.
Was that year or was it 2016? The year that all the records were broken. Was that 2 years ago? I think that was 2 years ago.
Maybe somebody can check Google for us.
I'm gonna discuss a couple of the first three boats right here because they have so many competitions that they have been in. I just want to start announcing and talking about them ahead of time. There are two teams from Y-Quad Cities out of Moline, Illinois. Will be in boat number 1. Bow number 1 will be Brenna Morley and Delaney Evans. And bow number 2 will be Emma Mask and Taylor English. The third boat in this next group that will be approaching will be California Yacht Club out of Los Angeles, California. And that'll be Alexandria Lang and Talia Koch. For bow number 1, Delaney set the Head of the Charles Youth Double Course record in 2017 at 17 minutes and 47 seconds. She has also won the Head of the Charles Youth Double in 2018. Delaney and Brenna both competed at the 2019 Junior Worlds in the double and in the quad. Both were in the 2019 Youth Nationals quad that won gold. Delaney was the quad that won Diamond Jubilee at the Royal Henley. We have a boat that has come through the bridge and has set quite a distance. They've all kept their distance quite well here. There's no. Based on their spread, it looks like it will be 1, 2, and 3, but we're not sure yet. So the first two is 1 and then 2, and it's confirmed the next one is 3.
They appear to be red with dark hull.
So bow number 1 has a dark hull with red
Stripe on their jersey.
jerseys.
Yeah, red jerseys, horizontal, white and black stripe, black hull. Same for number 2. And they have the half and half oars, white and white.
So the next boat is also red color with the red jerseys. So they have the same unisuits on. And these are both out of Y Quad Cities Moline. Bow number 2. So I just read off all the placements for bow number 1, which is great. Bow number 2, Taylor and Emma were both in the 2019 Youth Nationals quad that won gold. They were also in the 2018 Y Quad Cities quad that won Royal Henley, the Diamond Jubilee Cup. Taylor was on 2017 and 2019 U.S. Junior National Team in the quad and won last year's Head of the Charles Youth Double. Emma won the U19 double at the 2019 Youth Nationals. Number 3, who is in front of us, is California Yacht Club, and this is Alexandria's second Head of the Charles, and she placed 3rd in last year's Women's Youth Double. She's a junior this year, and this is Talia's first Head of the Charles, having
Group of about 6 boats
having fun. Oh, we have lots of boats approaching now. Nicely spaced. These front 2 are spaced really nicely. They're 4 and 5, and they are in order. And this is Cambridge, and this is Eliza Rovere Abrams and Bronwyn Legg. The next one is number 5. 5 is on the Boston side, white hull and black jerseys, and that would be Redwood Scullers. Muir Schwartz and Carolyn Phillips. We're going to go back to 4, Cambridge, and this is the youth doubles at the CBC's junior program. And then in number 5, when we talked about 5 in the white hull here, this is Ayla's placed 2nd in the 2019 Youth YNC in the women's quad. In front of us right now in the blue shirts and the black hull is number 5. Or number 6, I'm sorry. This is Niagara Falls out of Ontario, Canada. Hannah Girolamato and Caroline Candeloro. We have 8 who's overtaken 7, and number 8 is Y Quad Cities out of Moline again. So Boston side, the white boat is number 7, and that is 3 Rivers out of Pittsburgh. And number 9 is overtaken 7 now, and they're in the blue hull. And number 9 is First Coast out of Jacksonville, Florida. 9 is going very wide corner, so they might just push that white boat out of the course or into the abutment. Oh, they did a very nice job. They gave them room. That was good. The boat going in front of us right now is a black boat is number 10, and this is 612 Endurance out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. We have a little space now, a little rest in between. And then we'll have a nice pack coming towards us. Now, these boats are all towards the Boston side. The white boat with the white blades is number 12, and that is R.A. Greenwich out of Greenwich, Connecticut.
14 with the blue jerseys.
And 14 with the blue jerseys right behind them in the white boat is 14, and this is Cambridge. In the middle of the river with the black jerseys and the white boat is number 13, and that is Agnes Irwin out of Rosemont, Pennsylvania. The white hull with the light blue blades is number 15, and this is GMS Rowing, New Milford, Connecticut. And number 11, right behind them, is Albany Rowing Club out of Albany, New York.
And then chasing them, actually, I'm going to turn my attention to the bridge right now. 13 almost just skirted off the course, and they recorrected to go through the bridge, but I don't think 15 sees them. They are tip to tip with their blades. We just lost vision, but I sounds like they made it through clear, barely. So now we have 18 approaching the bridge with the yellow oars. 18 is Notre Dame Rowing Club from Ontario. And then we have 19 and 21 in that order approaching the bridge. In the white on white is bow number 19. Bow number 19 is Sagamore from Oyster Bay, New York, with 21 right on their tail, trying to overtake. 21 is Potomac Rowing out of our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And then in the, appears to be an orange boat, very easy to see, is Litchfield Hills. Litchfield Hills from Litchfield, Connecticut. And all these crews have separated themselves from the pack by a fairly large margin. And then we have, it appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boats approaching.
Boston side 24, Cambridge side 22.
All right, out in front, we have 24 and 25 approaching the dock. On the Boston side is 24.
24, 22.
24 is Row America from Rye, New York, and just a slight correction, on the Cambridge side is bow number 22. 24 has overtaken bow number 22. 22 is Cooper from Collinswood, New Jersey, and now right behind them is bow number 25 with the light blue blades, who is Founders Rowing from Dallas, Texas. Behind them with the blue and white striped blades, red jerseys, is bow number 27, Wallingford from Great Britain. And behind them, they have overtaken bow number 17, Peachtree City Rowing Club from Peachtree, Georgia, with 23 trying to overtake Peachtree. Bow number 23 is Resilient Rowing Club. Now with these, it appears to be neon yellow and blue jerseys and blue blades. Now we're going to turn our attention to the bridge as all these crews approach all at once. They appear to be staggered well enough, but with Peachtree and 17, that is Peachtree and Resilient right close, it's always very, very tight and a little bit of negotiating back and forth. In front of us with a wide line is bow number 20. Bow number 20 is Orange County from New York. They need to correct this line to make it through the bridge shortly. And right behind them is bow number 28. 28 is accelerating, trying to make a move on Orange Tree. 28 is Charlotte Youth Rowing from Charlotte, North Carolina. We have 3 crews approaching the dock right now. Outside of the course on Cambridge side is bow number 32. That's Haddon from Westmont, New Jersey. They are neck and neck with 31, City of Oxford from Great Britain, and they have both overtaken bow number 30, Lincoln School from Providence, Rhode Island. Now, 31 and 32 are oar over oar as they approach the bridge, so let's hope they both have safe lines planned through the bridge. It appears 32 with the red blades actually stopped rowing so that they would not collide as they entered into the bridge. That is sometimes the safest decision to make so that you don't flip or injure yourself or others. In bright pink, we have bow number 35. Bow number 35 is Westminster School. This is another international crew coming to us from Great Britain. And they have made quite a bit of distance over bow number 33. Bow number 33 with the red and blue jerseys and oars. They come to us here in Boston from Greater Miami. That is in Ohio, actually. Excuse me, with the helicopter going overhead. But in front we have, with the black hull and white jerseys, bow number 29. Bow number 29 is Ransom Everglades crew from Florida. They have overtaken the crew with the red hull, bow number 26. Bow number 26 is Cape Cod Youth Rowing from Cape Cod. And then we have 34 on the Boston side with the yellow and green unis and oars. That's Ann Arbor Huron from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Followed by 36 with the, appears to be checked orange and blue blades. The checked orange and blue blades come from Germantown in Germantown, Pennsylvania. 37 with the red visors, white blades, white hat. That is bow number 37, Kent School from Kent, Connecticut. And right behind them is bow number 39 with the red and dark unis, white hull. That is Long Island Rowing Club from Long Island, New York. They are ahead of bow number 41 with the blue-tipped oars. That's Greater Hills, again, from Ann Arbor, Michigan. And again, we have another pack of 5 crews approaching the bridge. In front, 42. That is South Jersey Rowing Club. Ahead of the blue-hulled on Boston side is bow number 45. Olympia area rowing from Olympia, Washington. Both of these are ahead of 38 with the white visors, white hull. 38 is Central Crew Club. And then we have 43 and 40 neck and neck. On the Cambridge side, closer to us, is 40. 40 is Brooks School. On the Boston side, farther from us, is 43. That's Nareed from Rutherford, New Jersey. And it does appear all these crews are making it through the bridge safely, with crews opting for either the Cambridge side line or the Boston side line. Then we have a little bit of space here before the next cruise. Approaching us now is bow number 44, Rivanna from Charlottesville, Virginia.
And right behind them on the Cambridge side is boat number 46 out of Lake Leelanau, Michigan, which is in northern Michigan, just above Traverse City. It's a beautiful area. I'm so happy. They just started rowing clubs up there, restarted them recently in the last handful of years. And I really admire the people who started the clubs up there because they were my mentors. Mike Stemo was one of them. He rowed for MIT, I think, and he was one of the first coaches for Michigan, and he was the one that I started an erging class with in Grand Rapids.
That is a fairly impressive resume to start a club. Now, as someone who is not from the area, do they row on the Great Lakes or do they row on smaller ponds, lakes, and rivers?
I'm not sure if he started Lake Leelanau. I know there's several rowing clubs up there, but I know that's one of them. Wait, what was your question again?
Whether or not rowing in the Upper Peninsula and Michigan area, do you row on the Great Lakes, or is it more river rowing and smaller ponds and lakes?
We prefer river rowing because the Lake Michigan and Lake Leelanau are pretty big waves. It's like an ocean. Most people think that Lake Michigan is small, but you can't see to the other side, and we have very big waves. So personally, I would love to see ocean rowing get involved over there because the waves that we have are amazing. But the clubs that we've practiced on small lakes, but mostly the rivers, like the Grand River, so Grand Rapids rowing, and the teams like Grand Valley State University, they row on the Grand River, and Spring Lake rowing, Grand Haven rowing, Grand Rapids rowing, Rockford, Northview, Forest Hills. There's a lot of rowing clubs in Grand Rapids, actually, but that's further south in the state. But I know what we do on the Grand River.
And being from the Northeast rowing area, I really know very little about the Michigan rowing scene, so that's interesting to learn.
Well, Masters Nationals was in Grand Rapids this summer, just a couple months ago. So it was a beautiful, and then until Sunday. Sunday's weather got a little bit hectic in the morning.
Isn't that how the 2-day regattas usually go? That one day is gorgeous, and then either the previous day or the next day, whichever is the alternate day, half of it is terrifying.
It was actually great, though. It was a 4-day regatta. Masters Nationals was like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it was a long regatta.
Wow.
We were doing 3.5 centers. 3.5-minute centers. That was insane.
That is a very tight start sequence. In comparison, the head of the Charles Regatta here, the starts between the individual crews can be up to 30 seconds.
Now, the difference between this type of a race and other races, there's sprint races and head races. This is a head race, which you are timed against yourself. It's against time minus if you go outside of the buoys, you're docked a penalty of time. So in the end, if you don't have any penalties and you're the fastest rower, then you're the winner, the gold.
Yes, many people are familiar with time trials in cycling or in cross-country running. This is our equivalent to a time trial. a competitive time trial, because there is an aspect of side-by-side competition and sportsmanship. You can actually be docked time if you have unsportsmanlike conduct on the race course.
Clashing of oars. The crew that is at fault will be docked time there.
Also, if you are a overtaking crew, as in your boat is going faster than the crew ahead of you, and the crew ahead of you does not yield, that crew can be penalized because the faster crew has the right of way.
And have you ever watched the YouTube videos by different coxswains on the Charles, during the Charles, or Mahi Drysdale? Like I can still hear Mahi's breath as he's rowing down the Charles because he makes that sound wherever he rows. And there's some great videos by different coxswains on head of the Charles. Have you seen any of them?
I have, and also if anyone at home is interested, many crews, the local crews, will do GoPro videos for their practice runs of the Heather Charles, that they will set up a GoPro on the bow of their hull, and they'll do a practice run of the course so they can go back and improve to make sure they have the best line possible down the course and through the bridges, because every crew starts at the same spot and finishes at the same spot. You don't necessarily take the same route to get there, though. You know, some crews can go very wide. Some crews may go very narrow. If you have a poorly steered course down the head of the Charles, you can easily add several hundred meters to your race, and those meters turn into very long seconds that can take you from first to third to 10th in a blink of an eye. With it being 12:01, we should be seeing the next cruise coming down the course any minute now. The anticipated start time for event number 52 was 11:58. So this is the men's youth fours. This is another event that the course record was set in 2017. South Niagara set the, again, youth men's fours course record with a time of 16 minutes and 12.9 seconds. That is a very fast time for a youth event. Reminders, youth events comprise athletes who are under the age of 18 or turn 18 the year of competition. In the number one seed for this event, we have St. Catharines. They come from Lake St. Catharines up in Ontario. They host the Canadian Henley Regatta every summer, if you've ever had the pleasure of attending. It's a very fun event for the end of summer.
All right, St. Catharines Club returns to defend their 2018 title, in which they dominated this event, winning by 20 seconds from bow 53, no less. It will be interesting to see what they can do with their clean water ahead as Sacramento State Aquatic Center crew chases them from bow number 2 and tries to regain the top honors. Local crew Belmont Hill School at bow 18 could be one to watch, as well as Noble and Greenaw School from about, what, are you going to say it right?
Yeah, so I am from here, and I also coached them for several years. That would be Nobles and Greeno. They are located here locally in Dedham, and they actually practice on the Charles River as well. They practice not on this section of the Charles River, but on the upper Charles. So the Charles River goes many, many miles outside of Boston. And there's another section that's out in Newton, and they practice where LaSalle College used to have their boathouse. That boathouse was purchased by Nobles and Greeno in partnership with Community Rowing, located here on our section of the Charles, and Nobles trains out of there.
So they're going to be they will be bow number 36, and they've made their way to the top from the back in the pack before. St. Paul's Boat Club out of the UK will start about 8 and will be a crew to watch as they perform well here at the Charles.
I think this event should be a exciting event. It should be very close with the competition we see here. We have a little blurb here that gives us some information, but I think I personally find the youth events to be very exciting because it can change year to year dramatically, and a crew that is a powerhouse typically may graduate their top 6 rowers and slip down, or a team that is not known for being a very fast crew may just have it suddenly click for some athletes and they become phenoms. You can never really know what to expect with youth throwing. With the event start time, again, they sent out the first crew at 11:58. So that was approximately 6 minutes ago. So we expect to see the first boat coming around the corner of Weeks Bridge any second now. And we do have our first crew coming around the corner here. They appear to be wearing white jerseys with red blades. I will wait till they get a little bit closer to identify them. But judging by the spread between the first and second crew, I'm guessing this is 1 and 2, and I do not see the third crew anywhere. So when you see this happen at the beginning of the pack, the crews are released from the start line in their order of bow numbers. So 1 goes first, 2 goes second. So when you see this, about 6 or 7 minutes into a 16-minute race, that means these crews are very comparable in speed, but they are faster than the next crew. So they have not separated from each other, but they've separated from the rest of the pack. So they are very likely the fastest crews on the course at the moment. Number 1, with the red blades, white hull, and white shirts, that is St. Catharines, coming to us from Ontario. And right behind them is SAC Gold River, California. They came in first at the Southwest Nationals and 9th in Youth Nationals this year. We have a pack of 3 boats coming up. Out in front with the red jersey, blue and white blades, that's bow number 4. That is Blood Street Skulls from Old Lyme, Connecticut. If you see people walking around with what appears to be a pirate jersey, that is the Blood Street Skulls logo. And we have bow number 3 on the Boston side, and bow number 3 is on the Cambridge side, closer to us, who is being overtaken by bow number 5 on the Boston side. In the red hull, bow number 3, that's San Diego Rowing Club coming from San Diego, California, and they're being overtaken by Culver Rowing from Indiana. They return with 9 of the 10 members of their SRAA National Championship winning Varsity 8. If we turn our attention to the bridge, looking at Culver and San Diego Rowing Club, they're very tight in entering the bridge. Excuse me, I just slipped here a little bit. It's very interesting because you can see their oars are actually overlapping. So the oars are able to overlap without touching just by timing the strokes quite right. And then we have bow number 6, Upper Canada from Toronto, Ontario, made up of various CSSRA winning boats from last spring. And then we have 5 boats coming up to us now. The 3 that are approaching our dock are coming in order from the Cambridge side to Boston side, closest to furthest. In black, bow number 7, Salisbury, followed by St. Paul's. That is not the St. Paul's here locally, but St. Paul's from Great Britain. And then behind them, in red, that is the CRI Community Rowing Club, men's, youth, for their competition, boys 4. And we're going to turn our attention again to the bridge as these boats approach to the bridge. Now, if you look closely, you can see the black boat is taking the turn a little wide, with the white boat taking it a little bit tighter. And then the CRI, the red boat, is lining up directly behind the two of them. Behind them, we have bow number 10 in black with red jerseys and bow number 12, black with these striped jerseys. Out in front is Lawrenceville from Princeton Junction, New Jersey, and behind them is Christian Brothers from New Jersey as well. Christian Brothers Academy rose out of a Shrewsbury Yacht Club on the Shrewsbury River. Now, they have overtaken bow number 11. Bow number 11 is closest to us with the blue jerseys white hull. That is Milwaukee from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And currently overtaking them on the Boston side is bow number 14, Row America, Rye, New York. Now, again, as we turn our attention to the Anderson Bridge to my right, you can see that the approach angles of these boats are very different. So hopefully the coxswains are willing to have a little bit of give in their race plan so that there's no collision. It does appear that they were able to enter the bridge safely and should exit safely. Now in front of us is bow number 13 with the yellow jerseys, blue blades. That is Long Beach Junior Crew from, of course, Long Beach, California. And then in front of us is bow number 16. They have actually lost their bow number. Sometimes that happens with a collision or it wasn't properly attached. That is St. Joseph's Prep from Pennsylvania. And then with the bright yellow hull, that is, of course, Belmont Hill. That is one of the local Charles River crews who are known to be a very fast team typically. Following them approaching the bridge now, approaching us at the dock is bow number 19. Radley. Radley is another international crew from Great Britain. And then a little bit of an upset is bow number 22. Bow number 22 from Upper Arlington, Columbus, Ohio, in black on black with the yellow blades. Behind them with the green and blue jerseys, white oars, is bow number 15. Bow number 15 is Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut. They're trying to hold off bow number 17 and bow number 21. 17 in blue is closer to us. That's Glastonbury from Glastonbury, Connecticut, who is trying to hold off bow number 21. Bow number 21, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. And again, these three crews are approaching the bridge right now. It's always challenging when a crew is trying to overtake with a course that is not straight. And we now have 23 and 24 who are also very close. 23 out in front is Philip Exeter. They're trying to hold off PCRA from New Rochelle. And then approaching us now, white hull in front with blue jerseys is 25. 25 is Duxbury Bay Maritime School from Duxbury, Massachusetts. And they are trying to hold off 26, Los Gatos. You can hear that hard click and the heavy breathing out of the athletes. They're likely trying to move on Duxbury as they approach the bridge.
I love that sound. That is one of my favorite sounds to hear when rowers.
It's such a satisfying sound, especially if you're in the boat as well.
Beautiful. It's just beautiful.
To return to the racing, we now have black hull, red jerseys, red oars, bow number 20. That is Hingham High School, another local crew here. They're trying to hold off bow number 28 right behind them. Bow number 28 is Northfield Mount Herman from Mount Herman, Massachusetts. That is out in western Massachusetts. I believe they row on the Connecticut River, actually. In white with the dark jerseys approaching the bridge is bow number 27, Hanlon from Toronto. And then in the red jerseys with the blue hull is bow number 29, Kings Wimbledon, another international crew from London. Then 30 with the dark and white striped unis, dark hull. That's Kent School. And then in a row, we have bows number 34, 33, and 31, all approaching the bridge in that order. Out in front is Sarasota Crew from Florida. They're holding off Greenwich Crew from Coscob, Connecticut, and then Petty from New Jersey. They are very close, the Greenwich Crew and Petty. In fact, it looks like the stroke seat it keeps striking the bow ball of bow number 31. That may be reviewed later. We're not sure from our current vantage point. We have several more crews coming down in order, it appears. It's bow number 35, followed by number 36 in front of us now. Out in front is South Jersey Rowing from New Jersey, and they're trying to hold off Nobles and Greeno, one of the crews we were discussing earlier from Dedham, Massachusetts. I actually coached there formerly, and they have overtaken bow number 32. 32 is Pittsford crew, and they are trying to hold off 37. 37 has really stepped up. That's Gonzaga Youth's program. They're from Washington, D.C., and then we have a little bit of a break between 37 and then 38. Appears to be black jerseys, black oars, black hull, black everything. That is Monmouth Juniors from New Jersey. Oh, they do have pink hats, so not black everything. They're just a little bit of style added on there. And then after them, it appears to be in starting order, 38 followed by 39. That's Weston Wayland. They are, again, another Massachusetts crew, part of the Massachusetts Public School League, which has developed very rapidly over the past 5 years into a very, very fast rowing division. We have a few more crews coming down in order now. It appears to be coming down in order. So, again, this is 41 in front of us, followed by 42. We have black with the white stripes on their jerseys with the white hull in front of the dock right now. That's Cascadilla from Ithaca, New York, followed by Miami Rowing with the black hull, and they all appear to be wearing beanies. Miami Rowing from, of course, Miami, Florida. They were state champs of 2019, and they are followed by number 40. So 41 and 42, Cascadilla and Miami have overtaken bow number 40. That is Cambridge, Ringe, and Latin.
All right, this next group coming up, we have quite a few boats approaching with a little bit of space in between in the front here. The green jerseys is number 44, and this is Central Ohio out of Dublin, Ohio. Behind them on the Boston side in the yellow boat is number 43, and that's Groton School out of Groton, Massachusetts. They have maroon jerseys and three-color blades. And the bright yellow Vespoli is number 46. And this would be Ann Arbor out of Huron, out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Right behind them is number 48 on the Cambridge side. And 48 is Gunnery out of Warren, Connecticut. And on the Boston side, in the green unis and the red hull, is number 45. That is Shenandoah. Shenandoah. There's a lot of bow to stern overlap under the dock right there. Right in front of us with the pink hats is number 49, and this would be Boston College High. And right behind them in the white boat, pressing them, is number 50, and that's Jesuit College Prep of Dallas, Texas. The yellow Empacher is number 47, and that's Buckingham Brown and Nichols out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. And with teal unis, that's a nice color. I haven't seen that color before. With a white hull is number 51, and that is Pine Crest out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Nice to see a new color.
It does seem high visibility pink is the popular color this year.
Pink or green?
I've seen, well, you see the high visibility green. I think it was, you see those in a lot of the training camps now as their alternate race unis, but I've been seeing a lot of the high visibility pink hats, turtle vests, all sorts of high visibility pink products. So it seems to be the popular color this year.
Oh, we have a lot of boats approaching in a pack right up here. This leading boat in the middle, in the center of the white boat, is number 52. And this is, I don't even know how to pronounce this, Sayoset Rowing Club out of Bayville, New York. Right behind them on Boston side is in the dark boat is number 59, and that's Newport Beach. And in the Cambridge, in the red and blue unis, is number 56. This is Christian Brothers out of Lincroft, New Jersey. And they're going to be going through the bridge. This will be very interesting watching them go through the bridge, all three boats at the same time. Right behind them are 53 and 55. 53 and that. We're going to watch the bridge really quick. Look at that bridge. Oh, yeah.
It's like
I didn't see the crashing, but they had to have crashed.
the middle crew actually stopped rowing so that they would not collide with the other crews. So sometimes you just have to do that for your own safety.
The 53 and 55. 55 has the pink hats going through. 53 is St. John's High School, and 55 was Christian Brothers out of Lincroft, New Jersey. Right now, we have 60 going through with the dark, with the red and blue, and that would be Friends of Brookline out of Brookline, Massachusetts. And then the white boat is number 58, and that would be Borlase out of Marlow Bucks, Great Britain. So on the Cambridge side, right in front of us is number 61, and that would be the Haverford School out of Haverford, Pennsylvania, and they are aggressively taking over 54 in the white boat. 54 is Orange County.
57 followed by 62. 57 in the white jerseys.
So 57 is right in front of us right now in the white jerseys. 57 is Fordham Prep out of Bronx, New York.
Yellow unis is 62.
And 62 is right behind them. And that's Chaminade, Mineola, New York. So we have some nice spacing in these boats approaching us now. There's a white boat that's leading.
They're all in a line.
With
They're
the-
not competing for the bridge at all.
No, they're not. They're nicely spaced out. They want a comfortable crossing under that bridge.
64
So they start with 64 out of Brunswick School, Greenwich, Connecticut.
66 and then 65.
So the middle boat is number
66.
66, the white boat, and that is OKC Riversport out of Oklahoma City.
Wow, look at how low they're riding.
Oh yeah, that bow is really low.
So they may have some larger athletes for a boat that's designed for lightweight athletes. Sometimes that happens, and you can try and skirt that, but that is dangerously low for their gunnels.
If it was higher water and higher winds, it would be absolutely. Was that the boat that's right there going under the bridge right now? Was that 65?
Yes, it was.
So
64, 65, 66, 65.
So 65 was Nobles out of Dedham, Massachusetts. Sorry, this white boat in front of us is number 63, and this is Gentle Giant out of Somerville, Massachusetts. And the boat right in the middle here, the white boat, is 67, and this is Dairyfield out of Manchester, New Hampshire. And that coxswain has a green hat. That's pretty unmistakable. Now look high up off the water that boat is compared to the boat that we were talking about earlier.
That is how high you normally want to see your bow deck and gunnels. That's you want to see a good 4 or 5 inches off the water. 68.
68 is this next boat, and that's Arlington Belmont going under the bridge right now. And then in front of us, in front of the Weld, is 71 on Cambridge side, is overtaking 69. So 71 is Marina Aquatic Center in Marina Del Rey. What was that?
69.
And then 69 on the Boston side is Benny's out of Bedford View, Gauteng.
72 with the red and white unis Black Hall in front of us now.
In front of us now is number 72 with the red and black unis, and that's PNRA out of Mercer, out of Princeton Junction. The cruise row at Mercer Lake. And then crossing us right now, the white boat is number 70, followed by the aqua boat with a high visibility is 74. So 70 is Radnor, Wayne, Pennsylvania, and 74 is North Bay out of Petaluma, California. I have a brother who lives in Petaluma.
I probably would have struggled with that pronunciation. And we now have 73 in front of us.
So in front of us now is 73. And this would be Long Island Rowing Club out of Northport, New York. We have a little bit of a lull in between now.
Moment to catch our breaths. Yeah.
All right, this next boat right in front of us is number 76, and this is Lower Marion out of Ardmore, Pennsylvania.
They've overtaken 75.
And they have overtaken 75 with the checkered blades, and that is Boston Latin.
Always has the distinctive purple and white.
They were founded, so Boston Latin School was founded in 1635 and is the oldest public school in the country. That is amazing. All right, so the next boat in front of us is 77, and 77 is King's Chester out of Chester, England. In the bright yellow boat, Blades and boat is number 80, and that's Bell and Jesuit Crew out of Miami, Florida. kind of sitting out there all by themselves right now with nice open water is number 78. This is DC National out of Potomac, Maryland. The next two boats, we have two white boats approaching. One is on the Cambridge side. Both have white jerseys, white boats. Cambridge side is 79. And then what is in 81 is Boston side. So 79 on Cambridge side is Greater Lawrence Rowing out of Lawrence, Massachusetts. And 81 is Radley out of Abingdon, Oxfordshire.
It looks like 81
Great Britain.
tried to overtake, but GLA is pulling ahead, pulling away from them now as they approach the bridge.
Now, yeah, they're approaching the bridge pretty close. It looks like they're
look-
crossing water.
If you look
right now.
closely at the strokes oar and the bow seat oar of the Boston side boat, they had mere inches between them, between the catch position and, oh, you hear that? It sounds like, I don't think that was GLA. I believe that was the other crew, bow 81, that collided with the bridge. We have 80.
81 would be Radley out of Abingdon, Oxfordshire. So 83 is passing us right now in the red boat, and 83 is CRI, Brighton, Massachusetts, right down the river here.
It's actually the largest boathouse in the world. Wow. This is 82.
So 82 would be Twin Cities Youth Rowing out of Edina, Minnesota. And with a few more boats coming, this will wrap up this race. It appears. So the last two boats
85 and 84.
will be 85 crossing us right now, and then 84 will be following. 85 is St. John's Prep out of Danvers, Massachusetts.
And that looks like John Diana. Actually, I don't think it is.
No, 84 is Lowell out of Lowell, Massachusetts.
With the maroon jerseys.
So 84 is the maroon jerseys and the bright green hats and the dark boat. They will be wrapping up this race. Our next race will be the DC Men's Quad, the Director's Challenge Men's Quad. There'll be 35 competitors.
You are as well.
I wish I had more mics I could just give out to people, but
We need two mics.
Yeah.
they're already borrowing all mine.
Yeah, we need. That's one of my thoughts was we need two mics.
No, please tell management that. Yeah,
A bugler.
I have a whole bag that I had at home, and I only brought two of them just in case they're already using them.
We're going to thank some of our sponsors. Right now we have Easy Dock, which I know is they're my favorite dock. Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every team to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. And I haven't thanked Geico in a while, which is it's so great to do a Geico commercial. I don't. It looks like everyone's having a great time over at the Geico booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Stop by and see for yourself. Geico, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Well, again, Geico is one of our official sponsors, so we do have a little bit of a break here. So I'm going to flip through here and see who else we have to thank, who maybe hasn't been thanked recently.
I'll just say this one right now, Hunter Boots. Visit the Hunter Powered by Zappos experience at the Adager Row this weekend to experience the best of fall, including spice snacks, car sing-alongs, and Hunter original and refined collections.
Well, I have to say, I do own a pair of Hunter boots myself, and they are just phenomenal. They're the most waterproof boots I've ever owned. And also, now that it is officially the afternoon period, I would like to alert our local spectators to the Alumni Village across the river from us, brought to you by Sierra Nevada Brewing Company. Sierra Nevada Brewing Company is proud to return as the official beer of the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your favorite brewer's favorite beer. So try one today at the Sierra Nevada Beer Garden at the Reunion Village, or the newest beer garden, the Falls Bar at Adager Row. That's by the finish line over where everyone collects their gold medals. Stop by for the delicious brews and sweeping views. Purest ingredients, finest quality, Sierra Nevada. I have to say, I am personally a fan of Sierra Nevada and will be stopping over at the Reunion Village at the end of my shift. So, again, we have a couple minutes here. The Director's Challenge Men's Quad. The event starts at 12:33. It is currently 12:30, so it's safe to assume we will likely see these boats coming down the course at approximately 12:39, 12:40. So for the time being, I will rest my voice. And do you have anything else you'd like to say while we have a little break here? Well, then we'll just let everybody enjoy the sounds of the regatta for a few minutes, and we'll get back to you in a few minutes.
Hey there, no rush. Where is your current location? Okay, when you're at CBC, can you pick up an extra lunch here? I have one of the announcers sheet including lunch. Preferably the roast. Oh, I'm sorry, two lunches. Hey, hold on, roast beef or chicken salad? Two. Let's do two roast beef. If we can get this, or whatever's there. Two of them. Yeah. Yeah, and if you can grab a water and chips. Thank you, sir. See you in a bit. Bye. There you go.
Thank you.
He has to return our golf cart. Just all depends where he was. Like, oh, I'm walking CPC. Yes, pick one up. I don't have to come back.
Golf cart delivered, not even like bicycle or walks.
We're gonna have another I like announcing this way. It's really nice, and I like announcing. Very nice.
I've had bad experiences announcing, good experiences.
What I can tell you, this process, I think each spot on the course can be a little different at times.
Yes.
CBC has always been like the big.
Elliot, that's different.
Yeah.
I did the Elliot. Well, I have my boyfriend step there. He's shy.
This process is the exact opposite of what they're doing. And I say, if it works for you too, do it that way. Well, what they have is, so they have like an output of this red screen here. This is what's hot, but they have a bunch of all these other gadgets and stuff coming up on the screen of who is right in front of them. And
That's what we were told we were supposed to have. Yeah.
Any vegetarian or gluten-free in here, by any chance? All roast beef also?
that's all trash.
Oh, that's trash?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
We
because
don't
the
have
same
those.
bucket, looks like the same box
That's
we
all
got.
trash. It's probably from yesterday.
Oh, all right. They just brought ours out.
Supposed to be doing that here, but
Yeah.
do we have it here? Do we have the iPad
Well,
we
thing
were
here?
told-
no.
We were supposed to have like splits and current time.
Well,
current
we do
year.
have splits right here.
What about the iPods? Yesterday they gave us an iPod, but they
That's
just kind
not.
of threw the bag.
That's Regatta Mass, right?
Oh, okay.
Distribute
That
those.
came up on the.
Because they had splits and all supposed to be looking at the video too, but you since you
Well,
talked to
I
you
got
guys-
it right here, and what happened? We were actually supposed to be over there. They are traditionally over here, and the sound vendor came in and screwed it all up, and they set up here.
So that's why there's a flagpole in the middle of the shot.
And we noticed that for like, oh, and they did the same thing at CBC. They set up the mic stands where the 306 cameras. Guys, this is in the wrong spot.
I know, and actually it's good
So-
for us to be here so we could see out
Yeah.
there.
So here's the thing. It's different at CBC because all we do is we take in the cameras. Here we have to almost dismantle everything and then set it back up again in a matter of minutes. And so,
Fully functional loadouts.
well, yeah, but yesterday, were you here yesterday? There was a whole. This whole.
It was packed out because I had a big party.
Yeah, there was a ticketed wine party. Okay, I get it, but
So for all the alums in town.
well, down at the DeWolf Boathouse,
No,
their deck
the mic
actually
is
has a
still on.
partition so that guests who are over there don't bother the gata.
Yeah, I've been told you gotta do all these other ones.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. I can take it off.
So remember when you told me to call you out?
Yeah.
Call you out.
Yeah, it's not.
It's so funny. I brought a teapot because my throat. I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's been a little sore, but it's been going for an hour and a half.
I almost lost my voice Friday, but I didn't want to cancel it. This is like, this is Christmas.
I've got a huge paper to do tomorrow, but it's like, that's gonna run me. Russell. This is a good way to
Now you can actually
unplug for a few
have
hours.
the blue Ethernet cable show up. Oh, okay. You want more tape? Just tape.
No,
it works.
Want to start at?
33, so
I was
it
able
should
to
see it in about
pull-
2 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Some of it that way you just
Frustrating.
have the
Yeah.
extra loop and it works now. Yeah.
Or I could just
there I run
introduce
into
it.
the steel
Yeah.
pole, so
And
it's
then-
like that's fine. But I can see the entire arch of the bridge now, which
Our next race, which has started at 12:33, 4 minutes ago, is the Directors Challenge Men's Quads. There are 35 competitors in this race. Don't mess with Texas. Texas Rowing Center is starting first this year, and they're planning on bringing home that raw time first place again. We've got our 4 Taft's rowing in bow 4. Let's see how well they get along after racing down the course together. All-American Rowing is starting a few spots behind them in the rowing legend Jim Dietz in stroke. Check out the other family boat in bow number 26. So bow 26 would be Greenwich Crew, Coscob, Connecticut, just to give you a heads up. And this says, from Greenwich Crew Masters Program, Marcus was new to rowing last year, inspired by his daughter, who is a standout in the Greenwich Junior Program. Stefan played water polo and competed in Ironman triathlons prior to coming to rowing a couple years ago. Mike and Andrew both rowed in college, Georgetown and Tufts, respectively. So that would be boat number 26. So another boat to look ahead for is boat number 2, Fruit Loops, out of Boston, Massachusetts. And this would be Fruit Loops are the 5-time defending champs in the quad and hold the course record. Our first boat has made through the bridge. Let me find out what boat this is. And it is boat number 1. Boat number 1 is Texas Rowing Center out of Austin, Texas, and Vesper out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tom Pezek, Jonathan Kierkegaard, Matthew Nifton, and Simon Borchelt. I recognize that name. One of our announcers has that last name. Fred Porchelt. But this is Simon. Coming through the bridge is number 2, bow number 2, and that's Fruit Loops out of Boston, Massachusetts. Remember, they are the 5-time defending champs in the quad and hold the course record. In bow number 2, that would be Daniel Guerrerian, Russell Cohn, Gregory Benning, and Michael Smith. They're in a yellow boat, and they have multiple colored shirts on right now. And their blades are all different colors as well. They have the course record.
Oh, do they?
Yes, they are moving, and yeah, look how beautiful the blades are. Throw that in there. Behind them in the white boat, in the blue and white, is number 3. And that'd be Cambridge, Jay Manson, James Pierce, Thomas Darling, and Jonathan Grant. They've raced in each director's quad since the event was started. They look really nice. Look at those blades. They're the same height, the same timing. Beautifully done. The next boat behind them, the white boat with the gray shirts, is number 4, and that's unaffiliated, the Taft family. Michael Taft, Alexander Taft, Brandon Taft, and Travis Taft. Ages 23 through 61.
I actually rode in college with Brandon at Trinity College. They're rowing with Trinity College colored blades. That's the distinctive royal blue with the yellow gold horizontal stripe.
The next boat behind them is number 5, and that's Rocky Mountain out of Aurora, Colorado. Peter Morelli, John Graves, Mark Stormberg, and Mike Gasper.
I also rode in college with John Graves.
That's funny. This next boat is number 6, and this would be Mary Meeting Rowing out of Brunswick, Maine, and Upper Valley Rowing out of Hanover, New Hampshire. Peter Kermond, Michael Tata, Scott Horney, and John Tunicliffe. The next boat behind them in the blue shirts is number 9, is KTC out of Riverside, Connecticut. Jamie Coven, Andrew Dunn, Ant Kusiran, and Charlie Cole. The red hole in front of us right now is number 7, and that's the All-American Rowing Camp out of DeLand, Florida. Mark Wilson, Chris Summers, William Castle, and James Dietz.
Then the blue shirts and the guy in bow with blue and white stripes is 10.
So the white boat approaching us right now with the blue and white shirts and blue shirts is number 10. And that would be Schnook out of Millington, Maryland, and Riverside out of Cambridge, Massachusetts, and S&M Rowing out of Jacksonville, Florida. There'd be John Tracy, Marley Brown, Stephen DeBeaver, and Macaulay Nash.
White on white with blue blades.
So white on white with blue blades is number 8. This is Malta out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The longtime Malta members consisting of former LaSalle High School and St. Joseph Prep rivals, who for one race can agree, same church, just different pews. And that would be Gregory Doyle, Jeff Cutler, Paul DeVlieger, and Michael Brown.
12 in red.
We have 12 approaching right now, and then followed by 11 and 13. So 12 in front of us is Pennsylvania Barge Club out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and White Marsh Boat Club out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Mark Damon, Mark Malone, Keith Wobesser and Charles Winnecht. In front of us right now is number 11 in their own white, and that's Rockland out of Nyack, New York. Racing in their 4th Directors Men Quad race. It's a new lineup with Evan Rudolph, Shabinsky, Scott Baird, Christopher Healy, and Peter Close.
Riverfront recapture in the blue and green.
So Riverfront recapture is right in front of us in the blue and green jerseys.
Hartford Community Rowing Club.
Number 13, and that's with Ian Hazelton, David Bueller, Grant Madigan Kolstead, and Matthew Reinhardt.
In Hunter Green jersey.
Oh, the 3 boats approaching in hunter green jerseys in the yellow boat is number 14. That's Dartmouth out of Hanover. And in the bright orange is number 15, and that would be Akame. And Akamai. And then right behind them is number 16, and that's Undine out of Philadelphia. So Akamai, we're going to watch them as they go through the bridge right now. So starting in 2011, Akamai has competed in Head of the Charles with a crew made up of athletes who work at the Cambridge local tech company. Akamai invites you to experience the edge with its intelligent platform that accelerates and protects online content for companies across the globe. All right, what's this next one? It's number 17. It is Narragansett. So that would be Pete Evans, Eric Watney, Michael Hamilton, and Bjorn Sandsteed.
A little bit of space. 21 is that?
We have a little bit of space in between these boats now, nicely spaced out. This is 21 right here, and this is Rockford, USA, which I know who that is. That's Rick Anderson. That's who I row with in Grand Rapids, Michigan, is Rick Anderson. Wait, what number are they in again? 21. So they've overtaken 19. So Rockford, and then with RV Ister Lintz, with Rick Anderson and Philip Stiekel and Robert Greishofer and Dietmar Cuddlewasher. An Austrian-American international lineup with former national team members of both countries. 19 is Belmont Hill, and they're Belmont Hill alumni. They've been rowing together since the 1970s. 25 with the white and green unis is Maritime Rowing out of East Norwalk. Nate and Will have raced in the Head of the Charles starting in 2005 as a juniors from Maritime for Trinity College, and Nate has continued ever since. Nate and Will both raced for the U.S. national team, U23, and Will also as a junior. Charlie raced at the Head of the Charles for Princeton Heavies, and John last rode Head of the Charles as a freshman heavy for Yale in 1971. This is their first race together. Passing us right now is 18, followed by 20. 18 is Narragansett, and then followed by 20, which is CRI. And 23 is right behind them. 18 Narragansett is Christopher Bart, Ira Garber, James Revis, and Kit Wise. So CRI is in the red boat. CRI is Robert Betticold, Fred Whitridge, George Hatch, and Whitney Hatch. In the white boat right here, going through the bridge, is 23, which we mentioned earlier. And that would be, oh, no, we haven't. That's Sammamish Rowing Association out of Redmond, Washington. And that would be Peter Stuyvenberg, Nicholas Espinoza, Scott Petrie, and Bryn Heimbeck. Oh, we have 6 boats coming up. I might not be able to say all the names now at this point. But in this bright high visibility is number 26. And that's Greenwich Crew out of Coscob, Connecticut. And leading the pack on the middle, white with a red top and black jerseys, is 27. It's London. And 22, 27 just knocked the bow card off of 22. So 22 is unaffiliated, and they are on the Cambridge side, and they are actually trying to move around 27. So the dark green hull is 28, and 28 is Duxbury Bay Maritime School of Duxbury, Massachusetts. And then the bright yellow boat is number 35. 35? Wow. 35 is the last in the group to start, so they are actually hauling. That's Melbourne Preparatory School out of Pennsylvania, a Melbourne alumni. Let's watch them go through the bridge first. And they're doing a really nice job, being very friendly going through that bridge. There wasn't too much aggression going through the bridge right there. All right. That's experience going through the bridge, I think. In front of us right now in the purple jerseys in unis is number 24, and that is Nashakwitsa out of Chilmark, Massachusetts. So how do you say that? Did I say that correctly? Nashakwitsa?
My best guess, yes.
That'd be your best guess? Okay. All right, now we have 4 boats. Oh, so Boston side, the yellow boat. The yellow boat with white jerseys is number 31, and that is SDBC out of Shanghai, China. So they have overtaken the number 30, which is the white boat, and that's Melbourne Uni out of Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. All right, 29 in the bright yellow shirts is followed by 33, and 29 is all North Shore crew out of Lake Zurich, Illinois, and 33 is Blood Street Skulls out of Old Lyme, Connecticut. Go Blood Streets.
32 with the white shirts.
The last boats in this race, it appears, will be number 32 right now, Harvard UBC out of Boston, Massachusetts. This is Harvard lightweight oarsman from the 1960s, Robert Baker, H. Scott Baker, Joseph Bracewell, and Monk Terry. And the final boat is number 34, King's Crown out of New York. It's a tribute to John Abel. That's a lovely thing to row your race in tribute of somebody. That's a good memory. I like the light blue.
Yeah, it is a great thing. Sometimes it's, or oftentimes it's either a coach or one of your athletes who you may have lost. And this is one of the Director's Challenge events, so there's not quite the cutthroat competitiveness you might find in the comp masters and senior events that we had on Saturday.
That was a lovely race. They were very polite going through the bridge. So the next event is event 53, the men's youth coxed quad, starting at 12:48, which was about 4 minutes ago, and they will probably be very quickly. There will be 48 competitors in this event.
Now, this event, it is actually a fairly new event for the head of the Charles. This is the 4th year of its existence. The Youth Coxed 4 quad, again, so this is 4 athletes, 4 rowers and a coxswain, and each athlete will have 2 oars. This entire division has grown in both size and competition over the last 5 or 6 years. New Canaan from Connecticut starts in bow number 1 and is looking to win for the 3rd time in a row. Big challenges could come from the middle and back of the pack. We have bow number 24, RHTC Bear Luverksusen. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but that is a crew coming to us from Germany. And they consist of members of the German Youth 8 Championship boat. Another international crew to keep an eye on will be from Bow 46, the Henley Rowing Club, which is one of the UK's top quad programs, as well as having members from the Great Britain junior national team. But sculling and this event continue to grow. Strong crews can come from anywhere in the world, so you never really know what's going to happen with this event. And as we look at the time now, the first crew should have been released approximately 5 minutes ago, so we should have less than 2 minutes before we see the first boat coming around the corner. I'll take a minute here and thank another one of our sponsors, LaCroix Sparkling Water. LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the Adager Row Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. All right, so again, this is event 53, men's youth cox quad. So we have 5 athletes in the boat, 1 coxswain, 4 rowers, 8 oars. Out in front, I am assuming this is bow number 1 because we do have a little bit of a pack right behind them. That is bow number 1 with the red jerseys. They appear to all be wearing long sleeve black shirts underneath their unis. Bow number 1 again. New Canaan crew. They won the Youth Nationals in the quad this year, and they also have won this event for 2 years running. We have 3 boats coming up. On the Boston side is bow number 2. On the Cambridge side is bow number 3. That is Argonaut from Toronto, and then Redwood Scullers from Redwood, California. Redwood placed in 3rd in this event last year, and it appears like Argonaut is trying to pull away from them a little bit. And right on their tail there, on the Boston side, passing the Alumni Reunion Village, the Sierra Nevada tent, is bow number 6, Pocock. They have upset by overtaking bows number 4 and 5, so they are definitely moving aggressively. That is Pocock rowing from Seattle, Washington with the blue hats. Let's focus our view to the crews in front of the dock right now and as they approach the bridge. If you look at bows number 2 and 3, Argonaut and Redwood, you'll see that their oars are at most 3 feet apart, and as they get close to the bridge, they will get closer. In fact, I think there's a little bit of overlap there, but they're just syncopated enough so they haven't clashed. And approaching us now is bow number 9 in the blue unis and white hull. Bow number 9 is Row America Rye, New York. And then in the teal oars is bow number 4, white hull, teal oars. That's Vashon Island from Washington. On the Boston side with the dual-colored oars, yellow on the bow side, blue on the stern side, is bow number 7. That's Resilient from Burke, Virginia. And then right in front of our dock on the Cambridge side is bow number 10, Brentwood from Brentwood, British Columbia, another international crew. They have overtaken bow number 8, who's in front of us right now, red oars, white hull. Bow number 8 is 3 Rivers coming to us from Pittsburgh. And approaching us now, we have bow number 12 out in front, bow number 5 on the Cambridge side, bow number 13 in the dark colors on the Boston side. Bow number 12 out in front, that's Saratoga from Saratoga Springs, New York. They have overtaken Niagara Falls, and Niagara Falls is neck and neck with California Yacht Club on the Boston side of the river, who appears to be trying to overtake them on the turn. And as those crews go through the bridge, we now have 11 and 14 approaching the bridge. Out in front with the teal-colored oars and white hull is White Marsh Boat Club from Pennsylvania, and they have overtaken bow number 14 in the white hull, white oars. Maritime Rowing from Connecticut, and they are being chased by bow number 16 with the red, white, and blue oars. White hull is Utah crew from Salt Lake City, Utah. They advanced 3 boats to the finals at the U.S. Rowing Nationals. They have overtaken bow number 15, who's in front of us right now, with the cross oars and the maroon unis. That is HOCR55 from Nyack, New York. And there's a little bit of a spread here between the next pack of boats and out in front with these striped unis. Striped unis is bow number 19. That is Christian Brothers from Lincroft, New Jersey. They row out of Shrewsbury Sailing and Yacht Club on the Shrewsbury River. Then we have bow number 17, and it looks like bow number 18 on the Cambridge side, trying to hold off bow number 18, is First Coast from Jacksonville, Florida. And then we have London Young Crew from London, Ontario in the orange. We're just going to watch these 2 crews as they approach the bridge since they are so close. And again, with how the river is shaped, the crews aren't going into the bridge straight. They actually have to make a turn through the bridge. On their tail is bow number 24, RTHC Berleversken. It's the German crew I was talking about earlier. Bayer. They are one of the favorites to place this year, and they have overpassed Dennis Gouch. They're from Russia, I think. It's the national abbreviation code RSA. I'm not entirely certain on that one. And then we have bout number 20, BB&N, Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols, another local club. And in front of us now with the pink hat, blue oars, is bout number 27. They have overtaken bout number 21 with the yellow high visibility hats. Bout number 27 out in front is Camp Randall from Madison, Wisconsin. They have overtaken HB Crew from Hollis, New Hampshire.
So 22 and 25 are really close.
So approaching the dock right now, neck and neck, very close, only about a foot apart, is bout number 22 in the CRI hull. Local people can always recognize those CRI blades and CRI red, but that is Row Boston. That's a community program run out of CRI in the Boston Public Schools. And they're neck and neck with bout number 25 with the blue, white, and navy oars. Bout number 25 being Ransom Everglades Crew from Florida. Tailing them, white on white, is bout number 28, Newport Rowing from Newport Beach, California. And then we have 29 and 30 coming in order. With the Blue Blades, 29 is Long Beach Junior Crew being chased by NRS, Vinland, Ontario. Niagara Rowing School, NRS. And then right behind them is bout number 26 in the Blue Blades, Blue Hull. So that means the previous crews have overtaken them. Bout number 26 is Cape Cod Youth Rowing, coming from Cape Cod, Massachusetts, of course. And then in front of the dock right now, dark hull, bright yellow, high visibility hats on all 5 athletes, is bout number 31. Bout number 31, Colorado Junior Rowing. That is, of course, from Boulder, Colorado. We do have another couple crews who are close and battling.
And this would be 36 and 35. So 36 is on the Boston side in the pink and blue stripes, and that would be St. Catherine's right there. And then 35, they are just right next to each other, on top of each other. And 35 is Borlase out of Marlow Bucks, Great Britain. Oh, here they clash. They have a clash. The oars are clashing the bow of Borlase. Oh, yeah, you can hear it, and they're stopping. They're hitting.
Foolish overlap.
Well, thankfully they haven't flipped over, but they were aggressive. You can still hear the oars clashing under the bridge.
Now, hopefully, we can't see it from here, but hopefully they are able to separate and clear the bridge before these next crews.
The next crews are 38 and 32. 38 is Don Rowing out of Mississauga, Ontario, and 32 is Central Crew Club out of Hooksett. I'm sorry, 33. Wait, it's 32 is Central Crew Club out of Hooksett, New Hampshire. The boat following with space behind is number 33, and that's Narragansett out of Providence, Rhode Island. In front of us now in the dark hull boat is number 39, and that's Shenandoah, and then followed by 37. Nice and clean with the red blades with the stars on them, and that's Potomac out of Washington, D.C. Now, these two boats that are coming into the bridge together are 34 and 40. 40 is Boston side with the orange blades, and 40 is Germantown Friends out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and 34 would be Gordon Rowing out of Wenham, Massachusetts. They know this river probably better. No, they don't. They don't know this river better. Okay, this next boat is 46. That's approaching the bridge right now. 46 is Henley Rowing Club out of Henley on the Thames in Oxfordshire, Great Britain. Now we have a pack of 5 boats right here. This is going to be very interesting going through the bridge. The first one in white is number 42, followed by 43, 41, and 44. 42, they're already clashing right now. 43 and 44 are clashing right now, the 2 orange boats. 43 is CRI, and 44 is California Yacht Club. 42 is American School London. 43 is fully stopped now. 43 would be CRI Brighton. They were very aggressive going through this. 46 right now is behind the entire pack, and that would be the Henley Rowing Club out of Henley on the Thames in Oxfordshire, Great Britain. So 47 is right here in the white boat. And this is Oars, or OARS, out of Oakland, California.
48.
This next boat, the white boat coming through right now, is number 48. And 48 is the last boat in the list to be let out of the start gate here. And this is Los Gatos out of Los Gatos, California. That was interesting watching through the bridge. They were aggressive and they did not let up.
Yeah, that is what you have when, especially how we saw a local crew going on a very aggressive path with a out-of-town crew trying to overtake them. So I think there might be a little not on our turf kind of attitude coming from the local crew, but we'll see.
Can I swap you?
The next event is event number 54, event number 54, men's youth 8s. That has a set start time of 1:12, so we do have a little bit of a break here. In terms of logistics and scheduling and why they would place a break here, it's because the men's youth 8s event is going to be a fast event, much faster actually than the Coxed Quads. So the course record is another course record set in 2017 by St. Paul's School with a time of 14 minutes and 12 seconds. I'm not sure which St. Paul's School that is, since there are several St. Paul's rowing programs, but there are 86 competitors in this event. So this is going to be a large event with a lot of competitors, and they're going to be going fast.
This is the exciting event coming up. Last but certainly not least for the youth events at Head of the Charles is the men's youth 8. Row America Rye, bow number 1, and St. Paul's School from the UK, which is bow number 2, were only separated by 3 seconds last year and were 18 seconds faster than the next finisher. They will look to battle it out at the top while other crews hope to close that gap and get into the mix for the top spot this year. Local crew Community Rowing in bow number 6 will look to use their home course advantage to stay ahead of the strong crew from Radley, United Kingdom, which will be bow number 7. Back in the pack, keep an eye out for Benny's from Johannesburg, South Africa, in bow 62, and they will look to make their presence felt in this year's event. So bow number 1 will be Row America Rye out of Rye, New York. Boat number 2 will be St. Paul's out of London, Great Britain. Bow number 3 will be Sarasota Crew out of Osprey, Florida. And 4 will be New Trier out of Winnetka, Illinois. Oakland Strokes will be 5. CRI will be 6. Radley out of Abingdon, Oxfordshire will be number 7. That would be out of Great Britain. These are all familiar names. It's a nice little, the wind has gotten a little chillier now. There's been a drop in temperature now. This is really nice for the rowers. Not too bad of a drop in temperature.
Yeah, so for those watching at home or parents who are spectating here, I would say ideal rowing temperatures are, what would you say, a little under 60 degrees?
Yeah, a little bit chilly.
Enough for the spectators to be a little bit uncomfortable, but the rowers will absolutely love it. The wind is picking up a little bit here, so that is something that the coxswains and rowers will have to think about as they come down the course. Now, the course is not straight, obviously, so that means on certain parts of the course, you'll have a headwind, you might have a tailwind, you might have a crosswind. These are all things to take into consideration when you're trying to plot your course down the river, through the bridges, and trying not to hit other crews. And with a little more time here, again, anticipated start time is 1:12. We will give you a little bit of a break here and let you enjoy the sounds of the regatta. They do have like ambient sound lights all around, so. Yeah, no, it worked pretty well together. It's kind of like one of those things where there are some people that I like a lot personally, and just really not. My first coach was Tom Tiffany, and those kind of yeah, it was a little sweeter. But, cookie at least.
That's a conversation we could actually have with Mike.
Yeah.
Really.
We'll save that for a little bit.
Because that's something that's like true and it connects people who are not rowers to rowing.
Yeah. I do typically feel kind of intimidated by the people I'm announcing with, because I know my stuff.
You know, we're having this discussion right now that some of these announcers, we love announcing with them, and we are thoroughly intimidated announcing with them because they're great at what they do.
Yeah, it's we've both been to varying degrees successful coaches, rowers, whatnot. But so some of the other announcers here at the head of the Charles are we're talking about multi-gold medal winning Olympians or multi-time coaches of national teams, international competition. That it's a little intimidating, and it's someone that you want to aspire to be like.
Right. So I was taught by someone when I was learning to erg with someone who rowed at MIT, and he was such a phenomenal coach. It made me want to be that good someday. And that's why I got into the sport. And I only learned how to row as a master rower at an older age. I was a cross-country ski instructor and a Nordic ski instructor. That was what I did for a living, full-time, was teaching Nordic ski in the winter times. And I needed to get in shape one winter for ski season. And so I started this indoor erging class, and I had no idea if I was going to be able to do it. I didn't think I was going to be able to. I thought it was going to be way too hard for me because I'm not an athlete, or I didn't see myself as an athlete. I was just a regular person who kind of became an athlete as I was older. And rowing was just a natural inclination with cycling, Nordic skiing, running. They kind of all go well together.
Well, especially for those of us from the New England region, I know are very aware of this, but it's becoming more nationally prevalent now that there is a strong tie between Nordic and cross-country skiing and rowing. Locally here, or not quite locally, but in New England, we have the Craftsbury Rowing and Training Facility, which it's up in the mountains, up in I actually don't remember exactly, either Vermont or New Hampshire, and in the summertime, it's a high-level competition rowing training facility on a beautiful lake. In the wintertime, being that it's New England, that lake freezes and it becomes a high-level competition cross-country and Nordic skiing training facility. And many of those athletes who train at one also train at the other because there is so much overlap in the requirements for your cardiovascular system as well as flexibility, body control, and muscles.
I actually think that, so it's also, they call it closed chain sports, where your feet are strapped into something and you're moving forward. With Nordic skiing, you have a little bit of side to side, especially with skate skiing versus diagonal stride. But for the most part, the rowing and the Nordic skiing are focus driven. Your attention is in front of you and you get into the zone. And so they wed very well together. So how many minutes do we have yet to go?
I would say we should be seeing the first crew in probably about 90 seconds or less.
Oh, yeah.
The first crew was released 4 minutes ago, and if they have any shot at a time anywhere close to the course record, we should be seeing them very shortly. Now, when you have boats that are the top 3 or 4 seeds for the Men's Youth 8 or Men's Youth 4 events, this is the peak level of competition for this boat class. So typically you will likely see them come down in order, but that's one of the tricky things as both a spectator or a competitor for the Head of the Charles or other head-style races is that just because you haven't passed anyone or no one has passed you, you don't really know whether or not you're winning or losing. It's more of a mental battle than anything else because sometimes you may be doing very, very well and you just don't know it because the crew ahead of you is just inches ahead of you. And you may have closed the gap, but you don't know that because you're not looking ahead.
This is an event where the college coaches are scouting in this event. This and the women's.
There's a good chance.
These are going to be very well looked after events.
So with the Head of the Charles, the top half of the placements in the event have a guaranteed invite to compete in the following year. Of those top half boats, it's a safe bet to assume most of those athletes are going to be getting an offer from at least a college to come and row for them. The top 10 are absolutely going to have multiple coaches and scouts talking to them about where they're going to row in the coming years.
And we see the first boat now, bow number 1, Row America, Rye, and closely behind them in the yellow boat. They haven't entered the bridge yet, but we can see the second crew already. But that first crew is moving very quickly. They're very smooth. Look at that ratio. Now, as a coach, I'm a coach, and I'll be looking at these blades, and I would know what to start coaching if I saw them rowing right now. They are rowing at a 36 right now, which is very high for the beginning of a race. Followed behind them in the yellow boat in the white unis is boat number 2. And this is St. Paul's, London, Great Britain. And they have actually reduced the time already. In this time that we've seen them cross the bridge, we have seen them cross already. This next boat, the white boat with the white unis, is number 3, Sarasota crew out of Osprey, Florida. So everyone is in order right now. There is 4 and 5 approaching as well. And 5 is they're approaching 4 pretty quickly. Number 4 has the blue blades. Number 5 has the white blades, and they're starting to turn towards the Boston side right now, or angle towards Boston to try to pass them. 4 will be New Trier out of Winnetka, Illinois, and 5 is Oakland Strokes out of Oakland, California. We're gonna watch them go through the bridge real quick. Remember, 4 is in the gray unis, and that's New Trier. They're going to be going through the bridge right now. 5 is in the white, and 5 is Oakland Strokes. And they're just kind of, oh, beautiful sound. All right. Number 6 in the red unis is CRI with the red blaze and the white boat.
Now, this is CRI's competition 1V, so this is their top 8 athletes. CRI typically carries a team of about 6 comp boats, so this is a very selective program for them.
This next one is Radley out of Abingdon, Oxfordshire. The crew will be made up of rowers from their 2019 and 20 squads. They have traveled a long way to get here. You can see they're starting to turn as they go into the bridge. All right, we do have a nice group of boats coming in after this boat number right here, number 10. And this is gray with pink lettering in it. One of them has a pink hat. Number 10, that's Marin out of Green Bay, California. And they've overtaken 8 with chevrons on the oars. And number 8 is Saratoga out of Saratoga Springs, New York. Now there's 3 boats that are on top of each other right here. The lead in the white boat with the purple is number 12, and they are Gonzaga. Right behind them is number 9, and they are the dark boat. That's Winter Park crew out of Winter Park, Florida. And on the Cambridge side, overtaking them with blue blades in the white boat is number 11, and that's Montclair out of Montclair, New Jersey. We're going to watch them go through the bridge real quick because somebody's going to either slow down or they're going to get through. The blades are awfully close to each other. Now, 8s are harder to steer through the bridge. The smaller boats are much easier, and you heard the clashing as they're going through. This boat coming through right now is NorCal Crew, number 13, out of Redwood City, California.
16, 14, 17.
Our next boats are 16 in the lead, 14 and 17. 17 is Boston side. 16 is St. Joseph's Prep. 14 is Atlanta Junior. And 17 is Greenwich Crew. 15. Right behind them is 15. And that would be TBC Racing out of Arlington, Virginia. We're going to watch them go through the bridge right now. So 8s are a lot harder to steer through this bridge. Those smaller boats are easier to move and maneuver. It's much easier to maneuver those. 8s are so much more difficult to maneuver. So you have to have a coxswain who knows how to steer.
Yeah, it's a combination of factors that the shape of the rudder is about the same size on a 4 as an 8, so you don't get much more steering at all, but also just the pure acceleration that the shape of the boat wants to cut through the water going straight.
And going through the bridge right now is Saugatuck out of Westport, Connecticut. And now approaching the dock is 20 in the yellow boat. The red boat is 19. 20 is Rose City out of Portland, Oregon. And 19 is Dallas United Crew out of Dallas, Texas.
They should be fine.
Yeah, they're going through one at a time, it looks like. So we have some boats. It looks like some are overtaking others. Oh, we're going to have some busyness coming up. So we have 23 right now with the red, white, and blue oars. And this would be Camp Randall out of Madison, Wisconsin. The next boat with the blue unis with the white boat is number 22. This is Camp Randall. What was the other one?
23.
Oh, it was 23. So Row, New Jersey is number 23 out of Mount Arlington, New Jersey. 25 in the white unis in the white boat is King's Wimbledon out of London, London. We're going to watch them go through the bridge right now because this is kind of close. Oh, they're doing fine. 21 is Cambridge side, and 24 is Boston side. 21 is St. Catherine's, and 24 is Brunswick School out of Greenwich, Connecticut. Closely behind them is 27 in the dark boat, and then 26. 27 will be PNRA, Mercer, Princeton Junction, New Jersey, and 26 is Green Lake out of Seattle, Washington. This white boat crossing us right now with the pink hats is number 28, and this is Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. And they're followed by the black boat with black unis and with white blades is number 29, and that's OARS or OARS out of Oakland, California.
Navy unis with writing on the oars. Some sort of writing.
So the bright yellow boat with navy unis and multicolored oars, looks like blue with some yellow stripes on them, is number 30. And this would be St. Ignatius out of Cleveland, Ohio. All right, now we have two boats that are head-to-head. So Boston side with the light blue unis in the gray boat is number 32, and then on the Cambridge side is 31. So 32 is New Canaan crew out of Norwalk, Connecticut, and 31 on the Cambridge side is Bellin Jesuit crew out of Miami, Florida. So we're going to watch them go through the bridge because they are this is going to be a little bit of a tight turn.
Especially since,
Oh, they're doing fine.
in the yellow crew, they're actually accelerating to try and hold off the other crew, so that makes it even harder to turn.
So 33 is this blue boat with the striped jerseys, and then 34 is the yellow with red caps, and that's 34. Did I say 33?
33, 34, 35.
So 33 was LaSalle, and 34 is Chaminade out of Mineola, New York, and then 35 right here is the white boat or light gray. I can't quite tell. It's a gray boat with red unis, and that's 35, and that's St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute out of Buffalo, New York.
And we do have a little bit of spacing here, so that either means these crews were starting to lag behind a little bit, or the other crews were accelerating past them. Since the starting differential at the start of the race, they try to keep it as consistent as possible. 37 in front of us with navy and yellow. 37 is Canisius from Buffalo, New York. It is interesting. They are rowing a bucket. That makes a couple of the turns more easy to manage on this course. They're followed by 36 in white with the dark uni. That is Pinecrest from Florida. And then we have three crews in front of us right now. In the yellow on the Cambridge side is bound number 40, Wilson High School from D.C. They have overtaken 39 in the middle. 39 is Los Gatos from California. And 38 on the far side appears to be Brookline with the red and blue oars and red and blue unis. Yes, that is Brookline, Massachusetts. Friends of Brookline Rowing, located here on the Charles River. So they definitely have a little bit of a home field advantage. Approaching our dock right now is, again, in order, bow number 41 in front, white unis, dark blades and hull, followed by 42 with the maroon blades and hull. In front, Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York, and behind them, Concord Crew from Concord, New Hampshire. After them is 44. So 44 has passed 43 with the blue and white blades, white hull, blue and white unis. 44 is Everett Rowing Association. That is from Everett, Washington, not Everett, Massachusetts. They've overtaken 43. Loyola Academy from Illinois, who have those stripes going down the side of their unis with the dark hull and red blades. Just because the eights are going through the bridge single file does not necessarily mean it's going to be easy for them, because anything could be going on with the crew, and also anything could be going on with the equipment. The red hull here with the red unis appears to be St. John's. That's bow number 45. That is St. John's High School from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. They row on Quinsigamond, and behind them is 46 and 47. The checkered oars there is Boston Latin School, bow number 46. Behind them is bow number 47, Westerville from Westerville, Ohio. And after them in front of the dock is with another bucket rig in the bow, which gives you even more leverage for making some of the more difficult turns in the blue hull and appears to be blue and white or navy and white oars, is Greater Lawrence Rowing. Approaching the bridge, we have 3 crews across in a wide spread. In the middle, ahead, it appears to be Texas orange, the burnt orange color of University of Texas, is bow number 51, Texas Rowing Center from Austin, Texas. On the Boston side, in the orange unis, is 49, Manhasset High School. And on our side is bow number 50 in the pink hats, Boston College High School. They row out of CRI up in Brighton. Although that was 3 boats across, it did appear that Texas was able to get enough distance between them so all 3 crews could get through the bridge smoothly. In front of us now, with the white blades and black hull, is bow number 52. That is Fordham Prep, of course, named for the university from Bronx, New York. And very close is 53 and 55. Those oars, if you look closely, are inches apart between 2-seat and 7-seat. Out in front, now they're overlapping. 55 is Hawk Rowing Club from Philadelphia, and in the rear there, with the white blades with the blue and red tips, is Belmont Hill. Belmont Hill, of course, is one of the local schools. Their boathouse is just upriver from us. We'll turn our attention to our left again with the dark unis, dark hull out in front. That is bow number 54, East Lyme Rowing Association from Connecticut. They're ahead of bow number 56, City Honors from Buffalo, New York. Those are the red and gray unis. And then we have 3 boats in order, 57, 58, 59, with the black and orange. In front is bow number 57, Rockford. Behind them, in the red on red, is Hingham. Another local crew. Sometimes the Hingham crews and CRI crews can get confused because they have the distinctive bright red hull, bright red uni, bright red blades. And then in the rear is Duxbury Bay Maritime, another local program.
I coached with Rockford out of the same boathouse in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
They look good, and they also look like they have a good line going through the bridge. It should be interesting to see between Hingham and Duxbury, which from my understanding there is a little bit of a rivalry there between the 2 programs. They're both on the south shore of Massachusetts, but it looks like there's enough separation that they won't have any sort of conflict going through the bridge. So in front of us now, out in front in the purple hull is Bedford Rowing. On the Cambridge side, trying to overtake them, is Bennis from RSA, which again, I think that is Russia. And then we have on the far side, on the Boston side, trailing a little bit, is SAC, Gold River, California. And then in the rear there is Lower Marion from Pennsylvania. Oh, and we can hear the clashing. Oh, and they just caught a crab there. That was the purple crew, which was, I believe, Bedford, from Bedford, New Hampshire. It's always tricky because once you strike something, it ruins the momentum of the boat, and then you risk other rowers catching a crab, which, for those of you from home, that's when the oar doesn't exit the water fast enough, and it pulls around and really hits you in the chest quite hard. The navy blades and white going through the bridge right now is Central Catholic Pitt from Pittsburgh. And then behind them with the, I do like that color scheme of navy, maroon, and yellow blades, is Pittsford crew. So that would be Pittsford, New York, not Pittsburgh. And then with the America colored hull, red, white, and blue, red, white, and stripes, blue and white stars, bow number 66, Glastonbury from Glastonbury, Connecticut. And again, we have a little bit of a separation here between these crews and the next set of crews. We do have 4 crews between the footbridge and our Anderson Bridge here.
This next boat coming through right now is boat number 70, Shrewsbury High School, out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. Their team was established in 1937. The white boat right behind them with blue unis is number 69, and that would be Lewis S. Mills High School out of Burlington, Connecticut. The red hull right behind them is number 71, and that's Green Lake out of Seattle, Washington. Green Lake Crew was founded in 1947. And right behind them is boat number 68, also a red boat with red and yellow unis and red and yellow blades as well, with mostly the yellow being seen. And that's 68, that's Iona Prep out of New Rochelle, New York. This next group of boats out in front with a gray boat with green is number 67. And that would be Central Ohio out of Dublin, Ohio. And on the Cambridge side, the white boat with black unis is number 72. And that's Ridgewood Crew out of Ridgewood, New Jersey. The white boat with light blue is number 73. And that's Bromfield Action Boxborough out of Harvard, Massachusetts. The white with red chevron is number 76. And this would be Pocock out of Seattle, Washington. The blue and yellow blades passing us right now is number 78. And that would be BCC Crew out of that's Chevy Chase, Maryland. The white boat is 77. And 77 is Ridley out of St. Catharines, Ontario. And the red boat and the red hull is 79. And 79 is San Diego Rowing Club out of San Diego, California. They've overtaken the white boat right here, which is 74, followed closely behind them in the red boat, which is 75, and then 80. So 74 is Megan. Oh, this is one to say. Megunticook was 74. 75 would be Burnt Hills Rowing Association out of Burnt Hills, New York, and then 80 behind them is Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Here in the gray boat with blue and white unis is number 81, and that's PCRA out of New Rochelle, New York. We have a little bit of a break in between here. Our last 4 boats of this event are coming through. There's 3 in a pack right here. So there's a dark boat. The dark boat is leading this pack is 82, and this would be the Chargers, all in capital letters from Liverpool, New York. And they're followed by the white boat with red and blue unis, and that would be 83. And that's Ottawa, out of Ottawa, Ontario. 85 is on the Boston side in the gray boat with the white with blue oars, kind of bluish purple oars. So 85, that would be Annapolis Junior Rowing out of Annapolis, Maryland. And this is not the last boat. There's another boat coming through the bridge over at Weeks Bridge. But the boat crossing us right now with multicolored oar blades, generally white, is 84. And they are Row, New Jersey out of Mount Arlington, New Jersey. We still have another boat coming through right now. They look like after seeing all the boats go through in big, large groups like that, competing head-to-head against each other, you're kind of like, oh, the next crew is just taking their time. But they probably aren't taking their time. They're just have a nice gap between them.
Also, sometimes there can be problems at the start line if, say, for example, the start line is right next to Boston University. If a crew crosses when they think every boat has been released, there may be a delay in start. Now, this doesn't negatively affect a crew. Their start time is just later, so because this is a time trial and not first to the finish, it doesn't really matter.
I think the only thing that would matter in that is that you're not able to compete with another crew, so you are purely competing against yourself in this. And this last boat through right now is 86, and they were the last boat to go through the start in this event. And this is St. Anthony's in South Huntington, New York. Our next event will start at 1:45 in 5 minutes. So there's a big gap between the finish of this race and the beginning of the next race, which is the men's championship fours, which is a pretty exciting event to be announcing.
For those of you who are not overly familiar with the Head of the Charles, the championship event is the best of the best for the fours. There may be some universities or Division I colleges that enter events, and there may also be high performance training teams that enter clubs into this event. It is a very fast, very exciting event to watch. The course record was set in 2017 again by the U.S. Rowing Training Center with a time of 15:07. That is real fast for a four to go down this course. It's a short event, only 15 competitors, and the winner of this event takes home the Circle of Sports trophy.
In this next event with 2018 champs KNRB not returning, Brown University slots into Bow 1, and they'll have their hands full as they'll be chased by Italian national team members from Gruppo Nautica Fiamme Gaella, starting at Bow number 2. Hailing from Germany, Ruder Club favorite Harmonia starts at Bow 8 and will look to improve last year's performance here in 2019.
For the Italian national rowing team, they are coxed by actually another former teammate of mine from Trinity College, Catherine Wright Applebaum. And this team is made up of athletes who are from the Italian national team. It should be a very exciting event to watch, since many of these boats are in the later stages of their training for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics.
What we'll see in Bow number 1 will be Brown men's crew, and Bow number 2 this will be the Italian group. This is the new boat made up of athletes who are all in the Italian national team. Andrea Pinizza, Filippo Mondelli won the gold medal at the World Championships in Plovdiv in 2018, and Leonardo Pietra Caprina won the bronze medal at the World Championships in Sarasota in 2017. Emmanuel Fiume is part of the Italian national Olympic team. So that will be bow number 2, boat number 2. In boat number 3, we're going to see out of Madison, Wisconsin, Camp Randall, and that will be Andrew Griffin. He was the 2017 USA U23 4.
You may hear some cheering and applause in the background. We are currently announcing from the balcony at Radcliffe's Boathouse, and I believe that is their Women's Champ 8 that is now launching to go start their warm-up.
And they're bow number 5 for their event. That's pretty exciting. It's exciting to be in this boathouse. It's beautiful. To finish off on that boat with bow number 3 from Madison, Wisconsin was Ben Rubel, and he was the 2017 USA Senior 4. And those are uncoxed 4s, by the way.
With the level of competition for this event, it is safe to assume that many of these boats will be coming down, 1, very, very quickly, and 2, likely pretty tight together. There's not going to be a lot of upsets, or there may be. I'm not saying there won't be, but it's very likely that the crews will be coming down in their release order or close to their release order, and very on top of each other. That it'll be just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with very little separation.
I'm just going to talk about the crews a little bit before they even come down, because when they come down, we're not going to have time to sit and talk about them. And bout number 6 would be Oregon State out of Corvallis, Oregon. And this is Oregon State's 4th consecutive appearance at the head of the Charles, having finished in the top 5 for the last 3 years in the championship fours. Hailing from the best college town in the Pac-12, they row on the Willamette River in downtown Corvallis, Oregon. Go Beeve. In bout 8, that will be from Hamburg, Germany, and they're a favorite. That's what their name is favorite. Reuter Club, favorite. And that's the National German Championships.
Yeah, the Reuter Club is just German for rowing club. So this is their national training team.
And what we'll see in bout number 9 will be the Princeton heavyweight men. And then bout 12, it says Penn out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And the University of Pennsylvania men's heavyweight rowing team looks forward to competing its 55th running of Head of the Charles. With a new coaching staff, their program is eager to show the rowing community their new level of competitiveness. Coaches Volpenheim, Brunner, and Carmody are excited for the opportunity to race this year on Head of the Charles. So, and the last boat in this event will be boat number 15, just to note, and that's Syracuse, out of Syracuse, New York. And their Syracuse Varsity 8 finished 9th at the IRA in 2019, and second consecutive year of finishing 9th in the 10 Ike team points. It's EYCK.
It's also worth noting that we are provided with the roster list for most of the teams that provide a little bit of information about the athletes, including their ages. The national teams, their average age tends to be a little bit older than some of these college teams, with notable examples of we have Princeton, Brown, and Syracuse, who all of their teams, all the athletes in the boat, the average age is less than 20 years old. So these we're talking about freshmen and sophomores in college who have not only made the boat to race in the Head of the Charles, but made the high-level competition boat to race in the Head of the Charles. So it's always exciting to see young new talent that can compete with the rest of the pack. And with the current time being 1:48, we should be seeing the first cruise coming around the corner any minute now. I will take a short moment here to thank another one of our sponsors. Being a personal fan and fairly dependent on their product, I would like to thank Pete's Coffee. Pete's Iced Espresso is proud to be an official patron of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Pete's Iced Espresso's signature dark roast Colombian espresso is blended with carefully sourced quality ingredients, delivering the perfect coffee-forward pick-me-up. Grab your free sample at the Pete's Iced Espresso tent located at the Weld Exhibition Center. So again, we're announcing from Weld right now. I think as soon as we're off our shift, I'm going to go over and get myself some free espresso.
That was my stop before coming in, was getting espresso before announcing today, was stopping and getting espresso.
I was walking around and they kept feeding me these things.
You want to give them plenty of space between teams. So I've announced in previous years, last year at Elliott Bridge, and the difference between announcing there and versus announcing here is astronomically different, because down there, all the different events are overlapping quite often. and boats are they're rarely in order by the time they get towards the finish.
I too have also announced from Elliott Bridge multiple years, and it is, especially when you have differences in age group or gender, where you may have say for example, the men's youth 8s coming after a women's youth 4s event. Even though they give plenty of spacing between the events, sometimes you just have a crew that comes out so fast that they end up overlapping a crew that either just is slower, or sometimes crews have a breakage or a physical injury that requires them to go at a slower than race pace to finish the course.
Or they ended up getting to the start late and they end up racing down with a completely different event. What is this men's crew rowing in this women's event? We're like, who are they? We don't know who they are. So we're at Radcliffe right now at the Weld Boathouse, and the next 8 is going out for their event coming up in their women's 8 event. I love hearing everyone cheer.
If you want to do the next one, I'll just do the women's.
Sure.
Or vice versa.
Come on, Becky.
Or a little bit of both. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to switch back and forth.
Okay. I like that too.
All right, I can see the first bow ball coming across the corner. So just a race logistics thing here. As we do have a crew that is rigging their boat and preparing to launch, what will happen is that they will get their boat ready, and they will all get in and launch from their boat, but they will not fully launch. They will drift downriver a little bit and just wait in this little alcove area to the left of the dock, which is off of the race course. Once the event is completed, the race officials will then give them the AOK, and they will wait until that point to cross the river. So coming down the river first, coming into view right in front of the Alumni Reunion Village, which, again, is a lot of tents provided by the alumni and student booster organizations of colleges. Right across from us is bow number 1, which is Brown University. Their men's competition team, rather than wearing all brown unis, their official color, they tend to wear a high visibility color. This year it's high visibility pink with a brown bar going around their torso. They're moving very smoothly down the course, and there does appear to be quite a bit of space between them and the next bow. So that is bow number 2 following them. As we said, that is the Italian national team. So it is likely that Brown has separated a little bit, but you never know with a race like this. Anything can happen. As we were saying with the 8s event, 8s are very difficult to steer. With the 4s event, we have expert coxswains, people who have been coxing for many, many years, as well as a more maneuverable boat. So it is unlikely to see anyone striking the bridge accidentally as they cross through the Anderson Bridge. Crossing, for sake of interest, especially when boats are close together, we will keep an eye on the bridge. We have 3 and 4 who are almost bow to stern, less than a boat length between them. Bow 3 is the Camp Randall training program from Madison, Wisconsin. And the green unis, green oars, that is, of course, Dartmouth Big Green. They row on the Connecticut River up in New Hampshire. And actually very close right now is bow number 5 and 6. So we have 6 in the orange unis out front. So that is orange, which is Oregon State, not Princeton. And they have overtaken bow number 5, FIT, from Melbourne, Florida. They are very close. It looks like 3-seat of Oregon is tapping on the bow of FIT, and the 3-seat of FIT just barely cleared the right pylon of the bridge. And we have a fairly large break between the next crews. That's surprising to see a break like this in a high-level event. In the white, though, the white blades, white hull, that is bow number 7, Undine Rowing. Undine, of course, comes from Philadelphia. They row on the Schuylkill River down there. The Schuylkill has its own head race, which is also very well respected, much like the head of the Charles. We do have a little bit of a mix-up in order here. We have 11, 8, and then 12. So out in front, red blades, white hull, red unis with the black stripe is University of Wisconsin, the Badgers, rowing a bucket. Again, a bucket is when you have two rowers on the same side. So we have port, starboard, starboard, port. Sometimes that can make a crew easier to balance in terms of steering. And then crossing in front of us now is bow number 8, which is the German national training team, which is right ahead of bow number 12. That is, of course, Penn. Penn from Philadelphia. And then we have a crew that has lost their bow number with the yellow high-vis hat. We can't. We have 13 in the pink unis. That's another brown crew. And way outside in the high visibility unis, that is bow number 9. Bow number 9 is Princeton. They may have a issue with steering because they went very, very wide there. Neck and neck, we have bow number 14 and 15. Those were the last two crews to start the event, which were Cornell and Syracuse, with Cornell in red, of course, and Syracuse in orange. Looking at Princeton, I suspect they may have either lost their rudder or there's some sort of problem because they seem to be drifting uncontrollably and they have now struck the bridge.
So did we miss 10?
We I believe it was bow number 10 that was missing their bow number. So that would be New York AC from Pelham Manor, New York. They have a rather unique situation there for their rowing program. It is a tidal estuary. It's salt water that goes in and out with the tide. I believe this is the next event that's starting now. So because this is a high level events, they do start them a little closer together with the expectation that the crews will be going down the course quickly. In a tight pack here, we do have, I believe it's 1, 2, and 3, but this is, again, event number 56, 5-6, event number 56, men's lightweight fours. Start time was 1:45, and it starts with event 55. So that was the heavyweight champ fours, and then they just immediately start the lightweight fours. The winner gets the Charles Coleman Cup, and the record was set in 2017 by Yale University. Time of 15:42. So a little bit slower than the champ fours, but very respectable. Yes, so we have bow number 3, who has overtaken 2 and is now trying to overtake 1. Bow number 3 is Penn. They overtook Cornell, and they're trying to overtake Georgetown. So that is Georgetown on the Cambridge side with the dark hull and the bucket. Penn with the red and blue oars on the outside, on the Boston side, and Cornell in the rear there with the red and white unis and red and white blades. So that's a little bit of an upset there. And coming up next, I don't know what just happened. It was on the other side of the bridge, but I heard some collision. So it sounded like blade on blade or blade on bridge. Coming up to the bridge now with the blue-bottomed blades, white and blue, navy blue, looks to be Yale. That is bow number 4. That is Yale. That's one of their 2 boats in this event. We then have bow number 6, which is past Yale's other boat, bow number 5. Bow number 6 is one of Harvard's boats. That is Harvard. We don't have a roster here, but this is one of their lightweight fours. They appear to have gotten matching hats, scally caps to row this year. And then we have Yale, bow number 5, with the blue and white unis and blue and white blades. Following them, we have 2 crews very close together. Appears to be a Penn and Columbia crew. In front, bow number 7 with the red and blue, followed by bow number 8 with the light blue and white. I am correct. That is Penn in front and Columbia in rear. They are spaced far enough apart, so there shouldn't be any issue going through the bridge. So out in front here with the blue unis, blue and white blades in the white hulls, bow number 9. Bow number 9, that is Delaware. as in University of Delaware men's program. They have a little bit of space between them and bow number 10. That is, again, with the green and white blades, green unis, that is Dartmouth. And they have overtaken bow number 10. Bow number 10 on the outside, on the Boston side there, is MIT. They are rowing with the white, red, and black unis and the black hull. And their oars have just a large letter T on the tips of their oars that are otherwise left white. In the rear here, we have now in the red and white stripes, bow number 12. Bow number 12 is another FIT crew from Melbourne, Florida. I'm not sure what FIT stands for. Do you know what that stands for? I know it's some sort of high-performance training program, but I'm not sure what the acronym is for. And coming up now, bow number 15 with light blue and white oars. Appears to be another Columbia crew. That is Columbia crew. And behind them, bow number 16 is one of the Riverside crews. So that is, of course, Riverside, slightly downriver from us where we're here at Weld. Riverside's boat club is actually right at the start of the Powerhouse stretch. It's the first boathouse you pass after the start line.
So 13 on Cambridge, 14.
And we have two more crews here, and that should be the whole pack for this event. We have bow number 13 and bow number 14. Bow number 13 on the Cambridge side with the blue and yellow. That is UC Santa Barbara. And on the Boston side with the dark royal blue and black hull, that is Detroit Boat Club. So these crews, it appears 13 is overtaking 14 as they approach Anderson Bridge. And we will watch close to make sure they keep nice clean lines going in and exiting the bridge. Because they are a little tight there for these high-level performance crews. And we will have a little bit of a break now. The next event, event 57, is the Women's Championship 4, which was to start at 157. Again, smaller spacing with these high-level championship crews. And the course record was set by Brown in 2017, time of 17:08. For the Hope Barnes Trophy.
In this next event, the Women's Championship 4s, which started 5 minutes ago, there will be 15 competitors. The following event after this event is the Women's Lightweight 4s, which starts at 157. And they start really consecutively at the same time, same as the men's. The Women's Champ 4 for 2019 will be a collegiate-only field without any club elite teams jumping in this year. Second place finisher in the 2018 Stanford University slides up into bow 1 with last year's winner not returning, and they'll look to fend off the field and hang on to the top spot. While they'll be racing from the front, all eyes will be on the University of Washington, who joins the field at bow 10. The 2019 NCAA National Champs are sure to boat a strong crew as their program has demonstrated depth and speed. For event 58, which immediately follows the Women's Lightweight 4s, they are competing for the City of Cambridge Trophy. The record for that was set in 2010 at 17 minutes 54.864 seconds by Undine Barge Club, and there'll be 14 competitors in that event. Radcliffe, which we're announcing out of right here at this spot in the Weld Boathouse, Radcliffe, or Harvard University, will look to hang on to home course bragging rights from bow 1 as they look to hold off challenges from Boston University crews starting at bow 3 and 4. Taking on the collegiate teams, a composite crew of Philly teams returns at bow 2 and will hope that their experience is enough to help them take the leap to grab the top spot in this event. Cambridge Boat Club will start at the tail end of the field at bow 14 with the first entry in the event in multiple decades. Go CBC! We see our first boat already. This is boat number 1, and pretty closely behind are the next 3 boats, which looks like that might be some passing in the crews behind. And nobody's taking a wide turn, which is really nice to see. So number 1 is Stanford Women at Redwood City, California. They've been out on the water for 2 weeks, so hopefully they can rate it up, they say.
Appears to be 342. That's definitely Columbia.
So in second place is right now at this moment is bow number 3, which is Columbia University of New York, New York. And behind them on the Boston side in the dark boat is boat number 4. Number 4 is Brown Uni out of Providence, Rhode Island. They were the silver medal at the 2019 Ivy Championships. And in the orange blades in the white boat is Syracuse, and they are number 2. Oh, listen to that number 1, how beautiful that sounds.
That is a wonderful sound. I really hope there's ambient microphones set up around the river so you can get these sounds, and I really hope they're able to pick them up as beautifully as we can hear them here.
We're going to watch them go through the bridge. I just find it a little more interesting. And look at all the people on the bridge, all the spectators watching this. This is a great course to watch on both sides of the river. Every year when I cycle around it, I see all these little nooks and crannies. I'm like, oh, if I were watching and not announcing, I'd be like, I want to sit there. I want to sit there.
Every year when I'm here, if I'm coaching or rowing or announcing, I always try and get here a few hours early just to walk up and down the banks to kind of take it all in from the point of view of a spectator. And it's a wonderful place to get to watch rowing.
This next boat, number 5, is white, a white shell with red unis and red and white blades. And number 5 is Cornell University out of Ithaca, New York. The next boat in the middle here, the gray boat in the gray unis with white shirts or orange shirts underneath,
8, 9, 10, 7.
is number 8. And number 8 is Boston College out of Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts.
9, 10,
The white boat on the Boston side in the pink unis is number 9, and that would be Princeton out of Princeton, New Jersey. So that's Princeton women. Crossing us right now is number 10 in the white boat in the white unis, and number 10 is Washington out of Seattle, Washington. They're going under the bridge right now. We're kind of doesn't look like there's too much overlapping here. Number 7 is crossing us right now in front of the dock. And that would be Radcliffe. And that's why it's so loud and everyone is yelling, because that is Radcliffe right there. They're pacing themselves at the beginning right here very nicely. Strategy is very important on this course and in the beginning of these head races.
With this course, since the middle half of the course is the most challenging to steer, some crews try to strategize by having all their energy for the first quarter or last quarter, where it's mostly a straightaway.
The boat going through right now, about to enter the bridge, is number 11. This is Dartmouth out of Hanover, New Hampshire. And there's some nice space set between them and the next boats. And the next boat is white with the red unis, and that's number 13. And that is Marist out of Poughkeepsie, New York. Number 12 in the dark boat with the white, blue, and black unis is following. And that's Rhode Island Women out of Kingston, Rhode Island. And that's boat number 12 again.
15, which appears to be OU.
They're giving some nice space in between them. And on the Boston side with the white boat with the crimson unis is number 15. Crimson or red unis, and that's Oklahoma out of Norman, Oklahoma. And tightly behind them, they're starting to kind of come together through the bridge here. That's 14. And 14 is Northeastern University out of Boston, Massachusetts. And they have multicolored unis as well. It looks like it's a black, red, and white unis. And their blades the same thing. They have white tips with like a red diagonal stripe going through them. And we have a big gap between this. We have a big gap between now and this next event. Not too big of a gap, but comparatively. The next event is event 58, the women's lightweight fours. Again, they're competing for the City of Cambridge trophy. Radcliffe is in the front, and I think it's going to get very loud here. And these boats are on top of each other. Radcliffe is boat number 1. And then they are followed. 2 is, you can tell, 2 is trying to pass Radcliffe on the Boston side. And 2 is Penn AC out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Vesper out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They placed second last year in this event.
One of the interesting things about this section of the river that Radcliffe has a real advantage here is that Radcliffe is taking the shortest route, but just strictly looking at a map, you would think the route, the Boston side route, would actually be shorter. But in actuality, because of the next turn, it's a slightly longer route.
And Radcliffe being right here on the river, right here, they know this course very well. Behind them in boat number 3, the red boat, that is Boston University women. The team was established in 2012. In 2019, they won the Eastern Sprint Champs and the IRA runner-ups at Dad Vale Champs. We're going to watch them go through the bridge right now, because that's the place to watch. It's beautiful, and that's where you hear oars clash. All right, next up, a little bit approaching the docks right now. A single boat all by itself out there. They will not have trouble getting through the bridge. And this is the BU women number 4. Oh, you can hear the oarlocks. Approaching the docks now is 7, 6, 5, and 8. 7 is this white boat, Stanford Lightweight Women. 6 is Georgetown out of Washington, D.C. Princeton is number 5 in the bright pink. That's Princeton in number 5. And then in the back of this pack is MIT. At number 8. That is a tight. So on Cambridge side, they're either going to slow down a little bit so they don't clash, which is going to probably cost them time. When you have to slow down for another boat to get your momentum back up, that can actually cost time. So the boats crossing the dock right now is 10. And followed by 9. 10 is British Columbia out of Vancouver, British Columbia. And 9 is Brock U at St. Catharines, Ontario. Brock University is home of the world famous Royal Canadian Henley course.
Just a beautiful course.
That's it. We have a little bit of a breather here between these boats. The next 2 boats coming through are 14 and 11. These may be the last boats in the event. The last boat to row out of the chute is 14, and that's Cambridge, right here. And 11 is Radcliffe, and that's why you hear all the yelling, if you can hear that. So 14 is in the reddish orange boat right there. And then Radcliffe is that dark boat. You know, it's a great spot to be, and to hear all the cheering. Our next event will be the Men's Championship 8s. and they will be competing for the Boston Globe Trophy. The course record was set by the University of California, Berkeley at 13 minutes, 27.469 seconds in 2017. There will be 30 competitors in this next event. It starts right now.
Yeah, so this event is typically the fastest event. It's usually either the men's championship eights or the men's championship singles, which that may seem counterintuitive, but it's all about the power to weight, where if it's just you propelling yourself in a lightweight shell, you're going to go very quickly, or if it's you and 7 other people, you're going to go very quickly. We have many very high-profile rowers, as well as individually, as well as high-profile teams. This is also going to be an international event. Just looking briefly, I see Netherlands, Italy, United States, Great Britain, Germany, another team from the Netherlands. It's a very well-represented, very competitive event. It's packed with speed in 2019, with top college programs taking on several national teams for this year's Champ 8 title. Again, that's the Boston Globe Trophy. The U.S. national team will be represented in both bout number 1 and bout number 7. The Dutch national team will be bout number 4. The Italian national team is bout number 5, and the German national team will be bout number 12. While the international aspect adds excitement to the event, the collegiate teams will be sure to make themselves noticed. The 2019 collegiate field is going to be led by the 2019 national champions, Yale University, starting at bout number 2. So be sure to keep an eye out for them, as well as University of Washington, starting at bout number 9. University of Washington has done very well on the Charles course in the past and is looking forward to keeping that honor this year. Oxford Brooks is bout number 24, and Cambridge University, bout number 27 and 29, are going to be jumping in the mix, representing universities from the UK. So there is no doubt that this event is going to be comprised of some of the top rowers in the world. And it's also very important to remember the 2020 Tokyo Olympics are a few short months away. Some of these lineups that you see today are likely the final lineups for these national training teams for the 2020 competition. Now, Maja and I have been both mentioning the distinctive sound some of these high-performance crews make as they row. It's a combination of the sound of the water rushing underneath the hull, the click of the oarlocks, and the exertion of the physical athletes. These sounds combined make a very unique and distinct sound, which will be noticeably present in this event. This is my one. Yeah, this is my last one. Now I gotta go after this one.
I love myself the rest of the day.
I know, I feel bad.
But I still want to share some of this because it's the good one.
This is one. Actually, I rode with him at Trinity too.
Did you?
And I rode with Mike DeSanto at BRC.
Did you talk about that on there?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'll mention that now. It's also interesting noting that we do have roster lists for all these crews. The U.S. national training team, they train out of Princeton, New Jersey. 2 of these athletes are former teammates of mine. Both of them I rode with at a summer youth club program that was run out of Harvard in 2011. And one of them I actually rode with for a year at Trinity College as well. That's Alex Karwoski and Mike DeSanto. Both are very experienced in international competition. But again, they have a very difficult pack of competition because it's not just the U.S. national team. It's the Dutch national team, the Italian national team, the German national team, Yale, Washington, Oxford, and Cambridge that are all going to be gunning for that Boston Globe trophy.
I want to see this one if we can, okay? Can I announce this one before?
Yeah. They did just kind of tell us that that's the Dutch national team up here.
Yeah, Gael?
Yeah, it just means national rowing.
No, this one right here.
Yeah,
Gael? Yeah.
I don't know how double L's are pronounced in Italian. There we go. All right, coming down the pack right now. We can just see them now. This is a bright yellow HOCR hull and unmarked blades. I am going to assume that that is bow number 1, the U.S. national training team. As we were mentioning before, the 8s are much more difficult to steer. It's not a marginal difference. It is a significantly more difficult to steer boat, and the faster they're going, the harder they are to steer. So this is confirmed. This is bow number 1 in blue unis, white blades, and yellow hull. They are moving very swiftly. As I was saying before, it is very likely that this is one of the final lineups for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. As they're coming down the course, they appear to be rowing at approximately 38 strokes per minute, which is quite high. Right behind them, also in a yellow hull with the red shirts and navy unis, that is Yale University. Yale has the distinctive oars where the bottom half of their oars is actually the bottom half when they're in the water. Most teams, when they think top to bottom, is when the oars are stacked vertically. Following them in the pink unis is Brown University. In their distinctive pink unis with the brown bar rather than fully brown unis, is really moving quite swiftly up the river, and there's a bit of space between them and the next hull, which
This next hull is the Dutch national team, KNRB, out of Amstelveen, and it's the Royal Netherlands Rowing Foundation. And I want to thank my fellow referee, Bram, who's a FISA ref, for helping me learn pronunciations of Dutch terms.
that's the Italian team.
This next boat is the Italian team, Fiamme Gael. And this boat has won 10 Italian championships, followed from the 2010 to 2019. This next boat is Harvard, number 6, the yellow boat with the red and white oars. And 7 is USTC out of Oakland, out of Princeton, New Jersey. It's the U.S. men's national team in number 7. This is their second 8. It's beautiful watching these boats row.
That's Cal.
This is Cal in number 8. California, Berkeley, California.
And coming down now in the yellow boat in all white is Washington. Washington is another one of those crews that you got to watch out for. They have a very long-running, powerful rowing program. As many of you have likely noticed, all the crews are rowing these light yellow hulls. That is a specific manufacturer, HOCR, that makes very swift, lightweight boats that are really only used by the top of the top programs. They're difficult to balance and use well, but once you can use them well, they are very quick boats. In front of us now is bow number 10, rowing Northeastern's blades, and that is, of course, Northeastern University. And following them is bow number 11. Bow number 11 is BU Men's. It appears they have painted or taped the shafts of their oars. That is a different distinction that I have not seen on other crews. I would imagine crews would be worried about adding resistance on the shaft of the ore. So I'm curious if that's actually painted onto the graphite itself. Following them, bow number 12, rowing with Northeastern blades, is Northeastern's second boat. That's their JV 8. It is remarkable when a JV program can qualify for the Championship 8s event. In front of us now, bow number 13 is... Oh, excuse me. That was bow number 12 before, wasn't it? This is bow number 13 in front of us now. Bow number 12 previously, that was the German national team. They must be rowing out of Northeastern's boathouse and using their equipment. This is Northeastern with the camo shirts. Behind them, with the red and white horizontal oars, that is BU men. And right behind them in the bicycle helmets is Harvard. Harvard BU men's. This is their B boat. Oftentimes their B boat will dress up and do something a little bit fun for the head of the Charles. Bow number 16 is Yale, again, with the magenta pink shirts under their blue unis. And then we have two boats who are battling for position side by side coming up to the bridge. It appears to be Dartmouth and I think Wisconsin on the outside. So, yes, that is Wisconsin and Dartmouth. So Badgers and Big Green battling for position coming up to Anderson Bridge. They are very, very close. So let's watch and see what happens here. Now, if you look there, you can see Wisconsin's taking a very wide angle. That could be because of the coxswain for Dartmouth is pushing them to the outside a little bit. But it looks like both crews made it through safely. Up next is bow number 20. This is Princeton in bright high-visibility pink jerseys and their red and black blades. Princeton is then, of course, followed by bow number 19. Cornell University, their oars are the inverse of Harvard's oars. And bow number 21 with the red and blue oars. That is Penn. So that means Penn has definitely made a little bit of a move here. And if we have bow number 24 with the red, white, and blue blades. High visibility shirts. That is Oxford Brooks, one of the UK programs coming here to compete. This is such a great time to see these international crews competing. 22 and 23 are very close coming to the bridge. On our side, in the Navy, that is Penn. On the Boston side in pink, that is Princeton. It's always very exciting to see these very competitive, high-level crews try to jockey for space where really only one team is going to get the best position.
They were really nicely spaced out in there, too. They did not want to have a collision whatsoever. 26 here is Syracuse. This is the Empacher with orange unis. And then the Netherlands behind them in the red boat is number 25. And this is Minerva out of Amsterdam. It's nice to space that out going through the bridge. I love seeing the crowds. Coming in front of us right now, rowing in front of us, they both are Cambridge teams. Their uniforms match. 27 is on the Cambridge side. 29 is on the Boston side. And these are out of Great Britain, not out of Massachusetts. So Cambridge, out of Cambridge, Great Britain. Right on top of each other. Almost side by side. So what's passing us right now is 28 with the bright pink shirts under the Navy unis. That is Navy. And then they are followed very closely by 30 in the gray shirts. And that is the Naval Academy out of Annapolis, Maryland. That's the Navy heavyweight crew. And they are the last one in this entry. Our next event is coming up at 2:15, and that will be the men's lightweight eights, and they should be starting very quickly, and I think they're coming through right now. The men lightweight eights are they are competing for the Boston Herald Trophy. The course record is set by Princeton University at 13 minutes 49.679 seconds in 2017. There will be 17 competitors in this event. In 2017, that was a big year for a lot of record times being set that year or beat that year. Do you want to add?
So we don't have a lot of time to read all the facts right now, but again, the lightweight events are started congruously with the heavyweight events. It's just that the difference in power ends up with a little bit of separation here. So out in front we have bow number, I believe that's bow number one. Yes, that is Cornell University. Their blades are just the opposite of Harvard's. Harvard's is red on the inside with the white tips. Cornell is red on the tips and white on the inside.
In second place, in the bright pink, it's easy to see. This is number 2. This is bow 2, and that's Princeton. Hard to mistake Princeton. This is Princeton lightweight men's right behind them, with a little bit of space in between. That is just beautiful. Watch their blades as they come out of the water. If you're watching from the TV and you can see this, you can see the height and the rhythm that they have. The swing is perfected. It's beautiful to watch. So again, Princeton has the gray boat with the bright pink unis. Coming up after them, there are boats 3, 4, and 5 in order. Yale, Navy, and Penn. Again, watch their blades going through the water. This is what coaches dream their teams look like when they're practicing. With 14, you could, was that 4? Yeah, with Navy, you could hear their oarlocks in unison. Usually the militaries like having that sound. Coming up next, right here in the yellow MPOCR is number 6, and this is Harvard. With some space behind them in the white boat is number 7, and that is Yale out of New Haven, Connecticut. That is a classic New England rivalry. Yes, it is. But they have quite a bit of space between them, so they're either going to decide to attack later, which is often a strategy used in competing, is knowing when to attack. Even though you're still racing against time, it's nice to have the other boats around you because it encourages you to compete. So the next boats are all in order. No one is letting anyone else pass. They are 8, 9, and 10. And they are Dartmouth, Harvard, and Delaware. So 8 is Dartmouth right here in the dark boat in the Resolute. And then the MPOCR right behind it, number 9. That would be Harvard. And then the white boat with the blue unis behind them, that is 10, and that's Delaware men's out of Yorkland, Delaware. Look at the crowds on the bridge. If you can see the crowds along the shoreline here and the bridges, it's beautiful. Passing in front of us right now is number 11. This is Brock University out of St. Catharines, Ontario. And right behind them is number 12, and that is Princeton out of Princeton, New Jersey.
And then as we watch these crews come by, this is very structured in that there's not a lot of overtaking so far. So, of course, we now have number 13. That is Penn. Really, these races are typically won by seconds or fraction of seconds. But because of the high level of competition, these boats, the heavyweight and lightweight Champ 8s, tend to have the highest viewership of any of the races. Crossing in front of us now, across the dock, is bow number 14. This is another one of Yale's crews. And as we watch these crews go by, it's very unlikely to see any sort of problems with the bridge. Bow number 15 with the red jerseys and yellow MPOCR shell is Temple. That is Temple University from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is the first time they've ever had a lightweight 8 in the head of the Charles. And following them right on their tail in the bright red hull is MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This is their lightweight men's 8. And coming up in the back here, they of course, were the last crew to start, is Mercyhurst University from Erie, Pennsylvania. Mercyhurst, excuse me. Mercyhurst University from Erie, Pennsylvania. They've won Dadville twice in the lightweight 8 competition. So they definitely have a respectable 8 program. They're not someone to underestimate just because they had the last bow number in the event. With that, I am going to step away and leave you with just Maja here. So thank you, everyone, for listening to me, and enjoy the rest of the day.
It was wonderful working with you.
It was wonderful.
It was very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Do I have all my stuff?
Our next event will be Event 61, the Men's Collegiate 8s, and it starts at 2:32, which was 4 minutes ago. The course record is set by the University of Virginia at 14 minutes, 24.211 seconds in 2017. There's that golden note, that ring of a number of a year again, 2017. There will be 38 competitors in this event. In this next event, the Collegiate 8 brings together top Accra and Dadville teams for a fall showdown with Michigan University leading from bow 1. Home team MIT looks to follow up their strong 2019 spring season with a statement this fall starting bow number 3, Go Tech. Keep an eye out for Hobart College starting at bow 4. And with only one senior graduating in 2019, they're returning with an experienced crew and are likely eager to stay ahead of the rivals in bow 5, Marist, which is Marist College. With a strong cruise at the front of the field, they shouldn't forget about the final boat to cross the start line at bow 38. Colgate College joins the field this year, and Colgate was the 2019 Dadville champions and will look to carry their momentum into the 1920 season. So just to give you a heads up ahead of time, the lineup here, bow number 1 will be Michigan Rowing Association out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Bow 2 will be Drexel out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Bow 3 will be MIT, and bow 4 will be Hobart College. Bow 5 will be Marist out of Poughkeepsie, New York. 6 will be Notre Dame. 7 will be Boston College. 8 will be St. Joseph's. 9 will be WPI out of Worcester, Massachusetts. 10 is Holy Cross out of Shrewsbury. 11 will be Wesleyan out of Middleton, Connecticut. And then I can go on, but that's at least the beginning of the lineup right now. And we see our first boats coming through right now. And they are very close with one another. We lead with Ann Arbor, and boat number 1 has the lead, clear lead yet, but closely behind them are bow 3 and 2. 3 is passing 2 right now. Remember, bow 1 was Michigan. And bows 2 are Drexel and 3 are MIT. Drexel is on the Cambridge side, and 3, which is MIT, is on the Boston side. Closely behind them in the white boat is number 4. This will be Hobart College. We'll watch them go through the bridge right now, these first 4 crews. 2 and 3 will be interesting to watch to see what happens. And 2 is starting to row into the puddles of 3. We're going to watch them, see if they turn. See if you can start seeing the 8s turn. The next boat approaching the dock right now. It's a white boat with white and red unis. That is Marist out of Poughkeepsie, New York. Marist is excited to race down the Charles. They have white blades. I always like seeing it's a bright green boat coming up right now. This is boat number 6. This is Notre Dame out of South Bend, Indiana. Green is appropriate for the Irish. And it looks like they have numbers or clovers on their oars. Two boats approaching the dock right now are 7. 7 is in the dark boat with the maroon colored jerseys, and that's Boston College. And behind them an 8 in the white boat. They are pressing on 7. It's like 7 is not budging away from 8, and that's St. Joseph's. So 8 is St. Joseph's out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 8 has to slow down because 7 is not moving over. They did not want to give up space under that bridge. Approaching the bridge right now is 10. 10 is Holy Cross out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. Crossing the dock right now are 9 and 11. 9 is the Dark Resolute boat with the red unis, and that is number 9, and that is WPI out of Worcester, Massachusetts. And 11 in the Yellow Empacher is Wesleyan out of Middleton, Connecticut. Middleton or Middletown, Connecticut. Crossing us right now in front of the docks. In the dark boat with blue unis is number 13, and this is Delaware out of Yorkland, Delaware. And then 12 is on the Boston side, and they're pretty tightly close together, and they have red unis. And number 12 is Rutgers out of New Brunswick, New Jersey. We'll watch them go through the bridge. It looks like they're not giving them much space. Passing us and about to enter the bridge is number 14. 14 is Williams College Boat Club out of Pittsfield, Massachusetts. That is a white boat with purple and white blades. The yellow boat right in front of us right now is number 13. Let me see. No, they are number 15. Number 15 is Trinity out of Hartford, Connecticut. They are about to go under the bridge right now. The white boat is 17. The gray boat is 18. 17 is UMass out of Amherst, and 18 is Virginia Rowing Association out of Charlottesville, Virginia. This blue boat right here is number 16 with the yellow blades. This would be UC Santa Barbara, California. We're going to watch these two boats coming head to head. 20 is trying to pass 19 on the Cambridge side. 20 has the pink unis, and that is Bates College in Bucknell. Bucknell is out of Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. Bates College is out of Lewiston, Maine. They're going under the bridge right now. Their blades are on top of each other. You didn't hear any clashing, though. As a referee, usually you have to see it and hear it. The boat crossing us right now is 21 out of Marietta College, out of Marietta, Ohio. The Marietta men's rowing was established in 1871. Crew number 22 right here is Colby College out of Sydney, Maine. In boat 23 with the red unis And the dark Resolute boat is 23, and that's WPI out of Worcester, Massachusetts. Now, I am from Michigan. When I first came here, I did not know how to say Worcester. There was Worcestershire, Worcestershire, Worcester, and I finally got it down after a while. Boat 24 is slightly ahead of boat 25. Boat 24 is Clemson out of Clemson, South Carolina, and 25 is Middlebury out of Middlebury, Vermont. They're about to enter the bridge right now. The gray boat passing in front of us right now is the team from China. Jiatong. And I really apologize for not being able to pronounce that one. WJTU is the director unit of the China Rowing Association. The boats crossing us right now are 29. The gray boat and the yellow boat is 30. 29 is Tufts University, and 30 is Temple out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And they're entering the bridge right now. They have red blades. Boat 27 seems to be angling almost right towards the dock here. This is very strange. This is Tongji out of Shanghai, China. All right, the coxswain is redirecting its course. They have white and blue unis and white and blue blades with a dark hull boat. 32 is crossing us right now as well. And 32 is Ithaca out of Ithaca, New York. And then the bright blue boat right behind it is 31, and that's UMass out of Lowell, Massachusetts. Crossing us right now are boats 33 and 34. 33 is Connecticut out of Storrs, Mansfield, Connecticut. And 34 is Purdue out of West Lafayette, Indiana. In 2019, the Purdue's men's varsity 8 won the Cal Cup at the San Diego Crew Classic and collected silver medals in the SIRA and ACRA championship regattas and bronze medal in the historic Dad Vale regatta. The boat crossing us right now is a very dark red with some black on the top of it, and they're wearing black unis, and that is boat number 28. Followed by boat 36. 28 is Connecticut College Rowing out of New London, Connecticut. And 36, that light gray boat, was one of the last to go through the chute. They are UC Davis out of Davis, California. The yellow boat crossing us right now is 38 and 35. And 38 was the last boat to leave this race, and they have jumped ahead a few boats here. They are Colgate out of Hamilton. And 35 is URI Boat Club out of Saunderstown, Rhode Island. 37 is University of New Hampshire out of Durham, New Hampshire. And that looks like this will wrap up this race as this boat goes through the bridge. This event is just a magnificent time to be here on the Charles, to see all the people around cheering everyone on in the sport. To people outside of the sport, you try to tell them what this is like. And it's kind of like Christmas or the Kentucky Derby for us. It's just such an important event and a big event for us in the rowing community. The next event starts right now at 2:49 p.m., event 62, the Women's Championship 8s. They will be competing for the Governor's Trophy. The course record was set in 2017. There's that number again. And there's that year again. And it was set by Sudbury at 14 minutes, 48.426, or
3.423 seconds. There will be 32 competitors in this event. The cheering that you hear right now is the Radcliffe women's teams. The fours are returning from their event at the boathouse here. And we're at the Weld boathouse right now, which is the Radcliffe women's rowing, basically, practices out of here. And this is their boathouse. It's right here on the Anderson Bridge. And the Anderson Bridge is the road that leads right downtown into Cambridge. And if you're not from here, that's kind of important to know. To our east is the Weeks Footbridge, and to our west is the Anderson Bridge, which you'll see on the video. On this next event, the U.S. women's national team will lead the field at bow number 1 and 3 against a largely collegiate field. Keep an eye on bow 18 and 25. The Huskies from the University of Washington are the 2019 NCAA national champions and have proven to have speed at all levels of the program. A few international crews join the field at bow 21, NSR Nieuwroos out of Amsterdam, and at bow 22, Leah Rowing Club out of the UK, and possibly the most notably the Tideway Scullers at bow 24, which will have a strong, experienced crew to weave through the field ahead. So for that Dutch team out of Amsterdam, it is pronounced Neer-Use, from what I can tell. And it is the student rowing club, the Amsterdam Student Rowing Club. Things to note on the teams competing ahead. In bow number 1, we'll be seeing Princeton, USTC. It's the U.S. national team. And the same with the bow number 3. So 1 and 3 are the U.S. national teams. Bow 4 is Princeton women. 5 is Yale. 6 is the 2019 ACC champions, the Virginia women out of Charlottesville, Virginia. And bow 7 will be Michigan. And they were the 2019 Big Ten champions. And they were also the 2019 NCAA third place and the 1V, 2V, and the team overall. Number 8, Brown University was the silver medal at the 2019 Ivy Championships. Bow 18, Washington, they won the 2019 National Championship. Bow 15 out of Imperial London,
It says current and past Olympians from various countries. In bow 20, Michigan. That's the 2019 Big Ten champions. And again, the 2019 NCAA third place, 1V, 2V, and team. We see our first team coming through the Weeks footbridge. And they have clear water behind them. Team number 1 in the Empire yellow boat with blue unis. Bow seat's wearing a white cap, and they have white blades. This is USTC, the United States national team out of Princeton, New Jersey. Behind them, the two teams are pretty close to each other, 2 and 3. 3 looks like they're trying to pass 2 on the Boston side. 2 has orange blades, and 2 is Stanford women out of Redwood City, California, and 3 is again the United States national team out of Princeton, New Jersey. And I'll repeat those again as we're going through the bridge. I hope you can hear what I hear with the strokes and watch the blades, how beautiful they go through the water. Again, this is Team 2 with the orange blades. Team 2 is the standard sourced quality ingredients delivering perfect coffee forward pick-me-up. Grab your free sample at the Pete's Iced Espresso tent located at the Weld exhibition. Now here's another one that's great for athletes. It's Teddy Peanut Butter. The head of the Charles is pleased once again to have Teddy Peanut Butter as the proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. We'd like to thank Aston Martin, who is the official automotive sponsor of Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at Attager Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. So I see our first crew coming through the bridge right now. And it is boat number 1. It's an Empire. They are wearing red, white, and black unis. They have white blades. This is Semple out of Glasgow, Scotland. Martin Holmes and Andrew Holmes. They are rowing in this parent-child double for their 6th time together. They are followed in order. So one is right here. Just beautiful. Look at that. They're doing a really nice job. Our next boat, number 2, is Belmont Hill out of Belmont, Massachusetts. This is Alexander and Christopher Richards. This is the father used to coach the son. The average age here is 40. The average age of the first event, first boat was 42. In this third boat that is following in the yellow Empacher with purple T-shirts is KTC out of Riverside, Connecticut. Lucy won a silver in the pair in the 2018 Junior Worlds. Number 4 in the white boat right following them is Molesey East, Molesey, Surrey, Frederick Gillard and David Gillard. Their average age is 33. Fred was a second in Youth 8 at Head of the Charles last year with St. Paul's School. David raced in the parent-child with Fred's younger brother, Max, at the last 2 years, finishing second and fourth. The boat approaching with the purple and the bright neon green is number 5, and that's Greenwich Crew out of Coscob, Connecticut. The family rows, kids, and grandparents. And this would be Kristen Erickson and William Bass. Oh, they got that sound down, too. You can hear it in the oarlocks and in the breath as they're... You don't hear that very often in the smaller boats, in the doubles. You'll hear that in the 8s quite often, sometimes in the quads and 4s. Boat number 6 passing us right now in the Empacher with turquoise and white blades is number 6. This is Undine out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Michael Hindery. Average age 44. The son, Misha, has rowed for 9 years and won 2 national championships in high school. This next boat number 8 passing us right now is Westside Rowing Club, Matthew Marks and Ted Marks. The duo has placed as high as second in this event previously. They both rowed at Boston University. Boat number 7 passing us right now is this white boat with blue blades. Is Cambridge out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. This is Russell Murphy and Russell Murphy. Russell, the younger, is returning to this race after his sister rowed last year. This is their first outing of the 2019 season. The boat approaching us right now, it's a white boat with red, white, and blue oars, is number 10. And this is York City out of Yorkshire, Great Britain. Gonzalo Briones and Alberto Briones. Gonzalo Briones has been rowing since he was 13 years old. Since he was 13 years. Last year, he became the bronze medal in the British Rowing Junior Championships. The next boat to pass us, the white boat with the red cap, is number 11, followed by 13, followed by 12. 11 is Potomac, 13 is 1921, Marlow, England, Borlase, and Marlow Bucks. And number 12 is RV Ister Linz. Number 9 right here in the white boat with the bright orange caps is Carnegie Lake out of Princeton, New Jersey. Sometimes when the boats are all so close together, I can't quite get all the names out, but I'll try if they're spaced out a little bit more apart. Crossing us right now in this beautiful wooden boat. You don't see this very often in races anymore. This is a wood boat. Bow number 15. That is beautiful. Pettipog out of Essex, Connecticut. John and Will Bogert. The first time competing in the Charles together. Our next two boats are actually side by side, 17 and 18. 17 is Copenhagen, Denmark, and 18 is Crabtree, London, Great Britain. Out of Copenhagen, Denmark, which is 17, which is Cambridge side, it's a red boat with a white on the bow. That is Bo Vestergaard and Thomas Vestergaard. In 18, on the Boston side, Crabtree out of Great Britain, that's Matthew and Honor Parrish. The boat passing us right now is number 19. They're unaffiliated, but this is Elizabeth Pratt rowing with Patricia Smith, and it says "rowing with my mom!" ! Which is really cool. I think that's fantastic. There are 4 boats approaching right now. The one in the lead is 16, followed by 14, followed by 24. And then 20. So 16 is Augusta, Georgia, Christopher and Catherine Yeager. 14 is Mount Baker out of Seattle, Washington, Helen and Ross Tillman. '24 is Wilmington, and 20 is PCRA out of New Rochelle, New York. Passing us right now is 21 in the red boat, and this is San Diego Rowing Club out of San Diego. Glenn and Olivia Belitho, with some clear water in between, is boat number 27. This is Cambridge, Massachusetts. Ali and Rifat Atun. His father and son have been racing at the CBC. They have a white boat with light blue blades. Leading this pack right here, we will have 31 white boat with red and then red and white checker, followed by 28. And 31, I love those uniforms, is Marin out of Green Bay, California, and Potomac out of Washington, D.C. Bjorn Lorberg and Niels Lorberg. For 28, the white boat with the blue blades in front of us, that is CRI. That's Jose and Charles Guerra. 22 right here, the white boat with darker blue blades and then black long sleeve shirts over, is Marin out of Green Bay, California, and that's Julie and Will Machard. Passing us now is 26, the dark boat right here, and this is Bulldog out of Lincoln Park, New Jersey, Jim and Ann Millar. And then passing right behind them is 34 in the white boat, and 30 is the blue boat. So 34 is Fat Cat, New York, Alex Morse and Stephen Morse. And that light blue boat on the Cambridge side is 30, and that's New Bern out of Plantation, Florida. 23 right here is Wilmington. And then the 2 boats that are side by side right in front of us right now is 29 and 33. So 33 is on the Boston side in the lead, and 29 is right behind them in the with the yellow on their blades. So 33 is PCRA, New Rochelle, New York, and then 29 is Dallas, Texas, out of Episcopal School of Dallas.
Our next boat approaching is number 32, and this is Nantucket, out of Nantucket, Massachusetts. Michael and Lily Springer. Their average age is 34. Rowers that founded the Nantucket Rowing and are part of the Chicago Rowing Foundation. Outside of the buoys right here is 36. They had a really wide turn earlier, and they kind of went outside the buoys, and they're trying to get back into the buoys, or back into the inside. And that would be, they're unaffiliated, they're ocean rowers, Craig and Chad Wolf. Their average age is 59. The next boat behind them is 35. And this is out of Austin, Texas, Dylan and Pat Quigley. Their average age is 42. They originally are from Limerick, Ireland, but they row out of Austin, Texas. They are rowing today to represent the Austin Rowing Club, and through their respective clubs in Limerick are Shannon Boat Club and Castle Connell Boat Club, where they learn to row as school athletes. The two boats passing us right now are 40 and 37, and 40 is Cape Cod Youth Rowing in Centerville, Massachusetts, and 37 is Cambridge. .40 is Laurel and Brett Fournier, and 37 Cambridge is Charles and Ben Piper. Passing us right now is 38 in the white boat in the blue and neon shirts. And 38 is Maine Rowing Association out of South China, Maine. And that's Peter and Laura Labordays. And then boat number 39, the white boat with blue blades with white tips and quite bright hats, is Cambridge, and that's Charles Fountain and Betsy Fountain. And I think that's the end of this event, because I do not see any other boats approaching, so that must be the finish of this event. It's getting quiet out there. Now, this next event is the last event of the day, and this is a big event that a lot of people wait for all day long. And this is the Director's Challenge Mixed 8. And it starts at 4:12, which started a minute ago. And there will be 37 competitors in this event. Club Nautico de San Juan is the lovable favorite from 2018, donning Frozen costumes for their row. Do you remember that last year? I remember seeing Frozen last year. Did you remember seeing them last year row by?
I absolutely did.
You did? Was it hilarious?
You know, that's the exact word I would use to describe.
I loved it. It was very delightful.
So what event do we have coming up here?
So the next event, so they were the favorites for last year, were Frozen. This year, rowing under Scar Was Right. Wait, how did they say this? They say, this year rowing under Scar Was Right. Do we sense a Disney theme? This boat includes lots of Charles River rowers looking to get some hardware. Close behind them are two Riverside 8 bookending on Lake Washington and Cambridge boat.
Wow.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, it sounds like we got two boats from Riverside, or sorry, 1-8 from Riverside, then we got a boat from Lake Washington, then a boat from Cambridge, and then the fourth boat in that series is going to be another one from Riverside. So if we see two Riverside 8s next to each other, we'll know that the second one has passed both Lake Washington and Cambridge.
Further back in the pack, we have Hydro, a Head of the Charles sponsor, and a company marketing indoor rowing with a workout video recording. These athletes usually row with their singles alongside each other. Let's see how they fare in the 8 this year.
Yeah, and that's going to be really interesting because if they're a company specializing in indoor rowers, but the athletes usually train in single sculls, this is going to be a really fun race for them to all get in the boat together and see how they work on the water in a big boat.
And working together with other athletes.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
You know, I first learned how to erg before I ever hit the water. I erged for 3 months before I hit the water.
Wow.
So I actually flew by a lot of other people because I learned so much technique,
And you
like
learned-
body position.
And you probably learned how to apply yourself before you were able to do that on a steady surface,
Right.
without flip-flopping around and trying to figure it out.
Right, your body positions were definitely key. What's your name?
I'm Grant Coltrup.
Hello, Grant. I think I've read you. Are you one of the other announcers here?
No, I'm actually I'm running the web broadcast. So if you're watching online, listening to this on the rowing channel, I really hope you're enjoying because we've worked really hard to make this happen.
That's wonderful. Well, I'm Maja. I'm from
Maja?
Michigan.
Yeah.
So we talked on our conference call the other week.
Absolutely, and
Together.
It's really great to see not only how many people are tuning in to watch this, but just the throngs lining the bridges along the river. This event brings people like nothing else does to Boston, and it's in my opinion, the hub of the rowing community, and one of my personal favorite event, my favorite race of the year. And it's just seeing friends and new friends rowing down the course each year is utterly fantastic. It's why I come back.
This is my favorite event of the year as well. This will be my 5th year announcing it, and this is kind of like Christmas to me. It's just so special. I drive across country just so I can be here, and just so I can bring my bike so I can bicycle all over Cambridge and Boston.
Well, you know what? It's like Christmas to you, and I think it's like Christmas to a couple of these boats we're going to see coming down. I saw some Santa suits and reindeers going by on the warm-up. So as we see some mixed eights going through, be on the lookout for the Santa in the coxswain seat and different elves scattered throughout the boat.
This will be fun. Boy, I picked you up at the right time.
I know.
Oh, that's
Do
funny.
you know when this event? How long do you think that we have until this event's going to be coming through?
Well, it started
It started at 4:12, and it's
This-
5 minutes after.
right. So this is usually the event. I always wonder, is this the one they start on time or not? Because they're not necessarily as fast as other
Well,
crews.
let me tell you, they start one event on time, and it's the first event of the day.
Oh, they do a great job, John. We like you. You're doing a fantastic job up
I
there.
want to give a shout out to the whole team who's working on this too. Not only the actual crew working operations, but the hundreds of volunteers, people dedicating their time just because they love this sport, like you.
Yeah.
And another special thank you to the entire rowing community who makes this race possible with their time and their efforts. And my gosh, you see one event go down with 85 entries in an 8, and you got hundreds of athletes in one event, and that's just so many people exerting themselves upon this river for a few little ounces of metal, because that's what they love. That's why we do it.
I'm really excited that's being recorded now. This is very exciting for it because it really needs to be recorded and zoomed in and make it more accessible to everybody out there. So then also you can look back at it after the event online, that you can go back and say, now, how did they row? How did they do?
Well, we've actually already had a couple schools contact us asking for video of just their school in particular, and I'm hoping that we can bring this racing, not when it's not live, to the community we're going to be launching a YouTube channel soon, so you guys can check that out for yourself.
That's exciting.
But really, like, looking back at the races afterwards is great, but the reason why I do this and why the rowing channel, we love to be a part of this, is for the crews or for the parents who are on the other side of the country and their kid came to them a couple months ago and said, I made the boat, I'm going to Boston. And they've been waiting years to say that. And they send their child off with a suitcase and a couple oars and wish them luck. And now you guys get to see them for yourself. And here we got some mates coming down towards us.
Yep. So our first 8 is under the bridge, and I could actually tell that they were coming because this is the loudest I have heard the crowds yell and scream on this whole event today. And it has to be because of the costumes. Over the Weeks Bridge, the first boat through is number 1, and they are dressed up. Boy, it looks like it's like a zoo. I think, is this the Lion King? Because I see a pig. I think I see a lion. What do I see here? So this is Club Nautico de I never could say it fast enough. De San Juan, out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. And life in the Pride Lands is always challenging, but we have found a way to survive and thrive. I just wish Uncle Scar wasn't so moody.
And now I can't tell looking at this boat. Uncle Scar is either their boat up on the bow, or it's their stroke seat. No, we got Pumbaa in stroke seat.
You have some stuffed animals up there in the front, all the way up front. There's a lot of ones holding on to the bow marker.
Look at those costumes. That is just people out here having a good time on the
Do I see a boar? Is that a boar's head at the stroke seat?
Yeah, we got Pumbaa from The Lion King.
This is hilarious.
Bow number 2.
Bow number 2 in the red and white. This is Riverside Boat Club. Now, I recognize Riverside's costume. They're rowing in memory of Jim McGaffigan, a member of this lineup for the past 2 years. So they're rowing in memory of him.
And Jim, we hope you're out here with us in spirit, because we're remembering your legacy as they go down the water.
Okay, now the next 4 boats, they kind of are not, they want to compete and pass each other. We're going to start with 4 in the HOCR boat on Boston side. The orange boat is kind of swiftly going right behind them, number 6, followed by Boston side again, number 5, and then 3. So the HOCR right here, boat number 4, this is Cambridge, and this is ex-Olympians. The older we get, the faster we were. That's hilarious. In the orange boat, so they're former Olympians dressed in multiple color uniforms. All right, the red boat, number 6. They made some leaps here. And number 6 is hydro rowing, and they're featuring hydro athletes. That's the red boat. Now, number 5, it looks like they have skeletons on the backs of their uniforms. Number 5 is Riverside. And behind them is number 3. And number 3 is Lake Washington, Seattle. They're the winners of the Windermere Cup in 2017 and gold medalists from the Northwest Masters Regional Championship in both 17 and 18.
Welcome to the River Charles.
Okay, the next 3 boats are kind of on top of each other again. This, I can almost guess what team this is. It's Austin. It's Dallas Rowing Center out of Austin. They're like, don't mess with Texas. I recognize the uniform. You can't miss that. Number 7, following them is Willamette. Thank you very much. Willamette Rowing Club out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. All right, the next boat, the blue boat with blue and gold jerseys, is number 9, and that is Nashville. And they are a group of very active master rowers from the Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. They're in a blue boat with blue and yellow blades. Now we have a little bit of a breather in between, which is like I can catch my breath. This next boat that is passing us right now and approaching is boat number 11. And this is Fairmont out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Redwood Scullers and Vesper and Wilmington. That's a bunch of different crews on that boat, and the dark boat right there. The white boat that's behind them is number 12, and that's Power 10 out of Avon, Connecticut. Behind them on Boston side in the white boat is was that number 12? Yes, that was number 12. So number 10 on the Boston side right now is Baltimore, out of Baltimore, Maryland. And then on the Cambridge side is 13, which is the All-American Rowing Camp out of Asheville Rowing Club, Occoquan, Potomac, Sarasota crew, and Texas Rowing Center all together in that one boat. So that's a lot of different crews in one boat. 14 right here is Cambridge. It's a collection of guys from the CBC and some extremely fit female rowers. They said nice guys from the CBC. They have great aqua color blades with white tips on the blades. The next boat behind them is a red boat, and this is number 15, and this is Sammamish Rowing Association out of Redmond, Washington. This next crew is 17. This is San Diego Rowing Club. They're in the red boat with white and red oars. The next three boats right here that are coming through. The white one is number 19, and this is Lake Washington, London, Long Beach, and Vesper, all together in one crew. The following boats on the Boston side in the dark boat is 16, and that is Bulldog out of Lincoln Park. And number 18, the gray on the Cambridge side right here, is MITRC. So this is the MIT Rowing Club's Super Elite Mixed Crew. Our next boat approaching, the red boat with white shirts, long sleeve shirts, is 21. And 21 is DeWolf out of Boston, Massachusetts. These are BU alums, vintage 91 through 93, with plenty of head of the Charles hardware in their past, and maybe some more in the future. The next boat to go through is boat number 20. It's a white boat with purple and navy unis and blades. They have white and yellow in them as well. And they are going under the bridge. Boat number 20. This is Treasure Coast out of Palm City, Florida. Here's the first mixed 8 to row the head of the Charles. Passing us right now is boat 23. It's a white boat. 23 is Sag Harbor out of Sag Harbor, New York. Most of the crew are Vassar College alumni. The next boat, 24, passing us. It's a gray boat. It's PCRA out of New Rochelle, New York. This crew is from Pelham Community Rowing Association, has been racing this event since its inception. The red boat behind them is number 22 with the dark shirts and white caps. 22 is CRI out of Brighton. CRI competitive rowers looking to move up in their rankings again this year. The majority of the group of friends all rowed together through the General Sweeps program with John Sisk and his little sidekick, Coxie. And now many of us row on CRI Masters Comp teams. We have some colorful boats. Like, this is a nice differentiation of colors coming in front of us right here. So this gray boat with the black 27 is followed by a red boat, and they all have Christmas hats. Those are the Christmas hats he was talking about earlier. 27 is Saugatuck out of Westport, Connecticut, and 25 is Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, they dressed for Christmas this year, and their coxswain is Santa. Santa driving his elves down the river. Behind Santa and the elves is 26, is the alligators. Everyone is dressed up in alligator uniforms in the green outfits, and it looks like an Aussie coxswain. So that Aussie coxswain for boat 26 is from Jacksonville, Florida. Or it could just be a Florida Aussie. I don't know. It looked like an Aussie.
Crocodile Dundee.
Exactly. Crocodile Dundee. So, all right. So the next boat, 28, it's a very colorful red boat with almost like a camouflage. So 28 is CRI out of Brighton, Massachusetts. This is a CRI military team in all their glory. So, yeah, they have a camouflage red boat for CRI. Yeah.
You see the boat, it's camouflage.
Oh, we have some colorful boats coming down ahead, too. We have red and then a bright green that follows them. This red is 29, followed by 30. 29 is CRI, of course, because that is CRI's color. A happy crew of master rowers from the General Sweeps group at Community Rowing. If Nemo could row, he would just keep rowing. It does not make sense. I don't know how to deliver that one. All right, in the green, right behind CRI, is boat number 30, and that is Fort Collins out of Fort Collins, Colorado. This is their first ever entry in Head of the Charles for the Fort Collins Rowing Association Master Rowers. I really like their bright green shirts. And then their coxswain in the orange jacket. I don't know, it just seems to go well together with the white boat. All right, the black boat crossing us right now, at least from the side it looks like it's black. It's number 34, and this is Cambridge. The crew includes several members of the Cambridge Boat Club, several Dartmouth alumni, and a board member of the Head of the Charles, all veterans of Head of the Charles over the years. The red boat, 31, crossing us right now is CRI, another happy crew of GS rowers from Community Rowing. Come row with us or just keep swimming. Okay, I'm gonna guess this might be CRI coming up again. The two boats. So this is 35 and 32. So 32 is, they both are CRI. I was correct. So 32 is the third of the three boats of a happy CRI General Sweeps rowers rowing together. It's a complicated emotion and a lot of fun. So, all right, 35 is also CRI. That's the Choate boat. It is a crew of colleagues from a law firm of Choate Hall and Stewart in Boston. They've been rowing together for 6 years and coached by Community Rowing. The white boat that follows them with the bright pink shirts is 33, and that's out of Camden, Maine. Megundecook. Reigning from Camden, Maine, the Megundecook Rowing Mixed 8 is an enthusiastic collection of rower wannabes, rower has-beens, and rower extraordinaires, all thrilled to be here. Boat 37, this red boat right here, is Harvard Waves out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. The Harvard Waves is a team formed by Chinese scholars and students from Harvard. And they have the bright orange and black unis on. It looks like the last boat in this event is this white boat is 36. They have red blades and white shirts on. And 36 is a composite boat of many people. This is the third Head of the Charles Mixed 8 appearance for the different teams will be Alexandria out of Alexandria, Virginia, Annapolis Rowing Club out of Edgewater, Maryland, Casitas Rowing out of Ventura, California, Los Gatos out of Los Gatos, California, and Quinsigamon Rowing Club, which is Quinsig is basically just east of here.
Well, I think that wraps up our day of racing here. And
Yes.
Thank you to everybody online who was watching. And I hope that you guys are able to tune in and find some of these videos online. Check out therowingchannel.com and find us on Facebook with The Rowing Channel, Twitter at Rowing Channel, and on Instagram or rowingchannel.tv. And drop a few comments and let us know what you think. And we'll see you at the Head of the American in Sacramento next weekend.
All right, and this is Maja North, and thank you very much. And make sure to visit everybody at the Weld and Adager Row and the different areas to see who's still open and support everybody who's been supporting this regatta. That's been fantastic. Thank you again.